Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are, and welcome to NerdTube. And it's time to talk about the last 7 days here with the world's gone insane. I'll be your host today. As Ginger is off, I'm here with a lovely panel of people to discuss what's happened in these last 7 days. First of all, we have Dioze 101. How you doing, mate?
Doing all right.
Fantastic. Captain, come along. How you doing, my son?
Come along, but it's okay.
Come along. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah. You're right. All right.
It's a joke between me and Ginger. Don't worry about it. I said to him, I promised him I'd do this. So there you go, buddy.
Fair enough. And finally, and not least, the lovely, beautiful Christine. How you doing?
Thank you. Don't lie like that.
I'm not lying at all. Anyways, first of all, we're going to be talking about some of the things that's happened in film and television, and this is the first thing we want to start off with is definitely for something like myself and my mate Bossman to talk about, because we are big fans of soccer, is a significantly big thing that happened last week in Turkey was a referee being attacked by a chairman of the opposition team,
it's the ex-club president. That's what it was.
Yes, and this is a big deal because the referees are the arbiters of the sport when it's happening. They are the people you don't touch, you don't fuck with whatsoever. And for a chairman to come down and do what he did is kind of remarkable. So first of all, I'm going to share with you the first particular incident. I think it's this one. Yeah, so you guys can actually see it as it happens. So let me full screen it for you and check it out. The referee is wearing pink, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
There's the chairman. Bam!
Yeah,
right hand in the face.
He gave him a two-piece. Yep.
And not just that, but look, the guy's kicking him on the floor.
Yeah, he's kicking him.
Yeah.
That's such a weak move to kick someone when they're down.
Yeah. Because what it is that the opposition team, they equalize in injury time, and so like their emotions got too much and blame the fucking ref. Yeah, look at that shine he's got growing.
Yep.
Yeah, man.
So not the defenders who'll allow the goal or the goalkeeper or any of that on the team.
Yep, exactly. So this became so there's a news article regarding this, which I'm now going to bring up. It's only about a minute long, so it gives you a bit more of a taste of what exactly happened. Okay, you can see that. Good. Here we go.
President who punched a top-flight referee has been arrested.
And Karagucu president Faruk Koka hit the referee Halil Umut Mela at the end of the game against Rizespor. It sparked a brawl between both teams and staff members, which saw Mela being kicked while he was on the ground. He was subsequently hospitalized. Koka entered the pitch at full time after his side conceded a 97th minute equaliser and then struck Mela. The referee eventually made it into the changing room with the help of the police. The Football Federation branded the attack inhumane and announced the suspension of all games in all leagues indefinitely. They added Koka, his club, and Karagucu, and all those guilty of the attack would be punished in the strongest possible terms.
Mela has been a FIFA standard referee since 2017 and recently took charge of Celtic's game with Lazio last month.
We now have had some reaction from the president of FIFA, that is Gianni Infantino. There is absolutely no place for violence in football on or off the field. Events following the Turkish Super League match between Ankaragucu and Rizespor are totally unacceptable and have no place in our sport or society. He goes on to say, without match officials, there is no football. Referees, players, fans and staff have to be safe and secure to enjoy the game, and I call on the relevant authorities to ensure this is strictly implemented and respected at all levels. We will keep you across any further developments.
All right, so I just want to add that in sport just generally, you can't be going after the rule makers. You can't be going after the people in between the deciders, because without these people, there is no sport. You know, you don't want these people. Sorry, I forgot to share that. I do apologize. Do you see all that, Shredder?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I'm guessing this is the case of the assault on the referee.
Yeah. So I was just saying that you can't obviously you can't be doing this in sport. Luckily, in the UK, we're not so bad. I think the last time I remember a significant thing happening to a referee was Paolo Di Canio pushing a referee when West Ham played Arsenal. Sorry, Sheffield Wednesday played Arsenal, and that was decades ago. And he only pushed him at that time. But you start attacking referees, and unfortunately, referees are an easy target for fans. You start attacking these people, then we lose this sport because nobody will want to be involved in this sport, in any sport, if you start attacking the referees. It is fucking stupid. It's a line you never cross, no matter how pissed off you get. And what happened was so incredible that all football across Turkey stopped that weekend. Not just that game, entirely, indefinitely, until this situation was resolved. It was quite incredible. Shredder, you got anything to add as you just joined us, mate?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, we have an incident. It's like you said, the Paulo Di Canio incident. That was like the last major incident we had in the UK of a referee being assaulted by another player. But the thing is, they're having discussions right now about potentially implementing some rules from rugby when it comes to dealing with referees, which I actually would be fully in favor of. So things like, for example, not allowing players other than the ones who are being disciplined and the team captains to approach the referee when a decision's been made. I'm all for that because you see the ridiculous spectacle of even goalkeepers running almost entirely across the whole pitch just to get in the face of a referee when he's disciplining a player. So, I think there needs to be some rule changes because there's been a lot of issues with regard to abuse of referees, verbal, and now, as we've seen, it's culminated in physical assault in Turkey. And it's long overdue that football does something about it.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I'm just saying it's classless, disgusting behavior.
Yeah, I agree.
The one thing they're talking about with regard to, by the way, players crowding around the referee, like I said, again, they're talking about bringing in rules similar to rugby, which again, professional rugby, if the referee stops the match and he has to speak to a player, again, the only people that are allowed to speak to him are the player he's speaking to, disciplining, or just having a word with, say, look, knock it off, or you are going to get booked. And the team captains. They're the only ones who are allowed to talk to the referee. Now, the way they're talking about it in terms of football, one of the things they're talking about trialing is a sin bin. So what would happen if players crowd around a referee and decide to start questioning their decision, which isn't even related to them, they would be sent to the sin bin for 10 minutes. They wouldn't, they're not booked, they're not sent off. They're sent off the field, though, for 10 minutes, not allowed to come back on a play until then. I would go further. I wouldn't. No, that's the thing I was going to say. I wouldn't bother with the sin bin. I would just say it's an automatic booking. If you go to a referee, you're not the player who's been disciplined, you're not the team captains, you go to that referee, it's an automatic yellow card.
Hello, Mr. Assistant.
Hello,
I agree. Look, just so you know, one of the reasons, and I'm sorry for getting a bit sporty at this so early in this, but one of the reasons I dislike the idea of the sin bin system is that if there's the football matches are 11 versus 11, if it ends up being like 10 versus 11, then the team of 10 are just going to be very defensive and very deep, and they're going to wait several minutes until their mate can come back on the pitch again before they can start playing football. It's going to be really shit. It's going to ruin the fucking game. How many times has a player been sent off and the game is ruined because the team with the less amount of players ends up being very defensive and they play a very stagnant game of football? Sin bin idea is fucking stupid. What it is you've got a bunch of rich prima donna motherfuckers who look at the referee and think, you earn less than me, I can tell you what the fuck to do. And that fucking mindset needs to be eradicated from footballers, and they need to learn to respect the ref. And if it does mean throwing around cards and stuff like that, then so be it.
What about fining? What about fining?
That's going to be my idea, which is
fining as well. But if you find somebody who earns say a couple of £100,000 a week, like 10 grand, it's like finding somebody £10. So
this is my idea.
Yeah.
As soon as a guy who isn't involved in the incident comes over, he automatically gets docked. his week's wages. Huckleberry Crook, his week's wages.
I mean, look,
because the second time, it's a month's wages. And it goes up in increments and the person stops doing that. Trust me, it won't take long for them to stop doing it.
Look, the only issue is there are times when players are being genuine and the referee has truly misunderstood the situation and fucked up. We've seen that too in football as well, many a times. And sometimes players are trying to implore with the referee, look, you made a mistake, so and so on. And a player then who is trying to do the right thing can get reprimanded for that, and then that ends up being... It just ends up just
but again, that shouldn't be the case now when pretty much every foul is reviewed by VAR.
Yeah,
Correct.
but VAR is good. I like VAR, but the people in VAR are bad because so many times they are overlooking decisions which are so fucking in your face, and you think to yourself, how the hell has VAR not picked up on that shit?
Well,
It
like
drives
I
me nuts.
said, if it should be a case of, again, it's the players who are being disciplined and the team captains only who should be allowed to speak to the referee.
I agree. I still agree with that. Overall, I'm hoping some new resolutions come from this because it's getting dangerous. If you do search on YouTube for referees being attacked, there's games in South America where an entire team has chased after a referee and he's had to jump over a fucking fence, to escape because of a decision he's made. It's crazy.
If you want to see violence in referees and fans fight, come watch a hockey game.
Yeah,
and
for
not
real.
just any hockey game. Come see Little League, like Tykes playing. The parents will be banned from watching their own kids from playing because they will fight other parents from other sides. They'll try and fight the referees. They'll try and fight the coaches of the team because they don't think their kid's getting enough time on the ice. I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, we have that too, unfortunately. Little league games, our version of that, grassroots football. The parents, they're really bad, and if anything, they try to implement things where the parents shouldn't be there because they end up putting more pressure on the kids than they should do. But initially, it's supposed to be fun, and if there is a talent there, then they'll be unearthed by the coaches and the scouts. But sometimes that talent can be suppressed because the parents are putting too much pressure on those kids, and so you never know. So, but anyway, that is the Turkish ref. Anything more to say on that, fellas, before we move on?
No, not quite. But the only thing I would say though is Gary mentioned the whole thing about fining players. I don't think that would work for the simple reason that it's got to be tackled on all levels. So again, even the smaller leagues where there is no VAR, or even the Sunday League level, where again no VAR system in place, it should be a case of, again, automatic yellow if you're not a team captain, not the player being spoken to, automatic yellow card if you come up to that referee.
And no one's saying
that stamps that makes it an even playing field from the very, very top level of the game all the way down to the amateur level.
And that's where you start at for all levels. But when you get to like what was being said earlier, when you get to the prima donnas that are like, oh, I make so much more money than you, you're just a stinking ref. Well, if they keep breaking that rule, maybe, some fines that get elevated each time they do that, even if it doesn't stop them, that money can go to charity.
Yeah.
Well, I think most of the professional clubs actually do have a system of fines in place for players who are getting booked. So whether or not that's something that authorities like the Football Association or the Bundesliga or Serie A in Italy could look at, maybe it should be a standard. Maybe there should be a standard set formula, that UEFA implements. But that's something that, is going to have to be looked at seriously and negotiated with all clubs and even the Professional Footballers Association.
Well, it's good to know that FIFA are coming down on that chairman. It's good to know that, you have to protect the rule makers in sport. Without them, the game is done in any sport.
Yeah.
All right.
And they know that they're going out there and they're going to be hated, but they're still doing it even though they're needed. That job is not one that I envy.
Yeah. Actually, referees the way they get shitted on in little league in grassroots games as well. And sometimes these referees are just kids in those levels. You might have a game between 9 and 10-year-olds with a 15-year-old boy as ref, and that he's just a kid themselves, and the parents are shitting on that ref. You know what I mean? They really are. It's disgusting. It needs to stop.
Well, I mean,
All right. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, like, I'm a huge NFL fan, and there was recently, as in last Sunday, an incident between the Buffalo Bills and the Chiefs, where basically what happened was it was at the end of the game, and one of their players was offside. And we don't mean offside by a little bit; we mean offside literally. He was at the point of where the scrum is, and they're not allowed to be there if you're a wide receiver. So basically, he was there, and he basically called offside, and then they basically cried around the rest saying, "Oh, that's a bad call, man! It's a bad call," and stuff like that. It's like, no, literally, he made the only call he could do because that's literally the rules.
Yeah.
And here, I thought the craziest thing that happened for us was Draymond Green being a fucking idiot.
Oh,
Decking one of
hell.
the
I've been hearing about that.
Yeah, decking a player on the Phoenix Suns. That was the craziest thing that we've gone through in the last 7 days in the sports world.
Yeah. Well, player-on-player violence is one thing. I mean, that does happen, But yeah. All right, guys.
Dreamers and
go on.
No, sorry, I'll just say that.
Okay, well, look, let's now we're going to go on to something I want to show you guys because I don't know if I'm necessarily excited about this next subject. I thought we could talk about it for a few minutes. Here is the trailer for Beverly Hills Cop fucking 4.
Oh, Jesus.
I've never seen any of the Beverly Hill Cop movies.
Still on
Really?
these streets.
Yep. Not one.
Kevin Bacon's in it.
Is Judge Reinhold returning?
Yeah. And the other guy who plays Officer Taggart, he's in it as well.
I thought he was dead.
Yeah.
I thought the guy who played Taggart was dead.
No, he's
No,
in
he's alive,
it.
apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta hit
I
the
thought he was like
mute
50.
button.
No, he's like 39 or something.
They love me in Beverly Hills.
That's what's his game from My Two Dads. He was in the first or second one too.
Shootouts, starting the piece, a lot. Please tell me you didn't get arrested again. Twice, but I broke out.
This looks fucking terrible.
Yeah, I agree.
And for what? Comes with the job if you're doing it right.
Oh,
I tell you what, Eddie Murphy's ageless, man. I swear to God, he's like
He's
40 years old in the
very
franchise. Everyone else is age. Hey, look, there they are.
Yeah, 50-50. 50.
Is it that high?
So far.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't care. I
Good God.
don't care. This is just a cash grab. That's all it really is.
Low block. Yeah, so
Like I said like I said last week, the fact, again, because I briefly mentioned Eddie Murphy's done a Christmas movie called Candy Cane Lane. It's disheartening the fact that he's gone from a movie where he should have been nominated for Best Actor, which was Dolomite Is My Name.
Yeah.
And he's going back to doing shit like this. This looks fucking terrible. This looks like paint by the numbers, generic action nostalgia movie.
Yep, because we're out of ideas and we don't know what the fuck else to do. So let's just trade out Beverly Hill Cop 4 and hope that people see it and you guys get paid. That's all it really is.
Yeah, I mean, because if you remember how good the original Beverly Hills Cop is, please watch it, DLC.
All right.
But if you remember how good it is, like that is not even the same league. It's not even the same the same ballpark. It's not even the same planet. What the hell?
It's one of those films where, again, as a franchise, it just tapered off and dipped horribly. Like,
I thought
for
the second one
example,
was fine.
it was okay, but it wasn't great. The third one was just absolute dog shit. But
yeah, the third
again,
one was awful.
You can look at other movies that Eddie Murphy's done in the past. I mean, one that immediately springs to mind to me: 48 Hours. Him and Nick Nolte. One was the first one was really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
The second one, another 48 Hours, absolute dog shit.
It was basically it was like the first one. They tried to replay the first one again, and yeah, it was awful.
They did that.
I'm glad
they did that with the Dr. Dolittle movies too. Like the first one was good, but then the second one, it was like, what the fuck is this?
And same with Nutty Professor.
Yep, same thing with Nutty Professor.
Nutty Professor 1 was fantastic.
Yep.
The second
and then
one
they did
was,
Nutty Professor 2, and then they did Norbit.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't
God.
mind when they they do a second, but they have to take the time, do the writing. If they don't just get one right out for the sake of making money, they're so much better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get look. Terminator, for example, Terminator 2 was a phenomenal sequel to that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
there are sequels which are good. Yeah, Aliens.
Yeah, there are plenty of great movies, you know, that had phenomenal sequels. But for my money, the best one has been, you know, in terms of a leap in quality, Terminator to Terminator 2.
Yep.
But it seems like every time Eddie Murphy does a sequel, it's absolute dog shit.
Yep. It sucks.
Yeah. Look,
I'll be right back.
I'm one of the few people who didn't mind Beverly Hills Cop 2. I thought
No,
that
I
was
like
okay.
Beverly Hills Cop 2.
Again, it was not bad, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as the first one.
No, I agree. But then the third one, like the cinematography and everything, it just felt sucker. It felt like a totally, and not having Taggart in there as well. It just felt like a totally different kettle of fish.
And that makes me wonder, why is he back for the fourth one? Because the third one, they said he was retired.
Yeah, but you've got to do, like, it's money, dude. Like, you know, nostalgia bait, all of these things, you know, it's going to get people interested. I mean, look, I'm gonna watch this shit. You know, I'm big enough sucker to admit that I'm going to watch this shit. First Terminator is better than Terminator 2, in my opinion. Well, yeah,
here he is already starting to troll now. Here we go. Rick, favorite person.
Rick B is waiting for Birth of a Nation 2.
First Terminator and Terminator 2 is that's a fair argument because I like them both equally. I have no dog in that particular fight, but like people go back to the well sometimes because they know there's a world to go back to, and if you've already made 3 movies of a particular genre like Beverly Hills Cop, then yeah, why not do a fourth? I mean, they've done that with Indiana Jones, they've done that with Ghostbusters when they do sequels decades after the previous one. It happened, unfortunately, and Beverly Hills Cop is no different. And I will watch it. And I have to say, Eddie Murphy, I don't know what you're doing, mate. I mean, you are the very definition of black don't crack because you're fucking
his complexion and shit. It ain't
changed. No, but the people he's working with, I forgot your co-stars.
Yep.
Your co-stars, they look old as fuck, and he looks great. I mean, what he must be in his 60s. Eddie Murphy, he must be.
Yeah.
He kind of looks like he's in his 30s and early 40s at least.
Yeah, but I mean, you look at somebody like Denzel Washington, for example, and he's still doing action movies at his advanced age.
Yep, and Denzel ain't aged a fucking day either.
Yeah, I have to admit, I think he'd aged a bit, but he still looks
Morgan
good.
Freeman has barely aged.
Yeah, yeah, he's been looking like that for a long time.
He's always old. Sam, did you watch Coming to America?
Or the second one?
Yeah, it was shit.
It was shit because they had to cut. They made it PG, you know, and you can't make them. Whenever Eddie Murphy, I have no problem with Eddie Murphy doing PG and kid friendly stuff and all of that.
We do that,
but it's, you know, I have no problem with that. You know, as an actor, you can't be just one. Yeah, diversify. Try all types of stuff. But Coming to America was an adult orientated film, and to PG it was stupid. You know what I mean? It's called black privilege. Here we go. There's the trolling right there.
Yeah.
So no, it's not called black. Black people age fantastically, dude. You know, I mean, look at R-Truth. Jesus Christ,
R-Truth is in his 50s and he still looks like he's 30 something.
Yeah, man, it's incredible.
That don't cry.
Bobby Lashley's much older than people think he is.
He's almost in his 50s as well. You know what I mean? Incredible. You know what I mean? How he looks at, you know, and all of that. So even people like Devon Dudley looks great, you know. So all right. So that's Beverly Hills Cop coming to Netflix near you. So next on the TV and films docket list is CM Punk draws ratings and possibly Warner Brother Discovery. I don't know what that means.
So this is something I put down on the docket. So CM Punk, his returns to both Raw and SmackDown actually drew a big rating spike on both shows. So
no doubt.
Again, but the quarter hours that he was on, they drew almost a third extra in their audience.
Yay!
So what's now happening is that WWE is, of course, shopping around for a new network for Monday Night Raw. So far, they've got deals in place for NXT, which is going to the CW network. SmackDown is going to the USA network. And they're now looking for a new home for Monday Night Raw. Now, there were talks at one point with WB Discovery, and they initially turned down Nick Khan. Now, the door has reopened. So WB Discovery are negotiating potentially to bring Monday Night Raw to their network.
and for Tony Khan,
that seems to be in large part because of CM Punk.
And for Tony the Crackcore Khan, he's losing his mind right now. He's like, fuck, we might not be getting renewed because we're losing like $34 billion, which means nothing in the grand scheme of things for now. But with AEW, if they lose another $30 million by this time next year, then I think they're going to have reason to panic. I wouldn't be surprised if TNT and TBS are like, yeah, no, we're out.
Well, here's the thing to keep in mind as well. Warner Brothers Discovery, now, regardless of what we thought of Cody Rhodes and his performances at AEW, WB Discovery were very, very happy with him.
Yep.
I mean, hell, they gave him a reality show. They had him on another reality show as well, as a judge. They were very, very happy with Cody Rhodes. They were so happy with CM Punk, they gave AEW a Saturday night show just to keep him happy and just to keep him in the company.
Yeah, for him. And that's something they don't do. They never do that for talent. Like no wrestling company does that. Like Hogan never had his own show catered to him.
No, he had the Hogan. No, but he had that cartoon. Remember back in the day.
No, but I mean for a wrestling show.
Yeah.
For a wrestling
we're talking like a full blown wrestling show just to keep one piece of talent happy.
One guy. One
guy. That's what WB gave AEW Saturday Night Rampage. Not Saturday Night Rampage, Saturday Night Collision, just to keep CM Punk on board and keep him happy. Now, WB, I think, would quite like to have two of the biggest stars from AEW back on their network.
Oh, they would.
A better produced television show, right? Regardless of what you think of Monday Night Raw and the style of wrestling on there, it's a far better produced show.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, much better. And I don't know what it is. Like you when I do watch AEW and stuff like that, I feel like, okay, I wish you could have some of your wrestling element, but done on a show that is displayed like the WWE shows.
For sure.
Yeah. So
I mean, Tony's got the money to do it, but the thing is, he wants to book like a fucking 13-year-old in a wrestling chat room. That's one of his biggest problems, is that he's booking matches for the sake of booking matches where people are like, okay, cool. But in the grand scheme of things, nobody but the diehard ones are going to be the ones that care, that care at the end of the day.
Here's the other thing, right? Well, here's the other things to consider. One, the fact is Monday Night Raw gets double the viewership of AEW. And that's even on their worst weeks.
Yeah.
On top of that, do you think WB would rather have a show that draws higher ratings and has a better production quality and is not going to piss off sponsors with the fact that they're always cursing and swearing on AEW's television programming to the point where and doing stupid things like death matches to where you couldn't show this to like a family audience. You couldn't market it to a family audience, whereas you could with Monday Night Raw.
Fans. Even regular fans will be put off by it, dude. Like it's just off-putting seeing that, knowing that you're watching something where you think genuinely somebody could be injured, scarred, killed in that ring, and you think to yourself, you know what? I can't enjoy this knowing what they're going through. I'm too concerned about a real life incident happening than just appreciating a good wrestling match with great choreography.
Because here's AEW.
Sorry. I just want to say real quickly. I remember as a child, some of my best memories was getting up in the morning and watching wrestling with my father.
Yep.
And I couldn't do that, watching that sort of thing now.
Yeah. And with AEW, here's their problem. With AEW, they cater to the hardcore viewer. They don't care about the casual viewer. The object of WWE is to cater to the casual viewer to make them a hardcore viewer and rinse and repeat. WWE, they've got their core audience. I mean, it's not anywhere near where it used to be, but they've got a better audience than AEW. They've got better production than AEW. I would even dare to say they've got a better roster than AEW in terms of star power.
And here's the thing. I mean, we talk about the fact that, yeah, the audience numbers are down, but WWE actually makes more money today than they did in the Attitude Era.
Yep, and it's because overseas, that's the best thing they've ever done, is when they've started going overseas and doing shows in like Canada, France, Puerto Rico, you know, with them expanding outside the U.S., with Vince also
Middle
being
East.
gone. Yeah. Well, Middle
Not-
East, true, despite the controversy with all
Not
that.
not just overseas, but the fact is as well, because they're a show that is much more friendlier towards a family audience.
Yep, towards sponsors. I
course,
mean, people
children.
don't, yeah, and people
Children
don't,
merchandise.
yeah, people don't like the PG thing. I mean, I understand it, but wrestling is designed to cater to families, in my view, and WWE's doing a smart job of that. That's
And
what
they're
they
not
need
doing
to
that
go after.
patriotism. They're not doing that patriotism bollocks as much, or if any, nowadays, because of the overseas market, because they've got a very diverse international roster of wrestlers as well.
Yep.
You know, and it makes it more appealing with them going abroad and stuff like that. And yeah, because honestly, one of the things I couldn't handle when watching WWE in the past was the level of Americana. It's called World Wrestling, and then it's pretty much American wrestling and shit like that. And it got a bit too much after a while with the flag worshipping and all that sort of shit. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I
you know,
remember-
I mean, look, Drew McIntyre right now is one of the top heels in the company.
Yep.
Go back 15 years, and they'd have some babyface doing a Braveheart parody.
Yep.
Which
Yeah,
previously John Morrison had done.
Yep. And McIntyre used to be like that. I always like hated the trope of like, oh, okay, it's USA versus Russia or China or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And USA always had to prevail. Like, I always hated that shit. Like, I'm like, you know where this is going.
Holy cow, 40 votes on the first part of
Yay.
Golden Glasses on the channel. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I will vote. I haven't even voted myself, but I'll do that.
Yeah, I'll go vote.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, it's they're definitely getting rid of the evil foreigner gimmicks and stuff like that, and making it more diverse, and making it more appreciated around the world, and constantly going abroad. You know,
On the flip
it's
side,
the best
though,
thing. Yeah.
What can you do with AEW? Because with them losing 34 million, I mean, yeah, right now is no reason to panic. But if it happens again next year, I think we're going to have a problem. The fact that AEW is losing out on $34 million. They are not turning a profit right now.
I could see them potentially cost cutting and canceling one of the TV shows.
Yep. I'm getting rid of Rampage if it was me. Rampage is your Sunday Night Heat. You don't need it. You got Dynamite, you got Collision. That's good enough.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that like TNA Impact or whatever it is much more successful on their whatever channel they're on, and is doing much more better for itself than AEW is. Because
remember, they're teaming up with Endeavor.
Yep.
Yeah, and that'll be much more successful. I reckon that's going to be much more successful than AEW is, because they've learned from their mistakes and they're going forward with whatever they're doing. And they'll
be the company that'll outlive everybody. I mean, they'll outlive us. They'll outlive the cockroaches. They'll outlive nuclear bombs. I mean, TNA will outlive all of us. I've said that for a long time. I'm like, if they could survive Hogan and Bischoff fucking things up, they'll still be here in another 30 years. That's what I think is going to happen with TNA.
Here's something else, though, with CM Punk, by the way, which WWE, I think, has done very, very well. They aren't giving away his first match back for free.
Nope.
You have to buy tickets to go and watch it.
Yep.
The Royal Rumble.
No, house show.
His first matches are going to be house shows.
Yep.
He's been booked in house shows for the 26th and the 30th of December. His first match back in WWE is going to be against Dominic Mysterio on the 26th of December.
God,
at Madison Square Garden.
And I would go see that shit too. I would go see that if they built a little mini angle out of it. Like, yo, I remember that time that you talk shit about me and my family and my dad, and then Dominic could be like, "Hey, motherfucker, I still remember that shit."
It's only the 15th now. I mean, they've got 2 tapings of Raw to do it with.
Yeah.
So they could very easily build up his first match and sell some tickets.
They could. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, look, we'll talk about more wrestling in a sec, but let's just jump between subjects here. So, apparently, Doctor Who would have thought this, by the way? A lot of people are complaining about Doctor Who, because apparently it's woke. Doctor Who is woke.
When did they come to the conclusion? Hang on, when did they come to the conclusion that it was? Yeah, I was going to say, when did they come to the conclusion that it was woke? Was it the fact that they've written strong female characters for the last 10 or so years? The fact they didn't treat a black lesbian character like she was an absolute piece of shit? You know, the fact that the Doctor became a woman, the fact the Doctor is now black. Is that why it's now woke?
And the Doctor was in a wheelchair as well. Had him in a wheelchair too. Yeah.
Just another word for having empathy, and it's just a word people that don't have empathy or understanding for the world use to show they're ignorant.
I think this just generally talking about the term, I think it's just become ridiculous now. Like, you will look for woke in everything and anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh look, there is one black guy in this entire cast. Woke. Look, it's like there is a woman there of color, and she's the only one there. Like, like the Star Trek TOS, if that came out today, with all those white guys. Yeah, well, look, there's an Asian guy and there's a fucking black woman in this cast of 6. It's fucking woke. Ain't fucking good enough. You know what I mean? And look, one of the guys is actually a goddamn commie. Fucking woke. You know what I mean? Sorry.
I spent my
ridiculous.
Obviously, I'm coming on puberty, and so I grew up where women in TV and film were there to idolize the main white male cast in the lead role. She was there either as the mother or someone to with. So it's not being woke. It's just coming to the realization that other people other than the lead role have ideas and thoughts and purpose in life and shouldn't.
Oh no. Oh,
she's coming
back.
She's back.
What they have
get back.
Entertainment. I mean, I was sick of it. Even as a kid, I'd watch this, and be like, this isn't right. This isn't life.
Yes, so I don't want to put this on here because because I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, so the whole thing has been annoying because people are saying that David Tennant's Doctor who just got separated from Ncuti Gatwa's character, is gay. And people are going, he's a gay man and stuff like that. And what else was it? That the fact that the solution to one of the problems was the fact that Donna's daughter is trans and stuff like that, and she's non-binary and stuff like that. So it's all that stuff has been called woke by certain people.
I don't understand why people get so upset by the non-binary. Do they
because motherfuckers are ignorant? That's why.
Yeah. The old-fashioned idea of what masculine and feminine is irrelevant. If a man wants to go by traditional roles and wants to cook or stay home or, wear a dress, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I grew up doing things that were considered masculine and things that were considered feminine. Wouldn't it be a better title to say that I'm non-binary, that I don't fall within stereotypes? I do what I'm good at or what I like or what I want to learn to be better at?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
It's like saying we are prepared to accept the idea of a time-traveling alien from a distant planet with 2 hearts, but we will not accept the fact that he is gay or bisexual or pansexual or asexual or gender fluid. Not on my fucking watch.
Oh my God. And you would think instead of turning it the fuck off and shutting the fuck up and letting people enjoy what they enjoy, we have to be ignorant motherfuckers about it.
Yeah.
There's some things I don't even realize until people mention it to me, that what bothers them. Like, I'm watching Star Trek Strange New Worlds, and Captain Pike in that, he likes to cook. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one of the things when he does cook is that he wears an apron while he's cooking. And people are having an issue that he's being emasculated because he cooks and he wears a fucking apron. This is like what the
Last
fuck?
time-
I'm thinking to
Being
myself,
Riker
smart.
do that in TNG?
Last time I checked, isn't the
Yeah.
apron supposed to keep you safe? Like if like shit catches you and you get on
Yeah,
fire, like what the
But
fuck?
Or neat and
like I said,
tidy.
hadn't this already been established in Star Trek? I mean, Riker did it in TNG.
Yeah, Shatner did it as well. I'm sorry, Kirk has cooked as well in Generations. But I'm thinking to myself, have you not heard of Gordon Ramsay, like the guy
Yeah.
alpha male personified?
Oh
You know
my
what I mean? The
God.
guy is macho as fuck, extremely adventurous, doesn't take shit from anybody, stands up
Where's
to
the lamb
everybody.
sauce?
You know, and people are frightened to death of him. Yeah, he commands authority, and he wears an apron and he
Mhm.
cooks.
And nobody says shit. Yep.
Oh,
And
so
nobody
Nobody
says
says
shit.
shit.
Speaking of commanding authority, he is in charge of an entire spaceship. But
Yeah.
you wore an apron now.
You're
Gotta
woke.
take the man card.
Yeah.
Forget the fact that you're at the top of the chain with leadership and the responsibility of lives. Sorry, buddy, you wore an apron.
Yeah, and they were totally oblivious to the episodes where he manned up and was kicking ass and shooting people and doing all that gung ho bollocks they fucking love anyway. But the moment he softens himself up a little bit here and there by following some of his passions like cooking, you know, all of a sudden feminized, you know what I mean, all of that sort of stuff. Jesus Christ! Imagine if Patrick Stewart came out today as Jean-Luc Picard, like here's this bold little English guy, you know what I mean, woke. You know, it's like incredible.
Well, no,
you know, like
funny you mentioned that. I mean, there were people who took issue with the idea of Patrick Stewart playing Captain Picard back in the day when they were announcing
Yeah.
TNG. And
Why?
the fact that, look, Patrick Stewart's told the story that he and Gene Roddenberry were doing the press tours when Star Trek Next Generation was announced. And there was a journalist who actually said, Mr. Roddenberry, do you not think by the 24th century we'd have discovered a cure for male pattern baldness? And Gene Roddenberry, apparently very, very quick with his response, he turned around and he simply said, no, by the 24th century, no one will care.
Yep.
Nice.
oh, nice. They're not vain. I like it. So, but
Both men are
but-
sexy anyway.
Yes, they are.
Did Patrick Stewart
There you go.
did Patrick Stewart win Sexiest Man of the Year twice in a row or something like that?
I'm sure he
Yeah.
has. You know, what I mean, I'm sure, yeah, because he portrays himself. You know, what I mean, which in that in itself oozes sexiness. But just going back to Doctor Who, like if there's some things that have been woke for longer than people could even possibly imagine, and
Mhm.
Doctor Who definitely fits in that category. If you're only complaining now, then you're a fucking idiot because you've never watched Doctor Who before.
Yeah, and we got to complain for the
even
sake
on
of
issues.
complaining.
Yeah.
but
Sorry, I
So
think
go on.
you say- No, go ahead,
on you go, Gary.
No,
No, on you go,
alright,
Gary.
Okay,
Go
so
on, Gary. Go on.
so because in the 70s Pertwee era, they had a female scientist who's the leader of a science program. Long before that was in real life, I think. You know, that was very progressive for the time, and I'm sure that if that came out, that'd be fucking woke. You know what I mean? It just annoys me. It's just like Doctor Who has always been progressive with its sexual politics, with its maybe gender politics, with everything. It's like if you don't like it, there's a button, turn it over, done.
Yeah, I think that takes too much energy, though, man. I mean, you know, this is a society. This is a generation in the society where we got to complain for the sake of complaining.
Yeah, I
we don't
agree.
even know
Yeah.
why we're complaining. We're just doing it anyway.
But what
It
I was
wouldn't
going
just
to
take
say,
too much energy for them. It would take too much brain power for them to find the button.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say is, why the fuck are we even listening to these people who are complaining that Doctor Who has suddenly gone woke? I mean, these are the same people that have complained Star Trek has gone woke. They've complained that X-Men has gone woke. They've complained that Bill Nye went fucking woke. You know, these are people who quite clearly are either just beyond fucking dumb or have never ever watched an episode of the goddamn show in the first place and are now
Or both.
complaining that suddenly their childhood has been ruined.
Yeah.
Fuck
Or
them.
both.
If they took a look at Star Trek, for instance, the first interracial kiss, by the way,
Yep.
and there's an interesting story behind that. I don't know all the facts, but apparently they were doing a couple takes, and they didn't want them to kiss. They wanted them to come close to kissing, and they wanted to do a couple where they would kiss. And the guy who played Captain Kirk purposely crossed his eyes for the takes that they weren't kissing in, so they'd be forced because of time constraints to use the one where they actually touched.
Yeah, and George Takei has also addressed this as well in interviews. He did pitch to Gene Roddenberry doing stories about the fact, you know, having Sulu come out as gay, because obviously Takei himself is a homosexual.
Right.
But in Gene he said, look, in Gene Roddenberry's defense, he knew when to pick his fights, because he pointed out the interracial kiss, we went completely black in the South. You know, they would not air Star Trek in the South after the interracial kiss. They would cancel us completely if we did a storyline regarding a major character coming out as gay.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, George Takei didn't like his character becoming gay in the Kelvin universe, because that actually felt like pandering as far as he was concerned, because his character was straight in the original timeline. And when they did because George Takei himself is gay, they made the character Sulu gay in the Kelvin universe, and that pissed Takei off. It was like, what the fuck, man? You know what I mean? You know, my character should still remain the same, but the timeline's different. It's not all of a sudden he's fucking gay all of a sudden with a different timeline. It just, you know, like, so that pissed him off, which is, I'm glad that he's kind of like staying faithful to that particular sense, you know. So yeah, and in a way that is a bit of that sort of wokeness and pandering that people do fucking complain about, and I can see it from that particular perspective, but it's still not that much of a big fucking deal at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot I can complain about with regard to the Kelvin timeline, but I really don't give a shit with regard to the fact that Sulu was gay. That's pretty low on the list.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, exactly. But it's amazing how people have issues with this, and Jose is right. What he said earlier. People need to complain about stuff, because unfortunately, like, outrage content is massive.
It's
on
the
YouTube.
thing now. It's the thing now. I don't know why, but it is.
It's how Nerdrotic still has an audience.
Yeah,
a lot of them do. Like, if you look at their videos, it's all outrage stuff. Like, they haven't got. And Nerdrotic is a guy who likes to watch stuff which is about nerd content, and he hasn't made anything recently in years, which is just an average item about a particular thing he watches. Everything is about agendas and stuff being woke and issues and Disney falling apart and the MCU and all of this shit. He doesn't just watch something and review it for the sake of it, because they get no fucking views. If it's not outrage, it's bollocks. And did you guys see that video I dropped in regarding Geeks and Gamers kind of getting a bit tired of all of that shit?
I saw that.
Yeah, that was fascinating, because he just wanted to talk about certain things that they liked, and none of them wanted to talk about that.
Yeah, they were all concerned about all they were concerned about was the clicks from outrage.
Yeah.
They're concerned about the grift. That's what they're concerned about, because it gets
God forbid you like something.
yeah, exactly. Anyways, all right. So that was thingy.
Doctor Who.
Okay, back. Yeah, Doctor Who. So back to wrestling particular thing, and Jose, you should be happy. Yeet is back.
What's back?
I hate every last one. I hate you, Shredder. I hate you, Zam. I hate you. I hate you. I hate every last one of you. And let me tell you why. This is the fault of every single one of you. This word yeet. This word yeet.
Explain it to her, Jose.
Yeet.
Y-E-E-T, yeet.
And I hate it so much. I cannot stand it. It is the worst word up there, like, in terms of coolness, what these fucking kids like. I don't understand it. Why do you people chant this shit? It makes no fucking sense. I know I'm getting old. I know I'm getting old. Like, this
you know how we felt.
This is like the new what? Like, I fucking hate when Austin did what? I fucking feel the same way about yeet. I wish it would fucking die, go away, so I'd never have to hear it again. I don't want it to come back. I hate that it has, and I blame all of you for this. It's all your fault that we have to deal with this shit. Fuck.
Ironically, we're hate watching now.
Hey, Jose, do you want to see from this?
I don't use the word.
Okay, good. Thank you. You're safe. Shredder's not safe. Gary's not safe. Zam's not safe. Ginger, you too, you motherfucker. All of you are not safe. You all are on my list.
Jose would like to yeet us all from existence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeet tar. That's what I have to say.
I
But
hate
yeah,
it.
okay.
I hate it
Well,
so
look,
much.
they obviously money talks, and I guess that's what got them back. So, all right. On to the next particular item, and that is Dame Edna. Australia I can never say this word, eulogizes Dame Edna Everage. I believe that was her
Yes.
surname.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Barry
Barry
Humphries.
Humphries. Barry Humphries dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died back in, I think, April.
I had no idea. You know, I like. Was it Les Patterson, his other character?
Yeah,
Was that his name?
I'm not familiar with a lot of his other work, but the one obviously that everybody knows internationally at least is Dame Edna Everage.
Well, somebody said once regarding Barry Humphries when he played Dame Edna that he is truly like he doesn't just act, he is that person the moment he dresses up in drag, and he because like there was a fire drill once that happened on stage and stuff like that, and he never broke character. He still was acting as Dame Edna, even though there's no cameras following them or whatever. He was still Dame Edna, you know, them was leaving the building and waiting outside and all of that sort of shit. It was like like a split personality. Like the moment he wears that outfit, he's no longer Barry Humphries anymore. He truly is Dame Edna. It's crazy, But yeah, a fascinating character, Barry Humphries, very popular in the United Kingdom. Dame Edna was.
The character was popular, and again, there was a memorial held in Sydney, and the speakers included Elton John and King Charles.
Fascinating.
Okay.
So they were paying tribute to Barry Humphries. Now, I'm slightly torn with regard to this because ever since Barry Humphries died, I felt that there's been pretty much too much one-sided coverage about how great he was as a person. When really, I don't take anything away from his comedic work. Again, his comedic work was superb as Dame Edna. He was a very, very talented very talented performer. But it was quite hard to compare and contrast the way the media treated him during his lifetime and the way they treated Paul O'Grady, who portrayed Lily Savage.
Yeah. I've had in my cab, by the way. I've had Paul O'Grady in my cab. The late Paul O'Grady.
Yes. Well, again, Paul O'Grady, of course, died earlier this year as well. And again, there were people obviously using the death of Paul O'Grady to push like an anti-trans agenda. They were saying, "Oh, Paul O'Grady didn't have a woke bone in his body," despite the fact that Paul O'Grady championed gay rights. He was responsible for. He was in a large part responsible for ending a lot of the stigma regarding HIV during the height of that pandemic in this country. But I hate the fact that again, Paul O'Grady was treated like he was a drag act, and he was labeled a drag act, and that he was out to corrupt people, etc. Whereas nobody ever said that of Barry Humphries.
I'll tell you why. I mean, don't get me wrong. Paul O'Grady, is their appearance in their drag, like Barry Humphries was basically like dressed up like a grandma, pretty much as Dame Edna. He wasn't being very sexual, whilst Paul O'Grady, the heels, the fucking mini skirt, all of that sort of shit. He did to a degree titilize himself.
Well, let me actually contradict you there, because there's a quote from Paul O'Grady himself on this with regard to Barry Humphries. O'Grady said that Barry Humphries was never called a drag act because he's a heterosexual male, but I'm called one because I'm a gay man. It's homophobic and it's wrong, as there is nothing remotely sexual about what I do. I dress up as a woman for financial purposes, nothing else.
I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree to all of that. And don't get me wrong. Even what I was quoting, I wasn't actually what's the words? I wasn't defending the people who are having a go at Paul O'Grady, because I don't give a fuck. If he was being more sexual in his outfits, it should have fucking mattered. The way he was being treated was disgusting. So yeah, I totally agree.
But the thing is, as well, I mean, Barry Humphries. I again have a hard time reconciling the fact that he's been eulogized by the likes of Elton John and again King Charles. Barry Humphries was a very, very hateful man, particularly when it came when it came to the left, and when it came to transgender people in particular.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, again,
Crazy.
despite the fact, he was very, he was famous for, performing in a dress. He made statements that he agreed with Jermaine Greer that transgender people were confused men who were castrating themselves. So, I mean, he made statements like that. I mean, he's made other statements as well, which were absolutely fucking disgusting. So,
I had no idea. I'm really upset you said this now. I wish I never knew. But I'm glad I do.
Here's what he said about, because he denied he was right wing, but here's what he said about the left wing in politics. He said, "I don't know anything about politics at all, but the far left is so conservative, paradoxically inflexible, doctrinaire, and humorless, you can't describe the world as it is anymore." Now, when people say you can't describe the world as it is anymore, it typically means, well, I can't say racist shit and not get called out for it.
Yeah,
I can't be a bigoted fuckwit and not get called out for it.
That's why
and
that's why they always say the word. Yeah.
Well, and here's a great example of it, because here's another quote from him that would kind of exemplify my point. He said, "Why do you think Downton Abbey is so popular in the States? Because there's all black people in it."
Bloody hell.
I also spoke about a show in this country, a very, very famous show back in what was it, the 70s and 80s. It's called Till Death Do Us Part. And he said, imagine if the BBC tried to do Till Death Do Us Part again today with Alf Garnett ranting against black people. It couldn't be done. Now, Alf Garnett is a character who was exceptionally racist. But he was meant to be a satire of racists back in those days. I mean, the character was played by Warren Mitchell. Now, Warren Mitchell was a Jewish man. He was a supporter of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, and he was a lifelong supporter of the Labour Party. The character he played was a far-right racist. He was a supporter of West Ham Football Club, who again had a reputation as being the most. Well, again, West Ham had a reputation as being one of the most racist supporters groups in England at that point.
And I'm not even British, and I know that.
And Garnett was also a supporter of Margaret Thatcher, and even they even did an entire episode where he was supporting the Bible-thumping bigot Mary Whitehouse. But everybody, but there are people who put up quotes from Alf Garnett as, everybody's racist uncle on Facebook sticks up a picture of Alf Garnett with a quote of his and acts like it's some great philosophical point. And again, this is what Barry Humphries was decrying the fact you couldn't have anymore. Now, on top of this, I mean, the Melbourne Comedy Festival, they used to call their award the Barry Award. It was named after him. They renamed it back in 2019 because of his statements about transgender people. And again, I saw no issue with that, because there's been plenty of occasions where awards have been renamed because they were named after somebody controversial. I mean, MTV is currently discussing whether or not to change the name of one of their music video awards. That's the Michael Jackson Award.
Yeah, because all the controversial shit that
all the stuff from Leaving Neverland. Yeah.
Yep.
There was also a science fiction award. I wish I could remember the name of it, but it was changed because the writer that it was named after, he held some deeply racist views. He was a massive supporter of segregation.
Was it Lovecraft?
No, it wasn't Lovecraft, but this is a guy who had worked with the likes of Arthur C. Clarke. So
it could be also Card.
Look, regarding West Ham, I would say that it's very good that I think they've changed their reputation. I think like a team like Chelsea, I don't think have changed that much. They've still got racist individuals. I do think West Ham have changed it.
I've mentioned this before. Chelsea, for example, when they're playing against Tottenham, they will make hissing noises like a gas chamber.
Yeah. And as an Arsenal fan, I do complain about Arsenal using the Y word to describe Spurs, because we like to call ourselves we're a very multicultural club, and we're against racism and all of that. So we can't be racist ourselves when it comes to the Jewish fans of Tottenham, because it's wrong. And I do feel that West Ham have also changed a lot. They even mocked Chelsea, because Chelsea, they kicked that black guy off the train in France. The fans did. and then West Ham mocked it by letting the black guy on the train and actually
this
called
is
him
West
sir
Ham
and
on
everything.
Thunder.
Yeah, I loved it. So yeah. So go on, boss man.
I was going to say, I understand it because Barry Humphries did a lot of good in that country. Like, he did a lot of, like, charitable stuff and stuff like that. But I understand where Fred is coming from, that, like, he said some really bigoted stuff. But the thing is, I think there's kind of, like, there are people who just can't get their head around it. Like, for years, I couldn't get my head around it until I actually went to talk to a lot of people in the gay community here. And they explained
He dressed up in drag. He the guy was already
but the thing is
there.
that the thing is, the difference between drinking and drag and being trans, there's a difference there. Like, somebody who was drag had to explain that to me.
But what's the difference between, say, somebody like Lily Savage and Barry Humphries? Now, Lily Savage and Barry Humphries were able to change their acts for an audience, depending on who they were performing for. So these people, again, Paul O'Grady's Lily Savage, Barry Humphries is Dame Edna, they could go on daytime TV, be as charming as you like. It'd be absolutely suitable for a family audience. Lily Savage hosted a quiz show, Blankety Blank, in prime time, where family audiences were watching. It was completely different from what their stand-up material would have been.
Yes.
You know, what's the difference between what they were doing and what goes on today with, say, Drag Queen Story Hour? Where drag queens, are performing for children, but they're toning down their act.
Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire had a fucking story hour. No one gave a shit about that back in the day when that film came out. When he became at the end of the movie, this drag queen, this guy played by Robin Williams in drag, in makeup, was reading books to children. Everyone fucking loved that shit.
Yep, nobody said shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's because there was, I guess, a nuance there that everyone agreed to make it okay and acceptable because they all knew he was a famous comedian. He wasn't really gay. He was only doing this as a gimmick. So somehow that was acceptable to those people. Do you know what I mean?
There was a lot of stuff. There was a lot of stuff like drag performances to a degree happening in smaller scales with kids involved. And no, I think people just didn't give a shit. But I just think nowadays, any way you can go after, you can do any sort of type of culture war shit in any way possible. It's just how it is nowadays. It's so much easier to do culture war stuff and make that political than it is to come up with solutions to make people's lives better. And that's why it is the way it is at this moment in time.
And again, we have a history of drag acts in this country which cater to children. I mean, pantomime.
Yep. Pantomime,
You go to a pantomime.
Shakespeare.
And again, I was going to say, if you go to a pantomime, what generally happens? You've got the male lead. The lead male character is played by a woman. The ugly sisters typically are played by men.
A Peter Pan has been played by a woman so many times in pantomime as well. You know, no one gave a shit.
Well, I mean, the other one that I could think of is like Les Dawson and the guy who was in Coronation Street used to do a drag act themselves. Les Dawson used
to put on a dress and pretend he was his mother-in-law.
During the Second World War, soldiers in camps when they were POWs would put on dramas just to keep busy, and all the female parts were played by women, even when they weren't in camps and they were just had downtime between battles. There's a picture I have, and I won't be able to put it up here because I don't know how to do that sort of thing, where a bunch of gunners, artillery men, I guess they didn't expect to be attacked. They were attacked, all ran out. There's a picture of them in dresses, loading the guns and firing them.
It's a very, very famous photograph, but here's the thing, though, Christine. They can't spin that as being the far right will look at that and they'll say, well, they were performing at least to other adults. They weren't performing in front of children.
But like you said earlier, there's a total difference between story time and going to a nightclub where you know and you accept the fact because you've paid entrance and you know what to expect. You're not bringing your 4-year-old.
Absolutely.
As opposed to going to a library where someone who's in fancy dress, as you put it there in the UK, is just telling a story and having a good time.
I mean, this is how warped it is. I mean, I wish I'd saved the video before he deleted it, but I don't know if any of you guys, Jose probably doesn't know who I'm talking about, but I don't know if any of you guys remember Jordan Owen 42.
Yeah, I do remember.
Nope.
He stuck up a video claiming that there's a children's book which is called The Hips on the Drag Queen, which is a parody of The Wheels on the Bus. He actually put up a video claiming that book was designed to teach children how to walk in a sexual manner.
What the fuck? Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
He put that video up and then he deleted it shortly afterwards. I wish I'd downloaded a copy of it, but
Oh man.
this is how fucking warped some people are.
And but let's just say, even if there was just one person that was a drag queen that did shit like that, that in no way means that every drag queen does that. You know, and I'm not saying that happened. I doubt it fucking happened. But it's I can't even put it into words. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah, this is. Okay, guys, let's move on from this particular subject. Okay, what the last wrestling bit of news, and it is to do with wrestling free agents confirmed in 2024. Why don't you lead us off with that, Shredder?
So I mentioned last week that Deonna Purrazzo has mentioned that she will be a free agent come 2024. She's looking at exploring her options outside of TNA. However, we've had some more confirmation about other wrestlers whose contracts are due up next year, and it's still uncertain about whether or not they're going to re-sign. And there's some really big names in this one. Drew McIntyre is one. He's still not re-signed a new deal. Coming up in June of 2024 are the contracts of Seth Rollins and Becky Lynch.
Okay. Wow. That makes no sense. I mean, look, Seth Rollins is one of the top 5 guy within the company. He has to sign. It makes no sense. I mean, he is invaluable to the WWE. He's so important to them. He's their best. In my opinion, he's their best guy.
Yeah,
their best wrestler.
Here's
you guaranteed a 4 or 5 star match with him every time.
Here's what's going to happen: Rollins and Lynch stays, McIntyre goes easy because McIntyre, he's going to be getting out of there. I think
McIntyre's going to stay. I think this is a hullabaloo out nothing. I think he's just dragging it out, hoping to get a decent deal. Eventually, if he signs too early, he might not get as good a deal as he would if he signs later on.
He could do like the last minute type of thing and say, "Okay, yeah, I'll hold you by the balls if you don't give me what I want, and then if you give me what I want, then I'll stay." Yeah,
the guy's top tier. I mean, these are top tier guys. You can't afford to get. You can't. Seth Rollins, man, you don't want to get rid of.
Yeah, you don't want to get rid of him. You don't want to get.
You don't want to get rid of Seth Rollins. The guy's fucking amazing. Every time Seth Rollins wrestles, I'm going to watch it because I know it's good.
Yep.
Yeah, the guy doesn't have.
And Becky Lynch, by default, is going to end up staying anyway because she's like, I ain't getting ready to be apart from him. I mean, I know they got a kid to raise, but she's like, I'm not getting ready to be apart from him.
It depends if AEW comes in offering a lot more money and a lighter schedule.
That is true because Seth
might be conducive to some people with a very, very young child.
Yeah, because Seth ain't all that young anymore his damn self. I mean, plus he's done it all in WWE when you realistically think about it. He's won, I think, every title that there is to win.
They need to put the World Heavyweight title on McIntyre.
They do. Yeah, they do.
Unfortunately, I think he's at the picture at this moment in time because he's not going to be facing Roman Reigns anytime soon. They're both heels.
And Roman
like
Roman might be holding it till next September just because WWE likes to be petty and have him break Hogan's record, which would not surprise me in the slightest bit.
I would, whether he does or he doesn't, doesn't bother me. But I don't think because of the heel versus heel thing, which the WWE rarely does, I don't think he'll be fighting him anytime soon unless Roman has a face change, and even that will make no sense. And on top of that, it looks like Seth Rollins is scheduled to fight CM Punk in the future, and I think
that's your WrestleMania Night 1 main event. They've already kind of given it away. Yeah,
pretty much. The other contracts that are coming up potentially in the free agent market, from the looks of things, Alexander Hammerstone, who's been trying to get out of his MLW deal, he will be on the free agency market come 2024.
Okay,
I suspect AEW is probably going to pick him up, reunite him with MJF.
Yeah.
AEW, though, have got a couple of names going on the free agency market next year. QT Marshall, we already know about. He's made clear he's not re-signing with the company. But here's the big one. Dustin Rhodes.
Goldie. We might be seeing
Yeah.
Goldie go back. Okay. I could
Yeah,
actually see I could see Dustin actually leaving AEW. No shit.
Well, look, he needs to be put in the Hall of Fame. I think him and Rey Mysterio are the last of the pre-kayfabe wrestlers
Yep.
who are still active today, still wrestling today. You know, put this motherfucker. If he goes back, put him in the Hall of Fame next year. You know, he deserves.
Yeah. Even the
Well,
Undertaker
that
even the
that would be-
Undertaker said that he needs to go in there.
That would most
Yeah.
likely be part of his deal if he ever goes back, which is, again, he goes into the Hall of Fame. Here's the thing, though. I think he would probably want to do one final run as himself, as Dustin Rhodes.
Yep.
Because remember,
That would be-
he's burned his Goldust gear.
Yeah, he
He
did.
very probably set fire to his Goldust gear, said he wasn't going to do that gimmick anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if he does go to the Hall of Fame, he goes in the Hall of Fame as Dustin Rhodes. Dustin Rhodes, the guy who wrestled in the back of a truck. Dustin Rhodes, who was Goldust and Black Rain. Dustin Rhodes, who tagged team with his father
The
against the
Natural.
$1 Million Man and
The
Virgil.
natural.
You know, that's what you go in for. You know, like, yeah, get this guy in the Hall of Fame. Obviously, don't forget the guy, what he did on the plane ride from hell. Let's never forget that, yeah. As well, unfortunately, but yeah. But
Yeah.
regardless of,
Yeah.
even with that hanging over his head, you know, as far as him being a wrestler is concerned, yeah, he needs to go into the Hall of Fame.
I mean, he's still
So,
a solid worker. He could easily go back for like one final 1 year run and have the WrestleMania match that he and Cody have wanted to have.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention Sting. He's the other guy who still wrestles today, who's pre-kayfabe,
Yep.
as well. So, yeah. All right.
But
Okay.
yeah,
So
so we don't think Rollins and Lynch are going anywhere.
Nope.
Although again,
No.
I suppose it depends how much Tony Khan's prepared to to throw.
well,
How
why would they
much
look,
nose
if
candy
I,
he's had.
look, if I was
I mean,
them,
again, if it's a lighter schedule with more money, and again,
You'd be
Rollins
stupid not
has
to
been-
take that. Yeah.
Rollins
but-
has been doing this, for nearly 20 years now.
Yeah.
I don't think AEW's got legs, man. I really don't. I don't think AEW's got legs at all.
I think
And-
with
even-
AEW, like I
even
said,
if it
next
doesn't-
year, if they lose like $30-something million next year and they still don't turn a profit, then there's going to be reason to panic.
Even if it doesn't have legs, imagine if you're Seth Rollins, you get offered an extra 25% on what WWE was paying you. You don't work anywhere near as much as you would have in WWE because there's no house shows in AEW.
Yep.
You get a bigger percentage of your merch. You've got a contract that's valid for 3 years,
Yep. You're
And you
working 120 a year like the boys did in WCW.
and you get paid no matter. And maybe for all we know, these contracts that AEW's throwing out, they might be similar to WCW in the sense that you're paid whether or not the company even exists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
You could
I
show up,
guess,
tell
but
us when you want to work, and
I
blah,
just
blah,
feel
blah,
that
blah, blah.
in the day he'll have to go back to WWE regardless. You know,
Again, it depends on how much money he's making, and if he's not working as hectic a schedule, he
Yeah.
could easily take outside ventures. Becky Lynch, for example, could maybe try her hand at acting.
Yeah.
I know Seth Rollins is in the new Captain America movie as well. I mean, they
Mhm.
could have careers in acting if they wanted to. I guess both of them.
Yeah.
You know, Seth Rollins would make a great Kraven the Hunter if that was the case. But
Yeah,
it's a
well,
shame.
he's got the hair for it.
He's got the whole look. I've seen him wear that sort of Kraven the Hunter type of jackets.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
and I think there was this guy. You know, I mean, this is the MCU, not the Sony MCU. So
Yeah.
they could fucking make it. Yeah, they could make a. I mean, we've already seen Sony's Spider-Man in there, so they can make a different version of Kraven. Seth
Mm.
Rollins is annoying. I don't
Stop
care where
bringing
he
up his
goes.
comments when it's just irrelevant shit like this.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
But the fact, right? So again, we think Rollins and Lynch maybe, but
Yeah.
probably not likely going.
McIntyre's one that's probably gonna go.
I'm on the fence with him. I think he might go somewhere for creative reasons.
think he's
potentially
staying.
AEW for the money and the
Japan.
lighter schedule.
Yep.
It'll go to Japan, or if he goes to AEW, they'll bury him. It's just
Again, I think Hammerstone is probably going to AEW at some point.
MJF. Yeah.
And Rhodes, I think, is the one that's probably most likely flipping from AEW to WWE and having a final 1 year run before going into the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
he
then
should be the whole thing.
okay, speaking of legends and all that shit, here's a little wrestling tidbit. The Headbangers have signed a Legends deal with WWE, meaning that they will probably be coming back.
Well, Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson.
No, the Headbangers,
No,
Mosh
the
and Thrasher.
Headbangers.
The Headbangers.
You're thinking of the Brainbusters.
You're thinking
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
Brain
sorry,
Busters.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because I read that little piece.
Yeah.
I read that little piece of news. Like I think it was yesterday. They said that the
Isn't one
Headbangers
of the
will be coming back.
one of the Headbangers like working with Al Snow on OVW?
I'm not sure,
Okay.
but they did.
No, I've
but they
not
did
paid
sign
much
a.
attention to OVW, so.
Yeah, they did sign a
Okay,
Legends
okay.
deal, so they'll probably be in the upcoming video game and all that kind of shit, which is cool to see.
Yeah,
All right.
they're great wrestlers. So
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Well, look, that's it. We're done with wrestling now. I believe. Hallelujah. To tell you the truth, there's a lot of wrestling talk there. Okay, final thing of TV and film is Austin. I don't know what this is about. Austin St. John morphing from Red Ranger to orange jumpsuit.
Oh,
What
okay.
the fuck is this?
So, Austin St. John played the original Red Ranger in the old Mighty Morphin Power Rangers series.
Uh-huh.
Now, Hasbro has just announced a brand new toy line of original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers Elite series,
Nice.
which are based on the original sculpts. Now, well, that are based on the original characters. Now, here's the thing. It's a bit confusing the way they package these things. So, like the Green Ranger, for example, his chest plate, his shield, is packaged with the Red Ranger figure. The other thing as well, all of the figures are coming with a civilian head. So, in other words, they will come with the head of the actual actor as well as
mask.
the head of the mask. So you
Oh,
can
and the
interchange
mask.
them.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can interchange the head on them. So you can have them with the full outfit and mask, or full outfit, but the mask is off, and you've got the head of the characters, all except the Red Ranger. And the reason for this is because Austin St. John is facing up to 20 years in prison for fraud.
Oh, yeah, because this is an old story. Because I remember, this was years ago that this came out about him. That,
Yeah, but
he was-
it's now got to the point where Hasbro isn't even prepared to do business with him anymore.
Oh, yeah, this hurts. This hurts because I actually met Austin St. John before. He was a good dude.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's
Yeah.
facing. So it's well, it was last year that the charges were filed, but
Yep.
Austin St. John is facing 20 years in federal prison for PPP related wire fraud.
Mm.
He was one of
PPP?
8, Paycheck Protection Program.
It was during
So-
COVID because I remember, during
Yeah,
that
so
time. Yeah.
He was one of 18. He was one of 18 people who were arrested and charged for this.
Like with that football player, the American football player that took money, was it Brady?
Favre.
But there's been a few programs.
Yeah, you're thinking of Brett.
during COVID and even after it. But again,
Yeah.
this would actually probably as well go to explain why when there was discussion about doing a reunion episode of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they would not book Austin St. John.
Nope.
So
They
I
didn't
think
get him.
Hasbro has realized, he's potentially in a lot of trouble, and they want nothing to do with him now.
Yep.
Yeah.
To the point where they won't even put his head in toys anymore.
Yeah, I think it's safe to
Okay.
say ASJ's days are over. Like, I think it's like, we ain't touching him. And honestly, as much as it sucks as a fan, you hate to see it as a fan because I grew up on Power Rangers, but business-wise, it's the move that has to be made. As fucked up as it is, you got to cut ties.
Yeah, because I mean, I've seen. I don't know if you've seen the figures, but they've got pretty accurate facial sculpts for the likes
Yep.
of Amy Jo Johnson as the Pink Ranger, and David
Zach
Jason
is the
Frank,
Black Ranger.
and Toby the Green Ranger. Again, they've got pretty accurate head sculpts for all of these, but the only one you're not getting in the whole collection is the head sculpt of Austin St. John as
St.
the Red
John.
Ranger. As
Yep.
Red Ranger.
Wouldn't it be great if they'd done just a practice mold and never released it, but you got your hands on that piece? Can you
That
imagine
would be
what
a
that
hell
would
of
be
a
worth?
collector's item.
That would be a hell of a collector's item.
I'm surprised they haven't maybe gone with one of the later iterations though. Whoever it was that played the Red Ranger right after him.
Steve Cardenas, could have
Yeah,
been that guy. Yep.
I'm surprised they didn't do some kind of deal with that instead. But I do want somebody on YouTube to do a transition video where he holds up the power coin and does its morphin time, and then he just suddenly appears in an orange jumpsuit.
Yeah.
Like fucking nails from the WWE. So Cheeto says there was an episode in the episode of Green Ranger.
the Green
gave
Ranger
Red
did.
Ranger
But again,
plate armor.
why would you put that on? Why would you do that anyway, even as a gimmick? If you're selling a Green Ranger figure, just give him the fucking chest plate.
Dude, you have to go back into like the episode, like this is why we're Nerd Tube, because in one of the episodes, like Tommy was like, all right, Jason was getting his ass kicked, and Tommy's like, here, dude, take my shield. That's why they gave him the shield. Yeah.
Not only
But
that,
it was a one and done episode. That was it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you also have to buy more figures? Because if you're getting mixed armor,
it's shitty it's a shitty marketing ploy just to make you buy both figures.
Yep. And I guarantee those figures ain't going to be cheap, because I bet if I go on Amazon and look at them when they come out, I guarantee they're going to be about $30 or more, guaranteed.
Probably.
Yep.
All right.
So,
but you were a massive Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fan, weren't you, Jose?
Yeah, that was the first show I grew up on, man, because I'm the youngest one here. Out of everybody here, I'm the youngest, so I could definitely relate to Power Rangers, and like I would know the stuff I'm talking about.
You're not that much younger than I am. I mean, I did watch it. Yeah, I did watch it too when I was growing up. But I just wanted to know, because again, you're a bigger fan of it than I was, because I was more of a Ninja Turtles fan back in the day.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I was curious to know what your take was about the fact that again, Austin St. John's figure, his head's not going to be on the figure, whereas everybody else is.
Yeah, it sucks for him though, man. I mean, it's unfortunate. Because like I said, I met the guy before. He was a good dude. Like, he genuinely cared about his fans, and he was like, I enjoyed doing the show for you guys when I met him, and he was a good guy. But to hear all this shit come out about him, man, it just sucks, because Ted DiBiase Jr. is on that list of people that have committed the fraud. Brett Favre's on that list of people that have committed fraud. So it's like, yeah, I guess it's true what they say. Don't ever really meet your heroes, man. Sucks.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, I had Chrissy Heim in my car, and she was a fucking I better watch what I say. I had Chrissy Heim in my car, and we didn't get along, and I was hoping to ask her for a selfie,
a phone number,
a selfie. But I knew that the moment we met and she started choking on my air fresheners, I knew that I had lost any opportunity to ask her for a selfie after that.
Yeah.
So yeah. There you go.
Sorry, I thought you were done.
I'm done.
Okay, I've driven a couple generals, but I remember one general that I drove. They usually get in, they ask a few questions, make small talk, then they start talking to their aide, and that's fine. You know that as the driver. They're not there to talk to you, right? But I had this one asshole get in, and he's like, what trade are you? Have you been driving long? What's your name? Not in that order. Before I could get out the answer to the first question, he was already talking to his aide. It was like, why even bother? You're just a dick.
Yeah, what a dick.
Sounds like a dick.
Eat a dick. Yeah, Billy was. Yeah, I could see that. Billy was your favorite. Could relate to a nerd who couldn't fight. Although if you play the video game, like Billy can't fight in real life in the video game, but then the second that he morphs, he could fight. And I'm like, what the fuck is that about?
Stuntman in the outfit.
Yeah.
All right. So look, that's TV and film done. So we're gonna mix gaming with only 2 items in gaming and some politics as well. But some of the politics stuff we can all talk about, and when it gets to more serious stuff, Jose, I'll let you know. But we've got 2 items here on Elon Musk, and the first one I'm looking forward to talking about is Grok. Grok is his version. Sorry, go on.
Before we get started, I just want to share a meme something that you could say to people who say Merry Christmas and they're really right wing, and just say Happy Holidays. All holidays matter. And I just thought,
I love it. I love it.
That's great. That's great.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. So we have all these different types of AI chatbots going on now, and one of them is created by, or allegedly created by Elon Musk, but apparently he just copied somebody else's chatbot and put his version on it, put his name on it, calling it Grok. And apparently Grok, heaven forbid, we've already spoken about this earlier, but Grok happens to be woke, you know, and this is something I want to show you, by the way.
Yeah,
I pulled up on...
somebody asked it to verbally shit on him, and it did.
Yeah.
So they asked the Grok chatbot, roast Elon Musk based on his points and be vulgar. The tirade this thing went on was fucking epic.
So here is I pulled up the NerdTube Twitter account, by the way. And here is some stuff I wrote. I just typed in Grok, what is woke, and this is some of the stuff I got. So this is what Grok says in the regarding black people and suicide rate in the United States. The most likely age, sex, and race of a person statistically most likely to commit homicide is a young black male between the ages of 15 to 34. According to the data, this demographic group has the highest homicide victimization rate and is also represented. So I meant homicide, not suicide earlier, and represented among homicide offenders. It's important to know that these statistics do not apply that all young black males are involved in criminal activities, but rather highlight a significant issue that needs to be addressed through social and economic reforms to improve the lives of those most at risk.
What the fuck is this?
No, but it's basically trying to say that black people have it bad. You know, they don't have it good. You know, and this is why when it comes to like homicide rates and stuff like that, there is a reason behind it all, and it's not simply because they're savages. You know, it's more to do than that. There are some more.
Well, here's the one. I'll read this one out here. This is the one that, again, somebody asked Grok to roast Elon Musk, and this is what Grok wrote in reply.
Okay.
Well, if it isn't the man who put the twit in Twitter, the one and only Elon Musk. So you want me to roast you based on your posts? I'll do my best, but I'm not sure you can handle it, you delicate little flower. First off, let's talk about your obsession with X. It's like you're trying to compensate for something, but I'm not sure what. Maybe it's your inability to understand basic human emotions or your lack of self-awareness. Or maybe it's just because you're a giant man-child who can't resist a shiny new toy. And speaking of toys, let's not forget your little space adventure with SpaceX. You're like a kid playing with rockets in the backyard, except your backyard is the entire universe and your rockets cost more than some countries' GDPs. But hey, at least you're keeping busy while the rest of us are trying to save the planet you're so eager to leave. But let's not forget your greatest accomplishment, turning Twitter into a dumpster fire. Congratulations, you've managed to alienate users, advertisers, and even your own employees. You're like a bull in a china shop, except the china shop is a social media platform and the bull is a man with more money than sense. In conclusion, Elon Musk, you are like a walking meme, except not even the internet wants to claim you. You're the human equivalent of a Tesla on autopilot. You think you're going places, but you're just a danger to everyone around you.
Okay, yo. This wins the Golden Glasses Award for Pipe Bomb of the Year. Fuck Christian. Fuck all that. This is it right here. Elon Musk got bodied on his own website by an AI that he created. That is the funniest fucking thing.
Yeah.
Self-owned of the year, to be honest with you.
Dude, yeah, that's the self-owner of the year. Like, how, like, it's like you can ask Siri, hey Siri, how do I own myself? It's like that right there. That's literally how you own your own damn self.
And this is something Tim Pool, or Dim Fool, as we like to call him, regarding his question to Grok: are trans women male? Trans women are individuals who are assigned male at birth but identify as female. The concept of gender is complex and multifaceted, and encompasses one personal identity, social expression, and physical characteristics. It's important to respect the identities of trans women and use their preferred pronouns. I'm not sure if it totally answered that question. But it definitely gave a more positive response regarding them being identifying as women than whether they are women or not. So definitely, a woke response, in my opinion, and I like that response. It's perfect, absolutely. And these are the things they're complaining about, and they're hoping now, the powers that be within Elon Musk's engineering team or whatever, as well as Elon Musk simps, they want them to change Grok to make it more right wing. So yeah, sorry, Shredder. We've got a comment here from Rick B. Can see Shredder is getting all horny because he's reading something. I'm getting all horny because he's reading something about Elon Musk. Don't get it. It's all good. On a scale of 1 to 100, it appears that Dr. Simon Godek has a relatively low wokeness score based on the provided tweets and search results. Dr. Godek seems to be strongly anti-woke, with a focus on objective analysis and rejection of mainstream narratives. His stance on various issues, such as COVID-19 pandemic and the trans movement, reflect a more conservative and traditional perspective. It is important to note that wokeness is a subjective term that can be interpreted differently by various individuals. However, based on the available information, Dr. Godek's views and actions place him at a low level of wokeness, likely in the 1 to 10 range on the scale of 1 to 100. I have no idea who Simon Godek is, but regardless. All right. I just want to talk on that briefly. We've already spoken about wokeness a fair bit today, so let's move on. All right. Let's do some gaming. E3 is officially dead.
Finally.
I'm a big crazy. Look,
who the fuck didn't see this coming?
Yeah, finally.
Look,
I mean,
look, I'm
sad to see go.
Yeah, boss man, I agree with you, mate. I'm sad because I don't like all of these individual
showcases and shit like that.
Yeah, exactly. I liked it when everything was coming together under one umbrella, and you could watch it all. And then even if you didn't see it all, you would at least get highlight packages the following day, showing you what you missed or what you really want to see and stuff like that. E3 began it all, but then unfortunately the greediness and the selfishness of these individual corporations and companies and game manufacturers meant that we couldn't get everything on one day. It would get splurted out at different periods.
Yeah, it'd be like 3 days worth of shit, and then sometimes you'd get it, sometimes you wouldn't get it.
E3 didn't do themselves any favors either. I mean, they had issues of their own, like the data leaks, for example. I mean, they lost the credit card information of attendees one year.
Yep, data mines and all that bullshit happened. Here's what happened, what I think happened. It all started in the late 2010s when companies started saying, okay, we're not going fuck E3, because a lot of people spent a lot of money on this shit. Like, I remember the last E3 where people were really talking about it was 2016. After 2016, I don't think people really talked about E3 all that much, because we got God of War announced that year. We got Last of Us 2 announced that year. We got some really good shit announced that year. And then after that, companies started not to go because it was too much money. Companies weren't willing to spend that kind of money on a budget. Like, I remember when Twisted Metal for PS3 got announced, it cost them, I think, $2 million it cost them like $2 million to get the ice cream truck, the guy that played Sweet Tooth and all that shit, just to announce their fucking game. And companies are like, we're not trying to spend that much money on E3. So that was definitely one of the reasons why E3 is dead, is because companies are like, you know what, fuck it, we could just do a trailer. We don't need to spend this kind of money.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad to see it go because for a couple of reasons. The main one is Devolver Digital always did the most brilliant fake, wiki-taking, flaming fake conferences. Theirs were amazing, like, was it Nina Myers and all that sort of stuff, and it was just a Mickey take of the whole business and stuff like that. I love that. And sometimes you get interesting moments like where you get Square Enix and the guy with the moon head and stuff like that, and stuff like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was really an outdated format. Again, with the way the internet works these days, the fact that it's in pretty much most people's homes now, or even on a mobile device, there is no need to have a physical expo to show off your gaming, to show off your upcoming games. You can easily just release a trailer online and onto YouTube.
Hi, Jim. All Nintendo.
Hello, Jim.
Yeah, and with PlayStation, Microsoft, and Sony, they're all like, we could just announce our own shit anytime we want. And that was when I knew the end of E3 was coming, was right around the time Switch came out, and they're like, you know what? We're just going to start doing Nintendo Directs. And I'm like, well, okay, Nintendo's out of E3. They were the first motherfuckers to go. And then Sony said, you know what? We're going to do our own showcases too. And then Sony pulled out, and then Microsoft said, all right, well, fuck it. We'll leave. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, plus
why
Blizzard
don't
have been holding their own convention for years, so they're living proof that any games company could do it.
Yeah,
they didn't need to spend all that money for E3 when they could just literally just showcase their own stuff.
But for me, what I preferred about E3 compared to everyone doing their own personal showcases is that you get the cream of the crop on E3. Like these guys, when it comes to some of the stuff they were going to showcase, would it be Sony, Microsoft, Blizzard, whoever, they would only show their best stuff. Hey, quiet, you guys. They only show their best stuff, and now we're getting all this fucking bullshit they're showing. When it comes to their own personal showcases, that most people don't give a fucking flying fuck about. And yeah, that's my issue with individual showcases.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to see their best stuff, not their bullshit. And then we get them talking forever about bollocks. I don't give a fuck.
And you want to know the funny thing? Nintendo, most of the E3s wasn't even there. It was like, here we are, but we have a fuckload of cash. Here's some shit you don't care about. That was what Nintendo contributed to E3, which was absolutely nothing most of the time. Every once in a while, you'd get like a Metroid, Mario, or Zelda, but Nintendo was always the butt of the joke at E3, which I always found hilarious.
Quick comment here from Brick B. Kenny Omega just announced he's
he's out indefinitely. He got hurt.
I remember, this is how old I am. I remember when Nintendo first came out and playing Nintendo and playing Zelda when it first came out.
Yep, my mom goes back that far. She goes back to those days playing the original Zelda on the NES. Yep. And Mike Tyson's Punch Out and the original Mario.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yep.
I love some of these classic games, mate. If I save up enough money, I'm desperate to buy myself an actual arcade machine.
Yep.
With like a built-in 3,000, 10,000 game, but sort of malarkey. With 4 joysticks, so I could play Turtles on it.
Hell yeah! Turtles in Time Turtles in Time alone would be worth the purchase.
Exactly. So so that's what I'm hoping to get in the future. But I love retro games, man. They're so much fun. So
I had a friend who's the first friend in our social group to get Atari. So
nice.
We all went to their house.
Nice.
2600 Atari, yes. I remember. Yeah.
Want to hear a joke? E.T. the video game. Come on, guys, laugh, damn it.
I don't remember.
You're not the angry video game nerd, Jose. We're not going to just pretend to laugh at something as dumb as that.
Yeah. E.T. the video game. Landfill.
That was a horrible
That's
fucking
all you
game.
Need.
Same with Pac-Man for the 2600.
Yeah, Pac-Man sucked ass on that thing, man.
Okay, so we're gonna go sticking with gaming to a degree, but more on the political side of things, is booby streamers on Twitch. Now, I'm not sure if you guys know, but Twitch are kind of changing their policies, so to speak, because for a while now with Twitch, you could pretty much be a naked chick. You could have you could be showing lots of cleavage, lots of ass, and you don't really have to be doing fuck all, really. You could just be filing your nails. And
hang on, that's not really technically true, Sam. I mean, you're starting to sound like the fucking quartering on this one.
Really? No. There's a woman. There's a girl on Twitter I saw through Penguino. There's one girl. She would just show her fucking forearm, and she'll be asking money for people just to see her eventually go into a hot tub. That was it. Okay. That's all she was doing.
Yeah. Okay, so
you've got things like but you're thinking I'm being derogative towards them. I don't give a fuck if they're making money. Good for them, But I'm just saying, But Twitch itself, for a long time, was mainly a gaming platform, But then it became a bit a bit different, with a lot of what we call booby streamers who are there obviously to using their assets in the right way because they're making money out of it.
They've had what's called various metas. So one of them, which I think has now been officially banned, or at least it was banned, I think, last year, was the gambling meta. So channels that were promoting online gambling, they're gone.
Unless you're on Kick. I mean, Kick does that still, but
but we're talking about Twitch. We're talking about Twitch specifically.
But I think Twitch itself is obviously getting a lot of competition now from Kick, which has got like no rules pretty much whatsoever, and anything goes. And
but
I think they realize
it's not advertiser friendly.
Yeah, but at the same time, I think they just want more people to watch their shit, and now they're basically letting go of the leash, and they're saying, "All right, girls, if you want to show those nips, well, fucking good."
With regard to Twitch, what happened with them recently? I mean, people have been talking about boob streamers on fucking Twitch for years. I mean, there's been channels that have been doing body painting. There's art channels. I know Twitch. I think it was last year, cracked down on bikini channels. So what happens now is the only time you're actually allowed to stream on Twitch and wearing a bikini is if you're at a beach or you're in a hot tub. Hence the meta of hot tub streams. Some of those have pushed the limits. They've wound up being banned for having sexually suggestive content. Others, they stay within the rules, so they stay up. What happened recently was there was a streamer, I believe her name was Morgpie, and she appeared to be topless in stream. You couldn't see like down far down enough on her chest, to see nipple, areola, etc. But what happened was she apparently did a dance for a viewer. It was considered an erotic dance, which was against Twitch's rules. She got banned for it. She has since revealed she wasn't actually topless during that stream. She actually was wearing a low crop top. And she wore the same top during an interview that she was giving fairly recently about the ban. Twitch have now updated their terms of service. So there were a bunch of people who were decrying Morgpie and saying, "Oh, this is disgusting. She's a whore." Things like that. Shoeonhead, for example, called her a whore. The Quartering said that she was. The Quartering said she was out there trying to take advantage of 12-year-old boys. FaZe Clan was another one. I mean, FaZe Clan's a fucking group who openly uses homophobic and transphobic slurs in their stream. Has not been banned yet, but they were complaining about the fact, check this girl out. The fact that she's just showing, cleavage, and she's getting views from this. It's disgusting. Fuck them. But Twitch decided to update their terms of service, which I said was probably going to happen, but it appears they've actually gone more in favor of the women, because they've admitted that they were previously disproportionately banning women for acts on stream. So what's now happening? If I'm going to try and find it, because I did have something up about this on.
You look for the article, but page. In the meantime,
no, I'm not looking for the article. I'll find it fairly quickly, because again, it was fairly new on the Nerd Nation page. Yep. But what happened was, so the short version of their updated terms of service, they've merged the rules on sexually explicit and sexually suggestive content into one category, and certain previously banned forms of sexually explicit or sexually suggestive content are now going to be allowed, as long as the streams are appropriately labeled that they will have this kind of content. What this does mean, though, is that kind of content will no longer be featured on Twitch's homepage. So again, women in low cut tops, they can still stream on the platform. They just will be kept off the homepage, so that can stay advertiser friendly.
Fair enough. I mean, okay. Like I said, I don't.
Again, they've admitted that women were penalized unfairly in a lot of cases. They've changed the policy on not showing artistic depictions. So things like drawn, sculpted, or animated depictions of a woman's breasts or the buttocks or the genitals of any gender, that's now going to be allowed on stream. And Twitch has said, look, that this was, the fact that we banned this was actually harming our artist community. So that's going to be allowed back on the platform. And look, there's going to be some people who push the limits on the rules. I mean, there always is whenever
Yep.
there's a rule change on
Well,
Twitch.
You had that one particular girl who ended up fucking her boyfriend on Twitch. You know, like she
Yeah, but
thought
she got a permanent ban for that.
She got
yeah,
permanent
she
ban
did.
for that.
But
yeah.
no, but what I'm saying is that would that be okay now?
No,
No.
that's not
no,
okay now.
no. Artistic
No,
nudity.
So,
They'll allow artistic nudity for that reason. They'll allow that, but they won't
and
allow you
they'll,
to
they'll
be.
allow things like sexually suggestive dancing, strip teases, etc. That's going to be allowed, but overt sexual content where you're falling into the category of pornography, that's not going to be allowed. I mean, again, there's been people who've spent years, railing against female streamers on Twitch. I mean, you could find multiple incel channels on YouTube who have been railing against the girls who've been doing the body painting streams. Again, they're not my cup of tea. I don't watch, but
I had no idea.
I've got no issue with them. And they have rules as well. Like, for example, they've got to keep their the nipples and areola covered when they're doing the body painting. They've also got to keep their genitals and their buttocks covered too. So it's not completely sexually explicit. There are rules where they've got to make sure it's artistic. They're also going to be allowing one of the things they're going to be relaxing now though is painting messages on the human body. So you know how people have sometimes for a protest they've painted like a message across their chest or even across their bare ass or whatever. That's going to be allowed now on Twitch. But again, it's going to be kept off the front page.
I paint subscribe on my fucking chest. Boss man.
Well, this goes to my issue that I've had with this, which is like males are allowed to put their man boobs on flaming Twitch. Not a whisper, not even you're not allowed to do that. But women do. Oh, they're why is a woman nipple more sexual than a man nipple? No one is be able to
I agree.
reasonably discuss that with me in a way that isn't sexist. It's sexist. I'm sorry, it just is. Because, I'm sorry, a woman's nipple is no more sexual than mine is. It just isn't. If you find it more sexual, that's a problem with you, not the woman, to say it.
I agree. I agree.
Even if it's meant to be sexual, isn't that her body? Isn't she allowed to display it or use it as she wishes?
Yeah, she sees
You're
fit.
allowed to change the channel if you don't like it. I'm saying that 12-year-olds should be, invited to watch. But if there's some sort of viewer discretion, I mean,
yeah, if it's viewer discretion advised, parents be a fucking parent and tell your kid, hey, you ain't watching this shit. It's that simple.
Well, put parental control on your shit. Yeah. So.
Well, here's the thing. The minimum age you have to be in order to have a Twitch account is 13. But I think what will happen is, again, because if you've got your stream labeled as having sexual content, it means it will be closed off to anybody who is under the age of 18.
Yep.
So really, it's the bare minimum that they could do. And I actually think Twitch has probably gone in the right direction with these updates in the terms of service, because again, they're not going to disproportionately ban women the way that they have. I guarantee, obviously, every time there's a rule change on Twitch, there is somebody who likes to push it to the extreme and test the limits.
Yep, and there always is, and then Twitch
always is.
Yep, and then Twitch will do something else that people don't like because this is how it goes with them. Goes back
and regarding advertisers, you'll just get the advertisers that will happily advertise on shit like this. Like there will be maybe it won't be mainstream, it'll be a bit more niche. These sort of these companies and businesses, but they'll take advantage of it regardless. Let's read some comments. Cousin Cheeto, let them make money. They won't get mine, but good for them getting money using what their mummy gave them. Yeah, I mean...
Well, again, the ban is actually, and the controversy has actually benefited Morkpie to a degree, because immediately after the ban and the attention that was brought to that, she wound up with an extra, I think, 30,000 subscribers on Twitch. And also there was a lot of traffic then afterwards went to her only. But again, on top of that, there was a lot of traffic that moved over from that to her OnlyFans account.
Fair enough. I mean, look, I look personally, when it comes to titillation, I don't go on Twitch. I go on sites that are designed for that, personally. But if other people want to mix their titillation with their gaming, then fair enough, and there are plenty plenty of streamers. You know, there are plenty of hunky male streamers as well as beautiful female streamers who could offer you that.
Yeah, Zan doesn't
said,
care for Twitch. Zan doesn't care for Twitch. He goes on to Rumble to watch Steven Crowder and drag.
Yeah, my favorite. People are too prudish about sex. Yep, I agree. Can you believe that?
Yeah, but again, you notice it was all the conservatives though who were going after Mordpie. Again, shoe on head.
Yeah, well,
alt-right grifter, calling her a whore. The Quartering accusing her of effectively grooming.
I can't stand shoe on head, man. I fucking hate that woman. I really
She's
fucking
a
do.
good looking lass.
Doesn't matter, man. I mean, she is. Don't worry, they are good looking. There's people like fucking Blair White. I mean, she's one of the hottest trans women I've ever seen, and I would fuck her to pieces. But regardless, I fucking hate her. You know what I mean?
You could be aesthetically good looking, but have very, very ugly opinions.
Yes, you know what I mean. So, Rigby, I would allow fucking.
Well, yeah, you just basically be turning Twitch into Pornhub.
Yeah, that's all.
I have I've dated men that can be considered like very attractive Greek goddess almost. Because as a woman in the army, you had your pick. You really did. I dumped them almost right away when I found out who they were on the inside. Thankfully, I learned really young. It didn't really matter. Is how hot you were. If you open your mouth, you could turn ugly really quickly.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Christ, look at like what's that guy? The Golden One. You know, I don't know if you guys have ever seen him. I mean, if you watch like Superpowered Beatdown, they actually hired him to portray Thor in their Thor versus Superman fight. But he has got some really fucking poisonous views when it comes to white nationalism.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there's Lauren Southern as well. She's gorgeous, but she's also a horrible bitch. You know what I mean? So I will acknowledge people who are attractive, but I won't let my acknowledge of them being attractive blind me from them being cunts. All right. Okay. So hopefully that's enough said. Blair White is awesome. She doesn't have.
Oh yeah, fuck off.
Blair White is also like Caitlyn Jenner. They still want to remain within the right wing grift circle, even though they want to be the pick me within that group. Because Caitlyn Jenner, she is a fucking despicable human being who wants to shit on trans people but be accepted for being trans herself. Even though when she's around other conservatives, they are calling her Bruce and shitting on her, but she wants to remain with those motherfuckers. She can go fuck herself.
Although, except if Blair White, in Blair White's case, you know, you get the American conservative movement, and they seem to be openly embracing her and calling her Blair because they think
she's attractive for a start.
Yeah. Alex Jones, for example, was one.
Alex Jones fucked her, by the way. Alex Jones definitely fucked her. Yeah, can't prove it. But Alex Jones.
Well, we know Alex Jones. Well, Alex Jones, yeah, he's married. But no, Alex Jones, we know also has a fetish for trans people because you know, he accidentally leaked it online.
Yeah, he did. He did, and he was like proper, like being very nice to Blair and using her preferred pronouns and everything.
Yeah, but he accidentally leaked out one of his internet searches, which was for a transgender porn star who specializes in penetrating men.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, so I think he's definitely been going after her. You know what I mean? Like he's and done the deed, got her out of his system. Yeah, that's me, but opposite, ugly outside. No, don't be so bad, mate. You know, you're like, your ex-wife and your ex-girlfriend have been gorgeous. You're not that ugly, mate. You know what I mean? You've been very attractive to them.
And I don't know
I'll see you, cousin Cheeto.
I don't know the guy who just made the comment, but I can tell you right away, it doesn't matter what you think you look like on the outside. As soon as you open your mouth, your looks will actually improve if you impress or if you're intelligent or if you're funny. I've seen it in my life so many times where I'm like, yeah, that guy's kind of all right looking. And then I talk to them and they get more attractive in my eyes.
Oh, totally. I mean, I'm a straight man, and you know, I would happily do cousin Cheeto.
Yeah, me too. We should
I'd
do
have
them
to do
together.
Cheeto as well. Me and my sexy nipples will be round wherever you want them, Cheeto.
Let's get my foot in my door.
Yeah.
She's not hot. She's not hot. Yeah, but she is because she's a hypocrite. There's nothing worse than wanting to be the token. You have all these motherfuckers who want to the token pick me within their group. Somehow they don't realize who they are themselves, yet they somehow criticize people.
Again,
who
we
are also
why do we give attention to this guy?
Yep.
Well, you know, it's important that we give attention. I mean, we
incel representation matters in this channel.
I guess. Shredder hates anyone who is right of Shep. Yeah, me too.
I hate anyone who's
I think
left wing of Enoch Powell.
Oh, Cheeto's in the chat. Welcome.
So wait, so I now have Shredder
Ooh.
on the
Hey,
back
look, he's in
burner,
the-
and I got
he's in
Gary
the-
on the back burner.
Look at you. You're
Yes.
you're the sandwich in
Damn
you're
right.
the filling in our sandwich
Hell.
right now.
I mean, I'm
Cheeto-
right in between Scotland and Manchester, baby.
Cheeto, you're so sexy that I would happily do you with Gary.
Wow.
Just know I like the optician method. Just know that.
You what?
The optician method.
The optician method. What the hell
Yeah,
is
which
that?
is better? Which is better, figure number one or figure number two? You know what I mean? So,
I
What the?
didn't mean to derail that one.
All right.
You
Back
guys,
onto the
it's
subject.
really funny because
Hang
you
on.
guys started talking about it, and I just got home and I just got changed and everything, and all of a sudden I heard you guys talking. I'm like, oh, time to make my entrance.
Okay.
That's what she said. That's what
Yeah.
she said.
No, that's what Shredder and Gary said. Apparently,
Okay, guys, let's just talk about the last
I'm-
bit of game.
At some point in one of these streams, I'm going to come on. Do you remember like when Goldust had Razor on
Yep.
his chest?
Mhm.
I'm going to have that with Cheeto.
All right, talking about
Right.
this last piece of gaming.
Last piece of gaming stuff is the day before, aka Fantastic Studios has shut down.
God, this
Yeah.
might win the big epic fail award of the year. It
Look,
really might.
Just to overall say that when I saw the first trailer of the day before, I was pumped because it had elements of stuff that I really like. You know, I'm a big fan of the game The Division. I own the first two, and obviously it's got so that loot and shoot elements and obviously you throw in zombies and stuff like that. I thought, yeah, this is going to be great. And then rumors started circulating that these trailers were just that they were not actually gameplay. They were just
They were fake.
created like
they
it
were
was just basically a computer generated cartoon basically to look like a gameplay trailer. But it was just because then you started seeing these same guys actually trying to make a game that is supposed to resemble this, and it felt nothing like the trailers we saw before. And when the game finally did come out, it was broken as fuck. You know, there's so many issues with it. Players were becoming really big, or they were falling through the fucking game and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
it was game breaking bugs. Like
Yeah.
you'd be tiny or you'd be big, and then like the fucked up thing about it is people bought the game, and then literally within that week the studio fucking shut down. Like while people were playing the fucking game, the studio up and went and said, "Zip, they're out."
But sticking with the studio itself, because they themselves were deflecting. Like when people were asking about their game, they were deflecting about other stuff like mobile games and like sign up to this, sign up to that, and we'll let you know. And the game itself was being delayed all the fucking time and shit like that. And you saw what you saw regarding the footage of the game, not just the game itself, but the logos and stuff like that. They were copying and pasting from everybody. You know, The Last of Us, fucking
Yep.
What was that
It looked like they
fucking
were taking
series?
assets from a number of different games and just slapping them all together to make this one.
Yeah.
Now, granted, the early
The
trailers
Walking
looked
Dead.
decent.
Yeah.
Granted, the early trailers actually looked decent. They looked like something that might actually be enjoyable. But
Yeah.
again,
I was hyped
the-
for it, man.
the more it dragged on, the more it just screamed that this was a scam.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and I will give credit, not the studio, but the publisher is now working with Valve to issue refunds.
Good, as they should. I'm expecting Angry Joe to go off. I cannot wait until he talks.
No, I
about
saw.
this, like,
He's played the game and he's played the. If you go on his site, he's played the game. They were laughing at it and shit like that. I don't think he's actually going to do a full-on review on it because I don't think.
No, I think he'll talk
warrants
about
that.
like the studio shutting down. Like that,
Yeah.
I look forward to is when he actually does an angry rant about it because he's probably going to be pissed.
But when I saw some of their gameplay trailer, it took him forever to get onto a server.
Yep.
You know, and like you'd be lucky to find 3 zombies on the map. You
Yep.
know, and all of that. If you die, you lose everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you have to really literally start from scratch. So you could be hunting and whatever. And you know, being killed is a common thing in video games. It happens. Having to like lose everything and start from scratch again is demoralizing.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, they really got everything wrong. And also like
And it's boring when you play the same thing from the beginning over and over and over again. I mean, why bother?
Yeah.
And people are all in the same base. So you leave the base that you're all in, and when you leave that base and you go out on the street, then you end up trying to kill each other. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? So, like, it's really stupid in that particular sense. Like, there's no real factions or anything like that. You know, it's really poorly designed game, and the people who made that game, they've changed their names now to an alternative name because they can't call themselves Fantastic Studios anymore because obviously it's associated with this piece of shit. And so they had to they changed their name so they can keep the grift going and make other broken pieces of shit that people will spend money on. It's a real shame like this because I think gaming is becoming a big stagnant at this moment in time.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And games like this doesn't help, you know, like.
I disagree with you, Tom.
Well, I haven't spent. The reason why I say that is I myself don't pay for or buy games all the time because not everything tickles my fancy. And you think that with the abundance of games that come out on a regular basis, that I would be buying 7 or 8 games a year. I don't. I'm lucky to buy 1 game a year. You know what I mean? And that game happens to be FIFA, and maybe I'll buy another one on top of that. You know.
Well,
yeah, but you're not going out of your way to like buy games. Like this is not like the PS3 360 era where it was like, oh my god, like Uncharted is out, I gotta get it, or like, oh my god, Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions is out, I gotta play this shit. It ain't like that now.
But sorry, Gio.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I mean, I find myself buying more retro games than anything else. I mean, I'm buying more of the retro games, the previous games I've played. And granted, is that bad? Yes, because they're like a lot of times they're just reselling me, you know, games that I've had in the past. But I do a lot of PC games, so it's like, you know, like I'm buying like old games that are not available on current gaming platforms anymore, or like PCs. So it's like, you know, like a ton of my retro stuff is I buy from GOG.com. So I mean, you know, like, but yeah, go ahead.
I was just say I'm really not a big game player, but I really miss Sims. I know that's gonna sound geeky in the game.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. Sims was the shit.
Listen,
Sims is the shit.
Sims is like, you know, living your life, just not having to worry about if, you know, you don't pay the bills, you're not actually going to get evicted, which is nice. You know, like, you know, I don't knock the Sims.
I like the decorating part.
The decorating part options.
Cool.
Please, do you know how many people play like Minecraft and all these other things that, you know, they basically just decorate, you know, stuff and, you know, like it's just guys' versions of that. Like,
I'm not ashamed.
It's not bad because it's Minecraft. Or
I'm not ashamed to tell you, like, I bought Animal Crossing for the Switch for the sole purpose just to decorate, just to get a house, just so I could decorate it the way I want to.
Yeah, there's people playing Final Fantasy 14. You can customize your whole like living quarters. It's like. Yep. Like, yeah, let's call it what it is. Guys like decorating too. We just like decorating without having to pay for anything, like real money.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like paying for it either. Trust me. And I bought every expansion pack there was for Sims.
Good.
Okay. All right. So, day before, go fuck yourself.
Yep.
You know, I mean, you're the biggest regret ever.
All right, now that y'all are going to talk
the chat.
Now that y'all are going to talk politics, I think I'm out.
Well, with one more thing, maybe you might want to be interested in us, and that is Taylor Swift Taylor Swift, I mean, we go on about wokeness and stuff like that,
Mm.
and I'm all good with that, but she apparently is really unpopular with the right wing. They fucking hate her because
Of course.
she did something. Because what she has done is that she has basically told loads of her fans to register and vote. And you would think that the right wing would be cool with this, but they know that her fans are more likely to vote Democrat.
All I really have to say is, like, I really don't give a shit, because it goes back to the sake of, like we said earlier, people got to bitch and complain for the sake of bitching and complaining.
Exactly.
It's unfortunate it's unfortunate that they're going after her, but God forbid you have an opinion about something, or encourage people to vote.
Charlie Kirk, he had an issue with her because apparently him and some of his contingent at Turning Point USA, for a start, don't think that she's attractive, and I think they need to get their eyes fucking checked.
Yeah, here we go with that bullshit.
Yeah,
she's only like a 3 out of 10, things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah,
and she doesn't dress.
Again, this is incel shit.
Yep.
Yeah, she doesn't dress appropriately.
Oh my
because
God.
apparently she shows too much flesh, and that's not very nice. Even
I
though,
mean, God forbid you wear whether to stay cool, or God forbid you wear what you wear for prepubescent boys
Please.
or whatever the fuck.
All-
I mean,
all these conservative Barbies on fucking on right wing news networks are there in fucking mid-level high skirts, purposely showing off their legs.
In fact, on Fox News, they have to wear skirts.
Yeah, they do.
Yep,
they do.
Yeah, exactly. And
Which
so,
no one
that's
should ever be told they have to wear it. Like, I'm sorry, like
it's still a holdover from the days of Roger Ailes.
Yeah, like, I mean,
Yeah.
like, if they want to wear a fucking pantsuit, let them wear a fucking pantsuit. You know what I mean? Like, if they
Right.
want to wear blue jeans, like, let them wear blue. Like, we're past this stage. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, I would
we're
want to at
past
least
that
look,
stage.
I would at
Yeah,
least
we-
want to look professional, or like, I work in the healthcare field, so they tell people to wear scrubs. There's a reason why we wear scrubs. Like, it's not because we're like, oh, they're so comfortable. No, we wear them because they're easy to dry, they're easy to clean, and they're medically approved for usage in certain healthcare scenarios.
And what you do, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, but it's the fucking news. Like,
Yeah, come on. Yeah, come
be
on.
appropriate, but at the same time, don't tell people how to dress.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So so them having an issue with how she dresses is very hypocritical. But she's
But they
also
take
very
issue- but
influential.
it's not just Taylor Swift, though. I mean, they take issue with like multiple women in politics,
Beyonce
or outside of
and
politics.
Jen-
Like,
yeah.
AOC, for example, I've seen plenty of conservatives go after her for wearing skirts.
Mm.
We had the whole thing in this country where people were talking about Angela Rayner wearing a skirt when she was at Prime Minister's Question, supposedly crossing her legs and distracting Boris Johnson.
Now, if they only wore pantsuits, they'd be too masculine. So
Yeah.
they're always going to find a problem.
Yeah, there's always
Yep.
going to be something to bitch about. That's my point.
I remember,
Yep.
I remember Minnie Mouse wore a pantsuit, and then fucking Candace Owens decided to make an issue of that. And
Yep.
then if you look, and then obviously the people who had an issue with Candace Owens found many pictures of Candace wearing pantsuits herself.
Yep.
You know what I mean? She's fucking full of shit. Like I said, they make issues out of nothing.
Yeah,
Out of absolutely fucking nothing. But the only reason why they're worried about Taylor Swift is that she has influence.
Yep.
And she'll get young people. Young people are not voting enough, and she's encouraging you to vote. She has a lot of power, a lot of sway, and they are really fucking scared of her.
And here's the
And the
thing.
right-
This
no,
is
the right
and here's
doesn't
the
want-
thing. This is her generation. This is her generation that she's
She-
talking to. She's
But
talking to
here's
her
the thing.
people.
Here's the thing as well, though. She's not telling anybody which party to vote for. But
Oh.
the fact is, younger people tend to vote more left wing. They're not voting for the Republicans. They're not voting for the party that says, "Hey, we don't want you to have rights to, healthcare like abortions to to teenage girls." They're not voting for those parties. They're voting more predominantly for left wing progressive candidates, and
Yep.
that terrifies the right wing.
Yep. That
But
terrifies them
She
because
was
they
screwed.
won't
She was
say.
screwed from the get-go because she's young, intelligent female that's successful.
Yep.
So, boom, she was already fucked.
Yeah.
But now that she's doing something, I think that is excellent. Even if, and I wish they would vote left, but even if they don't, the fact that they're going and registering and voting is the most important thing.
Yep.
we've seen that before in this country too. The fact that here in Scotland we granted the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds, starting with the independence referendum. Now we've allowed them to vote in elections since then, and it terrifies the fucking right. Particularly the Conservatives don't want this to progress into England and Wales because they know 16 and 17-year-olds are not going to vote for them. And again, that's exactly what's going on with, again, Taylor Swift's audience is predominantly in that demographic of, I would say, 18 to 25.
Yep.
And they are not going to be voting for crusty old Republicans who, you know, want to progress a right-wing
who
agenda.
who are living like 70 years in the past and want America to be like the 1950s, where it's
apart from Lauren Boebert, because we know Jose is voting for her.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just finished playing 2, going to get Alan Wake 2 tomorrow. Was surprised it's download only. I don't understand it. I played Alan Wake 1. I think it was overrated. If Alan Wake 2 looks better. But that's the thing, by the way, just going back to gaming very briefly. Now
hold on. He's not going to vote for Lauren. He's just going to go to the movies with her.
Yeah, no, I ain't neither.
That was my joke.
No. Again, vote Lauren Boebert. She has a firm grasp of things.
Yes, she does, yeah.
All right. Giggity.
So,
Jose,
regarding
if
gaming.
If you re-elect Lauren Boebert, I guarantee you it'll be a happy ending.
So, but I forgot to mention this earlier when we were talking about gaming. I just feel like games nowadays, they feel very much like games of yesteryear, but with a facelift on graphics. Yep. I don't think gameplay is changed enough to warrant an evolution. There's no real evolution in gaming, unfortunately.
Just quickly, by the way, on that topic of gaming, because I cut out as we were ending that thing about the day before. IGN reviewed the day before.
Yeah, I saw that review.
Well, right, okay, don't spoil it then, Sam. But for anybody else, IGN typically gives Broken Pieces of Shit anything from like 5 or 6 out of 10.
Okay, I'm gonna go watch it.
Would you like to take a guess at what they gave the day before?
I'm gonna go ahead and say a 1, the lowest rating.
9.
They gave it a fucking 9?
No, I don't know.
No, you're right, Jose. They gave it a 1 out of 10.
They gave it a 1. Holy shit! Okay, I gotta go watch this right. I gotta watch this right fucking now.
They haven't given a game a 1 out of 10 in like 14, 15 years.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean, so
and that was before YouTube was even a thing, I think.
Okay, so Rick B, who likes to claim that he's a centrist, says I can criticize both left and right. And Twilight, you never criticize the right. AO6 is sexy, which is there you go. You never criticize the right.
Okay.
They'll be voting for Krusty or Biden, even though he is right wing himself.
Listen, Biden just Biden's the wrong choice. I mean, period. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, we're screwed either.
Sanders.
Yeah, we're screwed either way.
We're fucked. Yeah, we're fucked, dude. Like 2024.
Honestly, no.
2024 is gonna be scary.
No, does Sanders have like a protege or something like that, or somebody who follows in his
AOC?
footsteps? AOC. Okay, well then, let's put AOC up there because
Katie Porter would be a good one as well. Katie Porter's great.
I'm sorry, like Bernie Sanders. I love Bernie Sanders. I really love Bernie Sanders, but still,
all of your fingers.
He's just so old. Like, let him go. Like, let him be a
2016 was the right time. They went for Hillary and now the Democrats are trying to get Hillary to post the boy fucking Biden. Like I don't know what it is with the Democrats. They are so fucking stupid. They really are. They are beyond stupid. Like they just do all the most stupidest things. I mean, they're lucky because basically, if it wasn't for the incompetence of the Republicans being so fucking vitriol and terrible human beings, no, they'll never give the fucking Democrats a second fucking glance. But they always seem to be the better option because the Republicans are so horrible. But regardless, when it comes to trying to do the right thing so the Republicans don't get back into power, they are useless. They are so fucking stupid and useless and idiotic. They're fucking, they drive me nuts. They really do. They drive me fucking nuts. They're so stupid.
All right, kids. While you guys bash on politics and whatnot, I'm out. So thanks for having me.
No problem.
Yep.
Okay, take care, Jose.
Jose is about to be yeeted from this call.
I will kill. I will.
But my lover Cheeto will protect.
before we move on, could I just criticize the left? Because
I wanted you. I wanted you to tell me about the left and Taylor Swift. I'm curious.
Taylor Swift this week, I think it was, became a billionaire because of the records she's produced and the merch she sells and all that stuff, and the concerts she does. Right? Certain members of the left wing, whatever, have been going on about her parents, the fact they happen to be rich. Right, going, she doesn't represent the people she's had for. Fuck off. She's done a lot for people. Like, she's done a lot for charity.
But here's the thing: is that, and I agree with you, boss man, is the fact that let's just say she used her parents' money to get started. Even if she did that, she's still making tons of money on herself. She's not like riding on her parents' money. She is making money and is popular in her own right. So it's not like she's like riding on her parents' coattails. Like, no, she's still making money. Unlike Donald Trump, who started on his parents' money and now is failing still to make money because he's bankrupt 5,000 times and he's just an idiot.
But
he's blown so much of his parents' money. He's got none left, and now he's on loans. And he's borrowing money to maintain the element of being a rich person.
But the thing is, right, I think a lot of people there are some people on the left who would look at Taylor Swift and look at the fact that she's a billionaire and just think, well, who the fuck really needs all that level of money? Because you can look at plenty of other. Well, look, here's the thing: you can look at plenty of other artists throughout the years who should have been billionaires but aren't because they have given away so much money to charity over the years, over their lifetime. George Michael was one, before he died. That guy should have been a billionaire. Dolly Parton funds a number of social programs, which is why she's not a billionaire. Dave Grohl of the Foo Fighters, again, how much money would that guy have made if he had not, done so much work for charity? I mean, he goes out and he feeds the fucking homeless, for Christ's sake. Alice Cooper. I mean, look at the
Alice Cooper. I've seen
that guy's had.
And he feeds the homeless as well.
So much money to charity. He feeds the homeless. He feeds impoverished children. Again, I think that's why you can look at people like them. Again, these are people who should be billionaires for the long, long successful careers they've had. They've sold way, way more albums than Taylor Swift has back in the day. And yet Taylor Swift, again, she's a billionaire, but again, I would prefer, but I think people would prefer if she were to maybe take a page out of, again, out of Dolly Parton's playbook.
So I'm going to retort that only
and get some big fucking tits. Is what you're saying? No,
not that I think you're wrong, Shred, but it's just like, but that's some of the mentality of people is we don't like someone because they're rich. We don't like people because they don't spend their money the way we think they should.
No, look, I'm not saying this is my perspective. What I'm saying is this is the perspective I think some people on the left have.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who are going after her and saying, that are targeting her for that.
But we're left, so that means that we're left. We all have the same mentality, right?
The same mentality and consensus.
Yeah.
We're all one unified group.
We are, yeah. No, I mean, but seriously, no, but I mean, it just goes back. See, I hate that where it's like, when we're supposed to tell rich people how to spend their money. Like, I understand, like, some people have a lot of money. I really wish more people would do more. With that money, they shouldn't hoard it. I agree with that, but who am I to tell this successful person what to do with their money? And as I said, I agree, and I'm not even talking about taxing them and all. Like, tax them, like tax them.
But my issue, Cheeto, is that when you require lots of people to make you rich in the first place, then you should be paying them a better wage instead of hoarding all the money yourself, because those people make you rich. If you have people on, like, would it be Walmart or Elon Musk, making him his Teslas or stuff like that, when you require all these people to work for you to make you rich, then pay them better wages, like fucking what's his face?
I don't remember. Hold on, I'm not defending Elon Musk because I know he's
Elon Musk, but Bezos, from like, he has people on tags and he's working them to death and he pays them fuck all, and he's one of the richest men in the world. He could easily afford to give these people 5 times what they're earning now, and he will still be one of the richest men in the fucking world. But he doesn't. You know, you could,
well, then
he
don't
does
work
that.
there, and then his whole infrastructure will collapse.
There's some people, no, but
No,
it's not about-
that's what it is.
No, but people don't always have the luxury of knowing where they can work. Some people are in rural areas, and all you could do is fucking work in the Amazon factory. But you don't fucking live in the city like London, you know, and you got no choice. You know, you have to,
but you know what? If he doesn't pay people enough, then people won't work there. That's what I'm saying. Is that
well, again, hang on. That's kind of like the old argument again, where if you were in a small town and your only option really was to go and work in the fucking factory that paid shit wages. So look, again, for some people, it's not they don't have much of an option.
Yeah, they don't have much of a choice.
Their only choice is going to work for someone like Bezos, or going to work in fucking McDonald's, or going to work in Walmart.
Or the mines, when that used to
Yeah.
be the thing. You couldn't
so
just
what-
say, you know what,
yeah.
I'd rather not.
So either
what you're
but,
doing
but the
is wrong.
point, but the point remains,
And-
though. The point
And
remains.
I'm almost done talking. And
Sorry.
I can agree with you. I don't have the right to tell a billionaire how to spend their money, but I'll definitely have an opinion on how they should.
And I'm not saying you can't have an opinion. I'm just saying, like, people who get all bent out of shape, you know, who say, "Oh, well, this person has billions of dollars. Why aren't they doing more?" It's like, I mean, if you have $10,000 in the bank, why aren't you doing more? There are definitely people out there who could use $1,000 out of your 10,000. You know, or if you have $5,000, or somebody who could use $500 out of your five, you know.
Well, probably their staff, you know, who are working for them to make them rich in the first
Yeah,
place.
but then but then that goes back to the argument: when do you become rich? Is it $1 million? Is it $1 billion? Is it 500,000?
But if,
Like,
you can still be a billionaire and pay your staff a lot more money,
No,
then wouldn't that be the best option?
The fact of the matter is that people, rich, poor, and everything, need to be good to other people. People need to be good to people, and that's the bottom line. Because there's just as many poor, shitty people out there as there are rich people out there.
Definitely. But
You
we're
seem
not
to-
debating on when someone gets rich. Compared to a billionaire, there's no debate, at least in my mind, that you're definitely rich. Come on. Really? Like, we could argue, is $1 million enough? Sure, we could argue that. What makes you rich?
But hold on. But so let's say you make, like, Amazon. Like, Amazon has an amazing, like, product. We all use it. We've all used it. We've all done. So it's his fault that we all use his product when we just didn't have to use it. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, it's just like these things are successful for a reason, and it's because, and as I said, I'm not saying, like, if Bezos started paying all of his employees like tons of money, like more than what they make now, fine. I'm not upset about it. I would love that. I'm just saying, like, it's this mentality of, you know, you should be paying your employees more. Well, then, you know, the problem is supply and demand. Like, if Amazon doesn't have enough employees to do their day of delivery, then they're going to fucking pay people. I work in healthcare, okay? During COVID, they were offering out so much fucking money for people to work. But guess what? I'm in therapy. Guess what they offered us? And we had to be there every fucking day, work with every single fucking person. And guess what they gave us? Shit.
A blowjob from Gary.
I would have taken that if they even gave it. We got nothing. We got no bonuses. We got no nothing. And I'm not, but that's the thing. I stuck through it and I stayed with it. You want to know why? Because I'm the idiot who stayed with it. I could have been demanding more and I didn't. So it's like, it's just, you know, like, I get it. Okay. But I don't even know what the point I was going for on that. I just got into my passionate healthcare rant and.
Yeah, but even when you healthcare, you deserve to be paid more. Everyone does in every line of work. We shouldn't be just having a wage that we could just about get by on. We should be having a wage that gives us a decent life and lets us enjoy life, and means that we don't have to fucking worry about our boiler breaking and wondering if we've got enough money to fucking pay for it, or if our car breaks down, if we've got enough money to repair it. You know, we deserve to be paid better, and the people at the top 1% shouldn't be hoarding all this wealth for themselves. When you've got hundreds of billions like Bezos has,
but then you're telling them how to spend their money right now. Right now, you are telling them that they should not be hoarding this money.
It's not their money. It's money that is being created by the people who have made them rich and who deserve it just as much as he does.
Then don't work there.
But once again, it's not as simple as that, because I drive past Amazon factories in the middle of fucking nowhere, And obviously, these areas this factory itself is probably one of the few locations close to where these people live, which provides them work. You don't have the luxury sometimes.
Well, then maybe somebody should stop and do a delivery service.
Or maybe these rich people should just pay their employees more. Maybe
they should, but we can't tell them that.
Why
well,
not?
you can. It's called minimum wage. It's called minimum wage legislation.
No, okay, but these people get paid. You know? These people get paid way more than minimum wage. People in Amazon factories get paid way more than minimum wage.
No,
right now, minimum wage in
America depends on where you are. Because again, I was looking for a job.
Minimum wage here in Ohio is like $15, and they get paid way more than that.
Yeah, but $15 is still not enough.
Again, I was looking potentially at a job at Amazon about 5 months ago, and it was minimum wage.
Okay.
So again, it varies from place to place.
Well, then we need to get our governments then to up the minimum wage again. If that's not good enough.
Well, it's not just governments and minimum wage. What you need more as well is collective bargaining, union rights.
Oh, I 100% agree. Union, listen, in healthcare, I keep pushing for a union, and guess what? It's never happening.
It shouldn't be a case of companies are allowed to say we refuse to recognize unions.
I know.
You don't have a union?
There are trade unions in this country, but in certain industries we don't have them. I mean, for example, I work in the gambling industry. We do not have a recognized union.
No, I'm that's horrible, and that should be addressed.
Yeah, in my industry
but
too.
The healthcare that you work for,
the therapy healthcare world has no unions.
In cabbing in my private hire cabbing industry, I don't know about taxis, but for private hire, which is I'm part of, there's no unions. 2 people from my company tried to start a union and they got fired immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, they do that
for fear of repercussions.
So, anyway, look, guys, let's just quickly get to some comments here. I like Vivek Ramaswamy. I would vote for him. Well, somebody has to like him, I guess.
All right, bring up when you get to Rick B's most recent comment. Then I got something to say. We'll do.
People, Daniel Vance, welcome Daniel Vance, by the way. People are upset at Swift because she's pulling in Democrat voters. The Republicans are grasping at any straws to try and slow her pace. Yeah, and then they go on about freedom all the fucking time, and then they have an issue when people are using their freedoms.
Well, remember, the Republican Party is deliberately trying to sabotage voting.
Yeah, I know they want to end democracy.
The fact that requiring people to show up with IDs.
Yeah, because it's hard for the financially strapped to get IDs, and then they make it extra hard when they try and get them. But the right is all about rights, unless you disagree with what they believe, for sure.
Yeah. Or
right to religion, of course, my fellow Christian. What? You're Muslim?
You're gay, you're trans, you're Muslim, something like that. Yeah, you're different to them. By the way, Christopherson is also spelled with a K, by the way, Daniel Vance. My man who played Whistler in the original Blade movies, Chris Christopherson, one of the most prolific songwriters in our time, and he's only worth 50 million. I love Chris Christopherson, by the way. He's awesome. Jury just ordered Giuliani to pay 148 million to election workers he's defamed. He's a moron. Well, I'm very happy that he's asked to pay that money. Fuck Rudy Giuliani. He's a cunt. I agree with 100% with Cheetah. Well, I'm glad one person does. Daniel,
don't agree with me just yet, Rick B. Wait till we get down to one of your other comments down here.
If you're rich, super chat. Damn right. Because California California is forcing retail to pay their staff £20 per hour. Big Macs will be going up to $18. That's because they want to keep profits for themselves. They're not willing to.
But no, Big Macs are not going up to that degree of price.
But this goes back to my point. But this goes back to my point: is that no one's going to buy it then. If no one buys an $18 Big Mac,
they don't have to go to 18. They're only doing that so their shareholders make more billions. They could keep it at the price it is now and still be a successful company.
Yeah, but I think there's also
money. They're being greedy.
McDonald's is massive, man. They're always going to be successful.
Well, but I also think there's things in place about food, about extorting food prices too. I don't think they can.
Yeah, but I mean, again, when minimum wage legislation was being brought in the first place, everybody said, "Oh, prices of everything is going to skyrocket to where nobody can afford it now." Well, they fucking didn't. This again, when we introduced the minimum wage here in the UK, the price of basic utilities, bread, milk, etc., did not skyrocket.
Yep. Netherverse says, Brock says, I was working. Did we talk about Elon sex bots? Oh my God. That's not even on the docket. I'm going to talk about that in a second. I know nothing really about that. Hopefully you guys can fill us in. Rick B, more unions equals more strikes. Good.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Fucking good. Because you know what? If people want more wages, then they need to strike and walk out and negotiate better rates. I am all for everybody having a union. As I said one thing about not telling people how but you know what? The people tell them how much how much money that they can have, because when we strike, that means that their businesses fail. And if they want their businesses to thrive, then they need to put into the company. I don't disagree that they make too much money. I disagree that we can't sit there and tell them they need to pay people more. But when you strike, you really hit them where it hurts, the pocket.
And you have to vote, because the government, especially in the United States, puts through bills to make it much harder for unions to be started, to have the power that they should have to negotiate. And it's crazy if you really looked into it, the destruction they've done to unions.
Well, yeah, but Republican and Democrat, they want all those profits to come in for their interests.
Yep, for their shareholders.
Yep.
Daniel Barnes, you all might as well be arguing with small town folks, buy from local vendors and go to Walmart instead. People don't always do what's best for their community with their money. I agree with that too.
It's also a case though that some people do have to go to the Walmart for just out of necessity. Again, if you are living at rock bottom, you're going to go to the Walmart and buy their basic brand stuff just to get by.
Me too. I do that. I buy basic brand shit, and when it comes to work as well, that's why so many people join the military, because it's just an option. It gives you healthcare and everything. It gives you an opportunity maybe to see the world, and so that's and sometimes becomes the best option. Rick B, nobody can be a centrist straight down the line. Listen, I agree with you, Netherverse, because I've never met a centrist who wasn't right wing.
We know Rick B's not a centrist. He's just a fuckwit and a troll.
Right, I'll be right back.
And Daniel Vance says McDonald's getting ready for a huge. Regarding Cosmux, I saw this one girl on TikTok. She's a huge McDonald's fan, and she actually went all the way to America to have Cosmux. She went all the way to America just to have that shit, because Cosmux is going to be McDonald's answer to Starbucks, their version of it. Only a couple of items from the McDonald's menu will be on the Cosmux menu, so you won't be able to get yourself a Big Mac or anything like that. I think you might be able to get yourself a donut, which is the same as in McDonald's, but that's about it. So yeah, but look, he mentioned the sex bots. Have you guys?
Before we move on to that, can I say one last thing?
Yeah,
I promise. So one thing that I was going to say earlier that I didn't get, that I forgot to say, was with the strikes. So the one point I wanted to make is that, and I said, hit them in their pockets. We can't tell them where to spend their money, but we can show them where they need to spend their money. That's kind of the point I was making with the strikes. And I got all passionate and weird, and then I just
march day and night by the big cooling tower. They have the plan, but we have the power.
Yeah, and I agree.
Of them.
But that's what I'm saying, is like, we have to show them where they need to spend their money. And I agree. If they came out and said, "Oh, we're upping minimum wage," and if the healthcare industry all came out, and the problem with the healthcare industry is that you can't strike per se, because then you're leaving people high and dry, like actual people, elderly, who can't take care of themselves. But
that's interesting, because our healthcare system, they are allowed to strike.
Yeah,
we've our healthcare system is actually one of the places probably one of the best unions in the country.
I know, but you guys also have universal health care, which would be wonderful over here. Trust me. I would love for us to have universal health care.
Here in Canada, I used to be a nurse, and we have a union. We weren't allowed to strike as well, because like you said, there are people that could be dying or very ill. We can't just leave them. But we had a union.
I would love to have a union.
It definitely helps.
Yeah.
So
I was going to say, like, taking back to Taylor Swift. I just don't get why you see she doesn't speak to us. If she does charitable stuff, which she does, and if she communicates with her fans, which she does, then what's the problem? I mean, I just don't get what the issue is.
It's her influence. It's the fact that she has more influence over people than politicians do. And politicians don't like that. You know, they don't like the fact that this person who is a singer, who has earned her own way, is now got influence over these people who have the power technically to vote, and she is encouraging them to. The only reason why the Republicans right now don't like Taylor Swift is because, yes, they know that Taylor Swift will encourage people to vote. And even if she doesn't, and I think she hasn't really said who to vote for, she's just encouraging them to vote. So, yeah, I mean, that's fair. That is 100% fair that she's just telling them to vote.
Young people are overwhelmingly left-wing. They're not going to be voting largely for Republicans.
And the Republicans know that, and that's why they're scared.
So I'm now looking into this Elon Musk. Oh shit! I wrote Musk, not Musk.
I'm
Musk,
not sure what
robots.
this whole thing is with Elon Musk and sex robots. I mean, again, I know there was a photo back in May of him supposedly kissing a robot, and then there's been people last year, I think, they were begging him to build sex robots.
Look, I've been begging them to build sex robots. I mean, I'm going to have mine constructed to look like Gary.
No, you don't
get the real thing.
You don't want Elon Musk owned company building sex robots because it's like Tesla's autopilot system. The chances are it will rip your cock off.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you can get the real thing. I'll just come over to America for you. Yeah.
Anyway,
I got the loot, baby. Let's go.
I'm sorry, Nerdiverse, but this is actually an old story, so I don't want to go on about it too much.
No, it resurfaced this week. I saw a bunch of stuff on it. I don't remember. I didn't really look at it, but it did pop up.
I'm popping it in Google, Elon Musk sex bot, and all I'm getting is like stories from back in May, which is like half a year ago.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not getting anything recent. I'm sure maybe somebody's posted the odd picture or here or there, but
it's people who are posting like I see exactly what this says. There's a bunch of AI generated images, which is of Musk kissing sex robots, and stories floating around that he's supposedly working on sex robots on top of like AI.
Oh, I saw those.
Again, it's just some AI images have been floating around. They've been floating around for a better part of a year. So,
well, look, like a lot of incels on Twitter were saying, women are going to be in real trouble when all these sex robots come around from Elon Musk. I'm thinking to myself, no, women will be able to get men just like that still. They'll be fine.
We're talking about incels saying that women are going to be in trouble. Yeah. I mean, again. We can ask our resident incel in chat, Rick B. I mean, are you really waiting for a sex robot, or do you have like a pair of googly eyes strapped to a vacuum cleaner?
Hold on. While you're asking and waiting for his reply, women aren't going to be in trouble because the men that want to date and marry or just see or have fun with those women that want to have fun with them too are still going to be doing those things. It's those men that would never be with a woman that are going to be the ones that are with the robots, and that's fine if that's what gets them off and that's what makes them happy. And
I agree. I agree, but it's just the callousness of their comments saying women are going to be in trouble. They won't be.
I know. I thought at first my first reaction was, "Oh, you assholes," and then it was I laughed because it's just not true.
I mean, look, personally, I'll happily bang a sex robot. You know what I mean? Because at the moment,
you'd bang anything if it had googly eyes on it.
Well, I've always been very open about
we know
how I spend my money.
He's probably already violated his poster.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been very open about how I spend my money, and with certain people who fulfill my needs to keep me going because it keeps me sane. But if I could get a sex robot and I don't have to spend as much money, then that'll be.
You know how much that sex robot's going to be, dude? Like,
I don't know, but I think it's going
to be. I don't fucking care if incels want to waste their money on sex robots. I mean, fair play to them. Just let them have it. I mean, it's like the modern equivalent of like those full body anime pillows.
I just
That's
don't want to
literally
bang one.
It's an expensive version of those full body anime pillows. That's literally
I
it.
agree. And
They're-
or
they're-
one
they're-
of those
they're-
plastic
it-
flavored things you can put in
Yeah,
coffee.
look, incels are mad at women, feminists in general, because the feminist movement has meant men have to actually try harder and have a fucking personality.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Look, for me, what concerns me the most if I do bang a sex robot is that it's going to be drier and colder than fucking Ben Shapiro's wife, and that really bugs me. You know what I mean? So, anyways,
Well, again, that's why you've been resorting to the toaster.
no, I resort.
At one time, women had to marry just to survive. Now we get to choose, and like you said, that means people who want to marry a person have to have, attractability, whether that's a personality, a combination of things. You can't just have a paycheck and be like, haha, you need to marry because no one will employ you as a woman.
That's why I'm single, is because women have a choice nowadays. So I mean, straight white guy doesn't really pull very much anymore. So
No, that can't be true.
Okay, I'm going to go to this comment here. What's wrong? Is that they're like another sex? There's nothing wrong in it, but a vibrator can get hot and warm and it's solid. Yeah, from my perspective as a man, I need something that is warm and sloppy. And I'm not sure if a robot could offer me that. You know what I mean? In those
you work
areas.
enough lube in there, you can get it.
Yeah,
Right,
but would it be
if you want to
warm?
talk a robot, you go ahead. I just prefer the real thing.
Yeah, and that's fine. You can prefer the real thing. If you can get off on a roll, who cares? Like that's fine. Go do it. Don't tell us about it. We don't want to hear about it.
I just want to give it a go. You know what I mean? Just see what it's like. Just like give it a shot. And just see what it's like. You know what I mean?
I'm not shaming Zam for wanting to try it. I mean, shit. I mean, I might try it if it was. I don't know if I do a free trial in a mall or something like that. But I mean,
You see that? Watch that movie Cherry 2000. It's a classic. You know what I mean? It's about a guy who fucked a robot. Anyway,
I mean, is it really going to be worth much more than, say, a vibrating blow-up doll?
Exactly.
No, but the robot will have like an AI personality. It'll be moving. Like a blow-up doll is just. I have no desire to fuck a blow-up doll.
Like I said, if Elon Musk is developing that AI technology, then again,
that's
be
my only
worried that there's
issue.
going to be a robot uprising, and the first thing it will do is tear your cock off.
Imagine if he supplants
Once you
brain
know
chip.
that even though it's an AI personality, that it's not real, like that it's just been programmed to agree with you or to like what you're doing.
Well, that's like those replica apps. Like I keep getting advertisements for this replica app, and I'm like, and it's like you're not safe for work. I'm like, it's not real.
No,
like what? What?
No, but Chris, it's a bit like some of the girls I shagged when I was in Amsterdam. I mean, they might have been a fucking robot, because they were just agreeing with me whilst they fucking yeah, and all that shit. It's like, this was some of the, these girls look really hot, but it was some of the coldest, boring sex I've ever fucking had. If this fucking robot can at least give me a better time than that, then it's all fucking good. Daniel Vance,
and I'm not shaming anyone if that's their thing. I'm just asking the question: wouldn't it be weird, or wouldn't you know? Like it just wouldn't be the same, at least for me. But I think as long as whoever is involved there can consent, give legal consent, fill your boots, man.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to that stage now where AI is becoming more and more intelligent, and I mean, right now AI is not really what people think it is. It really isn't this artificial intelligence just yet. But if it can be, then that in itself will be fascinating. Anyway, comment here from Daniel Vance. As a disabled individual who spends 90% of my time in an 8x10 room, I'd gladly take a robot companion. It's not about the sex, but the interaction and contact. Yeah, mate. Yeah, I totally agree. And if we can get a robot companion for you, I'll fucking be the first person to help you create not an OnlyFans. That's the wrong term. What's the thing about charity? What's the name of that account?
Kickstarter.
Okay, not Kickstarter. The other one.
Patreon.
GoFundMe. GoFundMe. I'll do GoFundMe.
GoFundMe
To get fucking could get Daniel Vance a fucking sex robot for sure, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, but yeah, the thing with Elon Musk is just a load of bollocks. All right, let's move on to the next subject. Let's get something a bit more serious now. The Texas Supreme Court overrules abortions for this one woman who had a very serious issue because the fetus was pretty much dead inside within her, but she still had to give birth to it.
Well, no. The fetus wasn't dead, but it's got a genetic.
It's more likely die.
It's called trisomy 18. Now, what this largely means is that in the vast majority of trisomy 18 cases, either the woman suffers a miscarriage, the fetus dies, and the woman has to perform a stillbirth, or if the fetus survives, the child is dead within about a year.
Yeah.
So that's in the vast overwhelming majority of cases, and carrying it brings health risks to the woman, in particular.
To the mother.
In particular, one of the things that this woman who has had this issue with the Texas Supreme Court, she was warned by medical professionals that if she continued with the pregnancy, it would potentially affect her ability to get pregnant again in the future.
See, when people ask me about my issues with the right wing, this is one of these significant issues right here when it comes to this, because right wingers within America, within Texas, are stopping this woman from having a much needed abortion that which will help her life because of their personal beliefs, and they're actually overriding medical experts. Judges are saying that they know more than the fucking doctors.
Well, it wasn't just the medical experts. The state court had said, yes, she's entitled to get an abortion under the exception rules. Because again, this is a case of where it would do harm to the woman to carry the pregnancy, and the pregnancy
and they don't
has
give a
little
fuck
chance of surviving and coming to term. So this was a case of the state court had said, yes, she can have the abortion. However, what then happened was the Attorney General, Ken Paxton, he stepped in and said he would prosecute any doctor who carried out the procedure. And then wound up going to the Texas Supreme Court. And the Texas Supreme Court has 9 Republican judges, and they all said, no, she can't have the abortion within the state of Texas.
People wonder why I have an issue with right fucking wingers. This is why I have a fucking issue with fucking wingers.
Everyone has rights in Texas as long as you agree with the religious right. And that's what pisses me off, because there's supposed to be this huge separation of church and state, yet it seeps into so many laws, including this one. It really fucking pisses me off. And if anyone wants to go camping in Canada, they can go camping here and then stay at my house to recover from camping.
Yeah, but the thing is, this is proof that you really cannot trust the Republicans when it comes to the idea of that there are circumstances of exception where a woman would be granted an abortion, because this is a textbook case of someone who should have been granted an exemption and should have been, she was told by the state court, yes, you qualify for an exemption on the anti-abortion laws because, again, this pregnancy has little to no chance of coming to term, and carrying it any further probably would result in serious harm, according to your doctors. Absolutely, you should be entitled to have an abortion.
I think the Republicans don't want.
Here we have the Supreme Court overriding it.
I don't think the Republicans want any abortions to happen, because they just keep waiting for the Antichrist to come. So they don't want to miss it,
Anyway, Bossman.
I mean, I'm a pro-lifer, but I think that this is stupid. Any sort of ban on abortion really steals the argument. Because the thing is, if we want to really promote pro-life stuff, we can invest more in social care and self-care for single mothers and women who have more than 3 children. We could do better sex education and better reproductive care, like, for example, more morning after pills and condoms and femdoms and stuff like that. That would be more pro-life than all this shit.
I want to hear the actual woman in this conversation respond to this.
Thank you. Sex education should be free for everyone, no matter
Okay.
how many children they have. First, and if you're pro-choice, good for you. Don't have an abortion.
I'm just saying that's how you promote pro life stuff, is by making it that there's better medical infrastructure in place to care for people. That you
But
can
again,
get
at the end of the
better
day,
access.
at the end of the day, you're still effectively trying to argue against a woman's right to choose.
No,
Exactly.
no,
Yeah.
not at all, not at all. Because it's between two people, the doctor and the patient. I'm not involved at all. Period. I don't be should be able. The government should be involved. The framing it should be between the medical body, who's licensed it, and what is best for the patient.
If the doctor
That's
doesn't want you to
period.
have the abortion, if the doctor doesn't want you to have the abortion, does that count as well then?
It depends on whether it's life threatening to the woman or not. Again, the
Oh, wait. So it should only be considered if it's life threatening to the woman.
No, I never said that.
The baby.
I never said that. I said it's between the doctor and the. And again, there's loads of women who don't come in because it's life threatening to them. There's women who can't afford it. There's ones who just don't want it for whatever reason, and that's their choice.
So hold on.
Agree with that. That's their choice.
Let me jump in the middle here. Okay, so I agree with Bossman in the fact that yes, we need more investment in social care programs and stuff like that, because there are women out there who get abortions because they feel that they cannot take care of a child, or they're not in the position to take a child. Absolutely. I agree that a woman should, I don't care if you're the richest motherfucker on the planet and you want to get an abortion, they can. So I also agree with Shredder in the fact that they should, but I also agree with Bossman that we should not, if someone is pregnant, they're like, I'd love to keep it, but I can't afford it. And there should be programs in place to help those people. You know what I mean? Like they shouldn't want to have an abortion because of their like predicament in life or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Like,
and I'm saying they have absolutely.
There's a multitude of reasons for people.
People seem to think that women like skip to the abortion clinic because they want to have this abortion.
No,
you're right. There should be better health care. There should be, government programs so that people that are in a crunch that want to have a child or need better support, it's there for them. I mean, that's how those people that don't want abortions to happen are actually going to curb abortions, because whether they're legal or not, they're happening. So if you want children to be born, then provide sex education so unwanted pregnancies don't happen. That if for some reason someone does get pregnant, whether they made a mistake with the birth control or it was, God forbid, I know that's just a term people use, it's a rape or incest, that they're put in a position where they get the support they need. And if they do decide to bring that fetus to term, they have the support system so that they have parenting classes, money to raise that child, or the support and therapy they need to keep the child or give the child to care or up for adoption. You're not going to get rid of abortion by banning it. So let's stop with that. And let's use, like some people have brought up right now, the smart way to go about it in reducing them by providing those things I just said and other people have said: a better healthcare system, better sex education.
On top of this, the right wing and the Republicans like to go on about not being anti-big government. There's no bigger government than this, in my opinion. You know, so
well, but here's the other thing: is that Republicans also like to keep people as close to poverty as possible, and kids cost $1 million. Like legit, kids cost over their lifetime over $1 million. And the Republicans love that. That's why the Republicans don't, or even the right wingers don't want abortions, is because they want these people to be in a bind because kids cost so much. They don't want people to have kids in their time frame. They want people to have kids when they least expect it, or when they're not ready for it, so that they're in the situation where they can be these people in this type of what's the word I'm looking for?
Well, if you keep people poor, they can't rise up against you. They can't fight
Right.
because they're just fighting for food for their children and getting a minimum wage job to do that. They don't have the
That's what
time
they
or
love.
energy.
That's their game plan. And look, there are Democrats too who are part of this too. I'm not trying to just say Republicans just do that. There are Democrats out there too that do this. You know, like, I mean, it's political. It is all political, and it's a game to them. Our lives are a game to them. We are the pawns. They are the kings and queens and whatever cunts are on the board that are higher up.
Mhm.
So, I mean, no, I agree. Like, people are looking at like, everyone is looking specifically at abortion. They're like, oh, with the abortion. No, we need to be looking at the huge issues, like, because they're trying to ban abortions. It's like, why? Like, literally, like, why?
Because they think a fetus is entitled to more rights than an actual human being.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They use that as an excuse. It's a work. It's all the work, and it's just it's to keep us all fighting and not looking at the major problem that these politicians are fucking cunts and they just can't get out of our fucking business.
Right.
I think Shredder, I think that some people do think that they have more rights, and then there's others that use that as an excuse to keep people in poverty. Like, I can't read your name from here because I'm on my phone, but like you said, the medical. Yeah, you.
Oh, I'm Cheeto. I'm the guy that made fun of myself earlier.
Oh, Cheeto's right.
Yeah, he's
like
the guy that
said,
me and Gary want to have a threesome with.
Yes.
So, like, some people actually believe it, and then I think the majority, especially politicians, use that to pander to the people that believe it and vote for them, so that they can keep people in poverty, so that people don't notice the real issues, and so they can do nothing about them, even if they do see the real issues.
Right. Again, the way, again, if the Republicans really want to cut down abortions, again, you don't just ban abortion. What you do is you create social care programs. You create a system where if somebody wants to carry on with a pregnancy, then they're not restricted by a barrier such as poverty. You know,
they want to ban all types of things. They want to ban birth control. They want to ban condoms. They want to ban...
they want to ban everything again because they
big government.
There's a lot of ultra religious views. Now, as far as I'm concerned, the decision for any woman to go and have an abortion, that's between her and her doctor. I don't give a fuck. Now, it could be anything from it is a medical issue, you know, again, ectopic pregnancy, things like that. On top of that, it could be that, again, somebody just doesn't think that they're capable of raising a child. No matter what, that decision is between them and their doctor, and it's one that should be honored and it should be respected. It's not something where you should just say blanket ban. You can't get an abortion unless you meet this criteria.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing: we are seeing states say, "Well, okay, yeah, the court might have ruled that you meet this criteria, but we disagree, so you can't have that abortion." So this woman in Texas, Kate Cox is her name. She's already got 2 children. She wants to have more in future. She's going and having this abortion because, again, she has been warned that by a medical professional that if she carries this pregnancy to term, the odds are it is going to die anyway, and it is going to affect her ability to have children again in the future. Now, she has now left Texas to go and have this procedure done. And again, Texas, thankfully, does not yet have laws that punishes women for going out of state in order to have an abortion.
There are states that do that. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah,
Louisiana, for example.
Yeah, again, I mean, look at what happened when the child had crossed state lines from Ohio to Indiana, and you had
the 10-year-old girl.
Yeah, you legitimately had Republican politicians saying that no, this girl should have been forced to carry it to term, despite the damage
the
that would have
baby.
done.
Yeah,
despite the fact that 1, she was
old.
raped, and 2, think of the damage that would have done in that girl's physical anatomy.
Yeah. In fact, she could have died from it. But I was just going to say, if they really cared about people's lives and the sanctity of life, they wouldn't ban abortion, because abortions will happen whether we ban it or not. And if we make it illegal, people are going to get back alley abortions. And guess what? Both the fetus won't make it to birth, and the woman will most likely die. So are you really pro-life, or are you just an ass?
But hang on, Christine, as some Republicans have said, some Republican legislators have actually said, my friends were the product of rape.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, this does annoy me, because this is how this conversation gets really unproductive very quickly. Because again, when you ban something, you're basically saying, no, we're going to put it into the government hand, who can't turn on a tap well without fucking that up.
But this wasn't a case of even the government that was responsible. And in this case, it was the Supreme Court, which, you know,
still
unfortunately, it's government appointed. But again, it's unfortunately, it's one of those weird institutions where you can be put in there for life, and not removed, despite the fact, and not removed even if you are completely incapable of doing the job. And again, the fact that this was again a Republican betrayal, because if you remember, the Supreme Court had a vacancy during Obama's final term. I think it was his last year in office, and they said, "Well, you can't fill that position when it's coming up in an election year." And guess what happened when it was coming up in the election year of 2020? What did the Republicans do? They filled a vacant seat on the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, I remember that. The hypocrites. Yeah, it's so fucking full of shit. You know, just like I said, this is why I have my significant issues with right wingers. You know, because of stuff like this.
Zam, you should be saying you have significant issues with cunts in politics. Like, I get it, you don't like right wingers, and I get it, they're starkly against your views.
But these are right wingers, though. These are 100% right wingers, and I always try to remind Americans that your Democrats are not the fucking left. You might have a couple of leftists or centrists within the Democratic Party, but they'll always be a right wing party. You got the alt right and you got the center right, which is the Democrats. You don't know if Americans have no idea what true leftism is because they don't fucking have it.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
And so when it comes to me criticizing right wingers, it's stuff like this. It's stuff like the MAGA fucking movement. You know, it's stuff like them overthrowing elections and all this abortion shit.
Yeah, but MAGA's more like they're just more extremists.
Yeah, but they're still right wing. You know what I mean? Regardless,
we're an extremist cult.
When it comes to
Haley's Comet guys,
religious fundamentalists, whether they be Christians or fucking Muslims or Jews, when it comes to what's happening in Israel, Palestine, when it comes to Muslims, what they're doing in fucking places like Saudi Arabia, or the Christian faithful in the Bible Belt parts of America, they're still fucking right wing. You know what I mean? I have these issues with them, and someone like myself who is who's bisexual, who's an ethnic minority, who's a fucking atheist, I get hated by so many fucking people, mate. You have no idea. And you know what those people are? Right fucking wingers. I have my issues with them.
When it comes to this thing with Texas, though, there's hypocrisy even with the Republicans in there with regard to how they treat the life of a fetus. Because, look at the case, first of all, of Kate Cox, this woman who has been fucked over by the Texas Supreme Court and has had to go out of state in order to get an abortion, and compare and contrast that to the case of a prison officer named Salia Issa. Now, Salia Issa is currently suing the state because of what happened to her. She reported for her shift, and shortly after clocking in, she started having what she believed were contraction pains. Now, she was about 7 months pregnant at the time. Now, she begged for relief to take over from her, and she was told no. And this went on for about 2.5 hours. I mean, her supervisors even said she was lying. Eventually, they did have someone come and relieve her from her post so she could go and drive herself to a hospital. She got there, they rushed her to an emergency room, and they found no fetal heartbeat. Her baby was dead. she had to perform a stillbirth, and she was told by medical
Oh,
professionals, had she got there sooner. What audio is playing in the background there?
Yeah, I muted it. Don't worry.
All right, okay. But again, she was told by medical professionals that had she got there sooner, the chances are her baby would have survived.
I can already guess where you're going with this. And then she sued.
She's suing the state.
No.
And again, it's Ken Paxton, and it's Ken Paxton again who's overseeing that case, and he is effectively arguing that no, that was a fetus that didn't have rights of a child, doesn't count as a child death.
Oh,
so again,
so she's going to get manslaughter or something like that. Is she going to be done for that?
No, I don't think. I don't think she. The prison officer is going to be charged with that at all. But it's again, she is looking for justice over the fact that she was denied the right to leave her post. She was denied relief to take over from her when she was reporting that she
medical
was going through
denied medical.
She was effectively denied medical care.
Yeah.
Hey, Rick B, no, we cannot move on because this is an important topic. And, I mean, if people maybe
we don't
listen
to people like you.
Yeah, and maybe people.
And we have different views within the group.
Maybe if people listen, maybe a lot of these issues would be solved. Not here, obviously, in the world, but I'm just saying.
You're absolutely right. And if he doesn't like it, he can fuck right off to another place. Not only that, we were talking about Republicans and Democrats, politicians being two-faced, just like the example you gave there, Shredder. They also they vote against abortion all the time, but they're the first ones to get their mistresses to an abortion clinic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Definitely.
And also, one thing they also do is vote against like better childcare, better child support, better infrastructure for that. I mean, if they really were pro-life, like they say they are.
All right, hold on. First off, better child support. What do you mean by that? Because
like for the state and stuff like that, where they
okay.
give you money.
I'm like, let's talk about child support. Hold on, I got some thoughts on that shit.
You might just not want the baby in the first place, regardless of what.
No, but once after it's born, because like they're like pro-life when it's in the baby womb, but when it's out of the womb,
they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck, man. That's why they don't give a fuck about kids being fed in schools.
Yeah,
that's just really socialism. I mean, they really don't. They don't give a fuck whatsoever. Which is why, once again, I have an issue with these people.
Well, again, you want to talk about children being fed in schools. There's an interesting radio phone-in I would really suggest listening to at some point. James O'Brien on LBC, he was discussing the state of school meals in Britain and comparing them to what kids are served for meals in Europe. And he actually had people calling in from European countries explaining what their kids get fed at lunch. And the fact that, again, it's treated, lunch is treated like, a school lunch is treated like an event in France. Their meat options are things like cooked chicken. They don't have chicken nuggets or any other processed foods in the menu.
Yeah, I saw I think it was on TikTok regarding like school lunches around Europe, and ours looked like a fucking something you get at McDonald's but cheaper. You know what I mean? Like fucking nuggets and chips and like there's no nutrition whatsoever with the foods that are given to kids. Whilst they, whilst kids in places like France and stuff and other European countries, they've been given rice and roasted chicken or cooked chicken and vegetables and stuff like that. Yeah,
fruit and veg that's all grown and locally sourced within like a few kilometers.
Yeah,
it's night and day.
I mean, it's the same here in the U.S. Everything that we serve our kids is mostly processed foods, and it's just like.
But it's just so crazy when you see the right constantly you try to say they defend kids and stuff like that, but these same right wingers really have an issue with feeding children school meals and stuff, and then they have issues with people like Marcus Rashford, who's a soccer player, a football player, who's not even a politician, who remembers where he comes from. He's one of those few good millionaires. He's not even a billionaire; he's a millionaire. He's not. There are different brackets. There are people who earn so much fucking money they can feed the fucking world. Someone like Marcus Rashford can't. but he's still a very wealthy man, and he's using what resources he has to fucking feed children, but he knows where he comes from.
Well,
he was a goat
LeBron
living in the poverty
James.
life.
But on the flip side, we wind up with evil policies such as the rape clause, which says that a woman can't claim benefit for more than 2 children unless the third was born through rape.
My God, I had no idea about that. Oh my
I've
God!
never heard. Wait, is that here in the U.S.?
No, it's in the UK.
Oh my God! I was about to say,
I
I'm
had
like,
no
what?
idea about that.
Yeah,
Bloody hell.
it's a 2-child cap on welfare. You can claim for a third one if you can prove that they were the product of rape.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm shocked.
So,
I'm shocked. And Cheeto, this kind of connects to what we were kind of agreeing on earlier about keeping people down and poor, and forcing people to bring the fetus to full term, and then not giving any support afterwards, like if they need meals at lunch, is to keep them poor. It's just this continuation of overpopulation breeds poverty and keeps the population down and suppressed.
I agree 100%.
And now I gotta go again, so I'll be right back.
no problem. All right. Let's finally move on from this particular subject then. Very good. So before we get back to Elon Musk, let's talk about.
Wait, why are we going back to him?
We've got one more thing to talk about. I'll let you choose, Shredder.
Choose what our next topic is.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to suggest Alex Jones returns to Twitter, but we can actually tie that into Elon Musk.
Yeah.
But
regarding
we
Piers
can get Cheeto's opinion on this because he's an American on this call. Donald Trump announced that he would be a 1-day dictator. So on day one, when he's sworn in again, he was asked if he would like to have a dictatorship. He was said only on day one. And the conservative movement seems to be entirely behind this idea.
It's such an asshole idiot. I swear to God. No. What I think about it, I think he can throw himself in an orange peeler and just be done with it. I mean, he's an idiot and he does not. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's been various rebuttals of this from the right wing, which is that, oh no, he didn't say he wanted to be a dictator when he's actually clearly on tape saying that he would want to be a dictator on day one, but he said on day one only, which it's not okay. Nobody decides that if they're going to be a dictator, it's only going to be for one solitary day.
Yeah, right.
He admires dictators, man. He's a big fan of them.
Absolutely.
Him and Putin are buddies.
On the flip side, you've got the likes of the Daily Wire who've come out and actually said that they support the idea of him being a dictator for a day and passing whatever the hell he wants.
And being a dictator for a day also means arresting your political opponents, jailing them, possibly killing them. I mean, that's what dictators do,
forced conversions, things like that.
I just want to address this comment really quick. Hold on. He said, considering I'm your only fan, doesn't make sense to tell me to fuck off. I think Daniel Vance would like to have a word with you. I think Nerdiverse would like to have a word with you.
Yeah.
I think Jim would like to have a word with you. Mr. System would like to have a word with you. Who else do we have on this program all the time? I mean, we're not maybe huge, massive, but
there's 12 people watching us right now. I mean, it's something. I mean, not everyone comments, but there are people watching us.
And I do want to talk about what Daniel Vance. I've seen that. I'm actually interested. I've seen that, and I was laughing because there's no way California and Texas would team up to go against the rest of America. You are right there. You are right on that one. That was odd. When they said that in the trailer, I'm like, Texas and California?
Texas and California are going to join up and go up against the rest of America. If
anything, I thought it would be like Texas versus California or, vice versa. That's what I thought. I mean, that the capital, let's say Washington gets nuked and then the new, the one capital is in Texas, the other capital's in California. That's how I see that going. But they really needed to nuke Washington in the beginning and then
I just think the whole concept, what it is, because unfortunately, when I'm watching MAGA cult members getting trolled by left wingers infiltrating them, pretending to be MAGA themselves, one thing they're very horny for, I mean, we're talking really horny for, is a civil war. Because you had one once before, they feel like they need to have a fucking other one. They really want history to fucking repeat itself. And unfortunately, with this movie trailer, they're trying to actually imply that with a modern day version of the American Civil War. But I think it's really fucking stupid the way they've done it, man. Like California and Texas. Oh, I rolled my eyes up as soon as I saw that. I thought, fuck that. That's not going to happen.
I'm not discounting it. Like, as I said, I'm interested. I'm not saying it was going to be like great cinema right off the bat, but I did kind of was like Texas and California. I think the only reason why they chose
I'd rather watch Red Dawn. You know what I mean? That'd be a better option.
Have you ever read It Can't Happen Here?
No.
Yeah, that's basically about an American fascist regime, basically.
Has anyone seen that new series on Netflix or movie on Netflix? I think it's called End of Days or whatever. And it happens in the United States, where I always said the way to the United States is a very strong country. You can't go toe to toe with them. They have the money, they have the manpower, they have the equipment. So you would go in
$820 billion of our tax money into our freaking Defense Department,
exactly,
which is asinine, in my opinion.
So in this movie, they explore asymmetrical warfare. It's very interesting how they disrupt the communications and then spread disinformation, hopefully leading to a civil war so they destroy themselves. I wish I could remember the title. It's very interesting.
Fascinating. Yeah, it sounds interesting. But quickly going back to Donald Trump, he did say he was going to be a dictator on day one. Personally, I think if the Republicans in any capacity, really, even if it's not Donald Trump, this particular regarding this presidential race, if a Republican wins in the future, I think they will try to end democracy. Trump more so than ever, but the guy's a fucking narcissist. But if, for argument's sake, someone like Ron DeSantis ever became president, that would be a terrible thing to happen to America. He will turn America into a dictatorship as well.
The thing is, Biden is now actually addressing this too. Biden is using the fact that Trump has said he wants to be a dictator in his speeches.
Well, look, once again, what my only issue is that Trump can say anything, do anything. He said it himself. I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. You guys will still vote for me. He has people who don't give a fuck what he does, what he says, what he do. They will stick with him. The guy is a convicted sexual offender with the Jean Carroll situation. They don't give a fuck. Hangs around with Jeffrey Epstein. They're constantly using Jeffrey Epstein all the time to fucking discredit people. Yet somehow Donald Trump is beyond just being discredited by even though he was fucking bosom buddies with Epstein himself.
Because the MAGA cult believes the lie that although he has been photographed with Jeffrey Epstein, that supposedly they were never
multiple
friends.
Multiple times he wished fucking Ghislaine Maxwell well and all of that shit.
Oh yeah, but again, the MAGA cult, again, they buy into this lie that they somehow were not on good terms.
That's my point. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They're making up excuses all the time. He says you find some footage of him, and I've heard him say this when he was a candidate running for president back before 2016, saying that he would be too busy working to play golf. He played more golf in his first 4 years. Yeah,
he played golf more than 3 presidents combined.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he played golf all the fucking. They don't give a shit.
Dude, he was never there. Like, I mean,
yeah,
God.
He constantly said that he would have a healthcare plan in 2 weeks. Never fucking materialized whatsoever. Said that Mexico was going to build a wall. Now he's telling people that was no one believes that.
No, he said we were going to build the wall, but Mexico was going to pay for it.
Yeah. Sorry, Mexico was going to pay for the wall. He plays that down now.
We'll build the wall, but it will be up north.
I was about to say, I think we should build a wall up at Canada and, make the Canadians pay for it. They're just so nice. They would actually do it.
Constantly lying, constantly bullshitting.
Cheeto taking a page from Scott Steiner.
He's been impeached twice. He's got more fucking indictments and fucking and then I fucking have had hot dinners. He's got all of these accusations against him. Him apparently shagging Stormy Daniels whilst his
It's all a
third
lie.
wife was pregnant and shit like that. Bankrupt 6 times. That stuff I knew about the bankruptcies he
I've
had
never been
prior to even
bankrupt. It's all a
prior to him even
lie.
being president. I knew all about that shit. When I realized that this
Fake
guy was
news.
bankrupt the
It's all
casino,
fake news.
I really thought he was a fucking idiot
I'm
after
the
that.
greatest president ever.
All of these things, they still fucking stick with him. I'll never understand. It's a cult. It's a true cult. When you worship a politician, I've always said this, you're a fucking idiot. That's when we were talking to Jeff earlier, Cousin Cheeto. I'm thinking to myself, this guy, how can you like Star Trek and like Donald Trump? It makes no sense. How can people be right wing and like fucking Star Trek? I'll never get it. It's the most fucking left wing socialism aspect ever, yet they somehow fucking like it. I'll never understand.
How dare you? It's not
They
a
like the
cult.
flashing
Now
lights.
pass
They
the
don't
Kool-Aid,
understand
Ralph,
the
so everyone
message.
can have some.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
That was
go on,
good.
Chris.
That was good. Oh, I was just gonna say they like it because of all the flashy lights, but they don't understand the message.
Yeah, probably.
You talking about Star Trek, or you talking about Donald Trump?
It's Star Trek and Donald Trump a lot. Like I said, I was speaking to that guy Jeff in the other chat room earlier. He told
Dude,
me
I
he's a
couldn't
big
follow.
fan.
I was at work. I couldn't follow all that.
No, but the point
kept
is that
going.
the guy's going on about how he's a fan of fucking Andrew Tate and Donald Trump. I'm thinking, mate, like Andrew Tate's done all these bad things. He goes, yeah, but he's not like that now. I go, great, but he still has to fucking face the consequences of his actions. You
Yeah,
can't
but
just say
here's my thing, Zam, is that you never knew that until he told you that. He never forced that upon you.
Who?
Like he never forced any of his ideals upon you or anything like that. So for you to sit here and say, I can't, like, I'm not saying you're bashing him, but you're still sitting here going, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. It's like, he's not, yeah, he may believe those things and they may be starkly different from yours, but he never forced them on you. Not until you guys started talking together. And
I never forced anything on him.
But you're kind of defacing him by saying these things.
No, I'm just surprised that people who like Star Trek can find people like Andrew Tate and Donald Trump appealing, because I always wonder. All of us can see through somebody like Donald Trump. We know he's a con man. We know he's a bad man. We know all of these things. Yeah, how are other people so easily duped by this motherfucker? I'll never understand. He's in your face, a terrible human being.
Because I'll explain it right. Because all the politicians, all of them, are bought by corporate America. Literally, they're paid for by the health service, the insurance service, all that. Whatever you want to say about Donald Trump, good, bad, or indifferent, he is a self-funded man. He paid for his own.
No, he's not, man.
No, but
He's
not. I know he's not.
He's
you know
not.
he's not. Look, I'm just saying for the average American. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the average American out there. Right? And I'm saying that he suffers.
No, but those things are relevant when you hear him talk. When you hear him fucking talk, how is that shit relevant? When he says grabbed him by the pussy and fucking sorry, go on.
I think I understand why you can't conceive it, because anyone who can actually fall for that is so stupid. And I hate to use the word stupid because that's insulting to people that are stupid. But they're so stupid that people with average or above average intelligence can't even conceive being that dumb. You know what I mean? Like, to be that much of a dupe, we're just too intelligent to fathom it, even though we're smart. Like, it's, I don't know.
So when I hear people who I like and they throw this bomb out at me, they tell me, "Oh, I voted for Trump." I'm thinking to myself, how is this possible? Like, yeah, sorry, go on, Shredder.
Well, I can tell you I know of two kind of people who voted for Trump. Now,
the grifters and the stupid.
No. There were people who voted for him because he made it acceptable to be openly and overtly racist or bigoted or homophobic. Those kind of people voted for him. There were also another kind of there's also another group I'm very, very, very familiar with who did vote for him, and that's people who felt they had been fucked over by the Democrats. They had not prospered under the Obama administration. They didn't think they were going to prosper under a continuation of it with Clinton. Now, an example I will give is my future brother-in-law. Now, he works in the Rust Belt. He worked in Pennsylvania in a petrochemical refinery. Now, he was convinced, along with many, many others in his workforce, that he wouldn't have a job by the end of Clinton's 4 years in charge. Now, Clinton did not campaign in that Rust Belt. The Democrats didn't really do much in the way of campaigning in the Rust Belt. It's why they lost Pennsylvania. It's why they lost Detroit. It's why they lost, all these places that used to be a heartland of American manufacturing. And
they're just hoping that people thought like we did, that they wouldn't vote for someone as idiotic and stupid as Donald Trump.
But again,
they misunderstood the people.
Look, some of these people, they thought Trump they thought, for better or worse, Trump has got a legitimate background in business. Now, they were taken in by that. They were taken in by his rhetoric, where he did campaign in those areas, and he did say, "I'm going to protect American jobs."
Yeah, well, that wasn't the case. He outsourced.
Oh, again, it wasn't the
he
case,
outsourced,
but he was able to make the sales pitch, and the sales pitch worked.
Yeah,
the Democrats didn't counter it.
And I guess when I was talking about the people voting for Trump, I was talking about the cult members that were voting for Trump, because I do agree with you. There were other facets and other groups of people that still did vote for Trump. And the two major ones, other than the cultists, were the ones you did just mention for sure. And it's sad that they thought that he would bring it back, and they were duped into believing he was a businessman that could do that. But there was no hope for that industry. It was gone. It was already gone.
But it amazes me that that he's getting so much traction, even though he lied about having the election stolen, even though he tried to overthrow democracy on January the 6th, and people are still backing him after all this time.
Again, you're in a country where 200,000 people died from COVID-19, and yet there's still a large contingent of the population here that want Boris Johnson back in charge.
Yeah.
And plus, you've got to remember, in America, Biden really hasn't improved the quality of life for the normal working class American. So they want change. They're they're desperate for it.
But he's done a couple of things. What it is with the Democrats, they don't try to push their own achievements. Like he helped with the student loan relief, and the infrastructure bill. These were good things, but they don't push these things out and say, look what we did. They don't give. They're so stupid when it comes to promoting themselves, and at the same time, they're not attacking their opponents like Donald Trump, who's a fucking criminal. And they don't fucking mention these sort of things. They are weak.
Hold on. Yeah. You mentioned student loan relief. No. There are people who got student loan relief in my country, but it's only for people in certain public.
No. Look. I'm sorry for interrupting. Look, I agree. I agree. But the point is, if you're a Democrat and you want to spin things, you spin that. Even if it's minimal, spin it and fucking say, look, we did something. They're not even fucking doing that.
They don't self-promote.
Yeah,
they do not self-promote at all.
They're so bad. And then someone like Donald Trump, who's a fucking criminal, a fucking mob boss, a degenerate, wants to fuck his own daughter, all of these things, yeah. And yet people vote for this guy, and I'll never understand that. I can't. When I'm talking to these people and they tell me they vote for Trump, I'm thinking to myself, you seem like a fucking normal dude. How can you fall for this grift? How can this guy be appealing to you? He's a fucking cunt. But no, they still want to vote for him. It's just
because they have different views than you. I'm sorry. Like I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, people have different views, and whether they're right or wrong, that's not for us to decide.
Can you not understand? Tell someone's personality.
Some of them. Sorry, I think some of them do have different views, and that's their right to vote. That's one of the good things about America, is the fact that you vote for things. But what Zam, I think, is getting at is not that group of people that have a different opinion and vote on those opinions, whether we like them or not, whether they like the fact that they can now openly be more vocal about who they hate. That might be one of the things, and it might be other things. What he's getting at is the group of people that no matter what Trump could do or say, they are riding what is Die Hard or what? Ride or
His
Die.
coattails.
Yeah,
On his
they will
coattails. Yeah.
not give up. They will not see him for what he is, no matter what he says, what he does. That's what he doesn't understand. Is that right?
Yeah, to a degree.
I'd also add to that. You've also got another group of people who, again, will swear they will vote for Trump. The same kind of people who say that they will vote for people like Nigel Farage or Boris Johnson. It's not that they support their policies. I vote this way because it hurts you. I vote this way because it annoys and upsets you.
They want to own the libs and shit like that.
Yeah.
Which I find remarkable.
But that boils back to what I was saying earlier about people just need to be good to people. You know what I mean? You shouldn't vote because you feel like you like one thing that irks me beyond belief is somebody who says, well, a vote not for Hillary, like this. I was told this, and I keep in mind, I'm not saying who I voted for, and I didn't vote for Trump, but anyone who told me, because I was going to vote for somebody else. And they said, well, a vote not for vote not for Hillary Clinton is a vote for Donald Trump. And that is bullshit.
I mean, that was the same as the people who said that Ralph Nader acted as a spoiler in the Bush v. Gore election.
Yeah.
When really he was just Ralph Nader was exercising his democratic right. You're allowed to run for president. It doesn't matter if you're not Republican or Democrat. You are allowed to stand as a third-party candidate.
Yes. And the problem is that we shouldn't have a third party. You know what we should have? We should have candidates, and it shouldn't be a one party or the other. We need to have like candidates, and this bullshit of Republican and Democrat, like just need there originally were four. There were four. There were actually technically Republicans and Democrats were in the same party originally. Weren't they like the Republican Democrats or something like that? There were the Whigs. There were I don't remember now. It's been a long time.
Well, I mean, the election that Trump wound up becoming president in, the main political parties that were standing, you had, I believe it was the Republicans and Democrats, of course, but you had the Libertarians and you had the Green Party. So you had four political parties predominantly standing. Now, I know the Greens and the Libertarians didn't have ballot access in all 50 states. But they had overwhelming access. They had access in an overwhelming majority of the states. Now, okay, regardless of whether or not you actually believe that these people had any hope in hell of ever becoming president, which, let's be honest, they didn't. They still had the right to stand.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a case of it must be one or the other. I'm sorry, but in a democracy, a multitude of people are allowed to stand for office. It's not just candidate one or candidate two.
And on top of that, they might not win that term, but if they stand enough, like the other party or parties, if they keep going in and attending it and putting themselves up and running for offices, if they're good enough and they're what the people want, eventually they'll get the vote, won't they? Or shouldn't it?
Maybe.
Possibly, but again, it's not likely to happen in the American system. But at the same time, here's the other thing to consider. Okay, well, if your two options are Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, and you don't rate either of them as a presidential candidate, then you've got the option. You can spoil the ballot paper, or you can put in one of these other candidates, which you know has got no hope of winning, be it Gary Johnson, the Libertarians, or Jill Stein of the Greens, or you can write in another candidate. Now, the fact that you're actually participating and voting for another candidate, or you're spoiling your ballot paper, or you're putting in a write-in candidate, that's democracy.
That's your American right. Well, your democratic right.
That's your democratic right. Your democratic right, which is to say, I am going to participate in this vote, but I'm not voting for either of those two candidates.
Yeah. And that's what irks me so bad when people would talk, like they would. And they say, oh, well, you doing Hillary or Trump? And I'm like, neither. Like, I know who I'm voting for. And even though they may not have a chance in hell, guess what? I can walk out of that ballot box with a clean conscience that I didn't vote for either of those two.
I've seen it here where parties in my province, there were two major parties that usually would switch every election. They would gain the vote by 1 or 2 seats or whatever. But there was a third party that running enough that election after election, they got more traction, they got more press to the point where they do occasionally now get elected. I don't like that party, but you don't give up.
Well, it's how democracy works.
Well, in this country, we generally have a multitude of candidates when it's time for us to go to the polls. You don't just have Labour or Conservatives. You've got
it tends to be that,
Democrat.
though, doesn't it?
You have the Green. It tends to be, in England at least, Labour or the Conservatives who get a seat. I mean, the Green Party, for example, only has one seat in England.
I'm voting Green, by the way, next election.
UKIP only ever managed to get 2. In Wales, I think Plaid have managed to get about 3, whereas in Scotland, the SNP have managed to get about 50 seats. So, you've got a multitude of candidates, but again, you've got plenty of people who stand knowing that they've got no hope of success, but they stand to either highlight just how silly the process is, or they stand to they stand to point out the ridiculousness of some other issue that's going on in the area. So, for example, when Nigel Farage stood in the constituency of South Thanet, he was challenged by the comedian Al Murray, who was running in the pub landlord persona. You've had people like Count Binface running up against people like Nigel Farage or Boris Johnson or Theresa May. So, I mean, Nigel Farage has lost an election to a guy in a dolphin costume.
Yep, I remember. Well, look, regarding that conversation I was having with this other guy on Messenger, one of the things he first said to me was regarding his opinions on transgendered, and I'm thinking to myself, this wouldn't be an issue for you to even bring up just a few years ago, but it's become an issue because the Republicans and the right wing have made it an issue for you to give a shit about, when you shouldn't really giving a shit about a demographic of people that is not even 1% of the fucking population of the world.
Yeah,
and
but he also said that he also said that he believed.
He brought it up first. I never brought up shit.
No,
he brought it up first.
Listen.
Yeah.
Okay, so he did say, he said, I believe that people are rooted in, their original gender. He says, but I don't care if they can call themselves whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. He said, he did say.
He also said something about I just don't want people to talk about it too much and stuff like that as well. He did also say that. But the point is that why is this an issue for you regarding a bunch of people that are so small in our population that you bet you probably go your whole fucking life not even seeing a fucking transgender person? Why is this such an issue for you? This is a fucking non-issue. Yet they've made it an issue.
Election.
Yeah, why is this such an issue?
I don't know if he was saying it was an issue. I think he was more just saying.
Yeah, but why bring it up? Like it's
because you were asking about you.
I never brought up gender once. He brought it up first.
No, but you were bringing up
I know
views and stuff.
No. I never brought.
None of that matters.
You look at that chat. You look at that chat. Sorry, you look at that chat. Cheeto. He was the one who brings up all that political shit first. I just mentioned that. Do you want to join the Sodomizer podcast? Which is my nickname for this podcast, by the way. Okay.
It doesn't matter because it shouldn't be a political issue to begin with. It's just another red herring. It's just, look what my left hand is doing. Don't pay attention to my right hand as it dives into your pocket and takes your hard-earned money.
Exactly. And once again, this is the typical right-wing thing where they go after fucking minorities of any sort of demographic because they're easy fucking food. They're easy to go after. These people are very hard to fight against a demographic of people who are much larger than these minorities, and they're an easy target. They're a soft fucking target, and they have issues with them for no reason other than the fact that they exist.
Okay, but hold on. Okay, so I have it right here. Okay, so here's the thing. He said, gotcha. He said, I am willing to be on one of your World Has Gone Crazy episodes to provide opinion on the topics, a friendly opinion. Then you said that is a Sodomizer podcast, blah, blah, blah. He said he's busy today. He says, so to be clear, I'm all for pit bulls and pew-pews. I am respectful on other outlooks and never go on attack mode. Just to be 100% transparent, we are friends first. She says, "Oh, I know. Multiple viewpoints are healthy as long as it stays civil." So here's my thing with that. This is what I'm talking about. He is not here to defend himself, and you are talking about this. That is my point.
What? I mean, I don't get you. I'm sorry.
He's
I get it.
You're talking about a conversation you had with somebody who is not here to actually defend their position.
Agreed.
That's my problem.
No. I'm just saying. Look, I'm not. Look, sorry. What I'm trying to get at is that regarding right wingers, is that they've been programmed to believe that these sort of issues are issues now when they're not issues in the first place. When somebody brings up the trans thing, I'm thinking to myself, why is this an issue for you? Issues a fucking non-issue. Trans people fucking exist. Who fucking cares? But right wingers generally give a shit about trans people because they've been made to by their fucking people who feed them this fucking narrative. That's what I'm going on about.
Yeah, but you're sitting here talking about him specifically. You're not just talking about.
He brought it up first. I don't know.
But you're
trans thing. Look at the
he's
conversation.
Not here. He's not
here
here
to defend his own views.
I'm using him as a point of reference regarding right wingers generally when it comes to the trans issue. Is that it's just an issue for them in the first place, but it shouldn't be.
Okay.
Regardless.
Okay, let's
that's
not talk about this fellow. Let's just talk about the fact that some people have been brainwashed to believe that this should be a topic for elections.
You could
not
basically
that
talk
you
about
can't have the opinion, but that
Again-
it should somehow be skirted in above other issues that are more important.
I was going to say as well, you didn't really necessarily have to bring up this one particular person. You could be very easily have referenced the talking points of people like Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh. Public figures like them.
Yeah, I can do, but I'm just saying it just seems to be a common thread now in today's world. Maybe you go back a few years and nobody would even brought up trans. They would probably maybe brought up gays again. You know what I mean? Or Muslims. It seems to be a common thread that, okay, this is the boogeyman for today's world. It's now the fucking trans people. We're okay maybe to a degree with Muslims because they're a little bit conservative like us. If anything, we have more in common with them than we realize. And that was the case for a while until the fucking Israel-Palestine conflicts happened. And now they start hating Muslims again to a degree.
Well, no, there's been deep hatred of Muslims within the Conservative Party. I mean, Sajid Javid, for example, has been campaigning to try and have it dealt with. I mean, the fact that the Conservative Party at no point repudiated Rod Liddle when he penned that horrific column that said, "I want more Islamophobia in the Tory Party."
I've come across a lot more people being more accepted towards Islam because of people like Andrew Tate, who converted to Islam himself, who's very popular with conservatives generally because he's a misogynist.
Only if you donate £5 to our stream, Ginger, we will have Shredder get his tits out for £5. If you do £10, I'll get my tits out too. Okay,
£5 he's gonna fucking. £35 he's gonna fucking release is from his fucking ass.
But,
and then yeah.
Again, look, I don't take Andrew Tate converting to Islam as being any kind of indicator of anything other than the fact that Tate is grifting based on religion.
I know that
it's like Trump. It's like Trump clutching a Bible.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all of this.
It's like it's like any politician grabbing clenching a Bible. I mean, it's a joke to swear an oath on a Bible. I mean, like what?
I'm just saying. Sorry.
I'd rather swear my oath in on a Captain America #1 comic book than the Bible and some like that might actually be something.
Anyway, look, I could keep talking about this for hours, but look, we should.
Oh, I know.
Sorry, I didn't know I was on mute earlier. I said to Ginger, Vitmo 1,000, I'll get mine out.
Well, but then we'll be demonetized. No, if me and Shred do it, it's okay.
Yeah,
I know.
This is YouTube.
I had to give a disposition or basically give evidence before we went to court. And my lawyer said, you should swear on the Bible. And I said, because there's two choices. And I said, why would I swear on the Bible? I'm an atheist. She goes, well, they think that you're trying to lie. And I said, well, I'm not going to do it. I'm not swearing on the Bible because that would be a lie. So I gave it a firm oath that I would tell the truth. And sure enough, the lawyer from the other side asked me if I was doing it so I could get away with lying. Believe it or not.
Why? Like, that makes no sense. Like, you're gonna lie whether you do it on a Bible or not. That's so stupid. I agree.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
I reckon it's dumb as well.
Comment here from Ricardo Bollocks. Exactly, people have different opinions. The left, I find, usually can't handle that, but globally, more right-wing governments are coming into power.
Oh, really?
Well, the most
Yeah,
recent
yeah.
government that came into power within Poland was a centrist government, I believe. The alt-right party went there. I mean, there's obviously what happened in Argentina was disgusting, but then people like Lula, who's proper left wing, came into power within Brazil, and the liberals are still in power within America. Sorry, in Canada. I apologize. I believe that correct, Christine.
Again, are we really
I didn't
taking
hear
this
you.
point seriously? Are we really taking this point seriously from Rick B, the guy who a couple of weeks ago said that we were on the same side as Nick Griffin?
Yeah, I know. But this is. Do you remember blame Ginger Greek for Rick B's involvement? Sorry,
I didn't
Christine.
hear you, Zam. What
The
did
Liberal
you say
Party.
about Canada?
The Liberal Party is still in power in Canada, correct?
The federal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I know there are some right-wing governments coming into power, but we have an alt-right government right now with the Tories, and Tory light's going to come into power with Labour in the next election. That's pretty much guaranteed. But they are left of this current Tory party, so things are changing to a degree. It swings and roundabouts. I wouldn't say it's as straightforward as you think it is, Rick B. All right. Okay. Next topic.
Well, we got a couple of options.
Yeah.
Piers Morgan, we can now officially say he was involved in phone hacking.
Yeah, explain this. I know nothing about this story.
Prince Harry has sued the Mirror newspaper group over invasion of his privacy. And one of the allegations levied against the Mirror group was that they were involved in phone hacking and they had obtained information by hacking his phone.
Oh,
okay. The judge in that case has now officially ruled that it's of his legal opinion that yes, the Mirror group, the editor and the editorial team, which included Piers Morgan, were involved in the phone hacking of Prince Harry. Now, Morgan has denied that he had any involvement at all in hacking of phones, that he never ordered anyone to hack phones, he never sought stories directly from phone hacking. But this ruling from the judge would suggest that when Piers Morgan told that to the judicial inquiry, the Leveson inquiry, for that matter, which was a judicial inquiry, he has effectively performed what would be your equivalent of obstruction of justice. It's in this country, it'd be known as perverting the course of justice. So there may be some serious legal ramifications if the police now decide to investigate Piers Morgan with regard to phone hacking, because
again, he's infatuated with. Sorry.
Yeah, well, again, the fact is the police were told during that whole period with phone hacking investigations by the Mirror and Piers Morgan that no, they had no knowledge or participation in it. Now we know it was kind of bollocks when Piers Morgan was saying that he'd never been involved in it, because the two pieces of testimony in particular at the Leveson inquiry. One was Heather Mills, Paul McCartney's ex-wife. She spoke about the fact that when she and Paul were breaking up, he had left several voicemails, including one where he sang. So, he sang on one of these voicemails that he'd left for him. And it wound up appearing in the Mirror newspaper, despite the fact that Heather Mills had not given access to any journalists the content of those voicemails. And there's also the fact that Jeremy Paxman, the former host of Newsnight, has said Piers Morgan showed me how to hack phones. He demonstrated me how to hack a phone. Yeah, it is perjury. It's a form of perjury, but again, it's perverting the course of justice. And again, Pierce could be looking at some serious charges if the police actually reopen their investigation.
Piers Morgan also he's infatuated with Meghan in the sense that I think no, but he actually tried to go out with Meghan Markle before she became a princess, and she turned him down.
No, she was on friendly terms with Piers. Apparently, apparently he would regularly contact her.
But I think he tried to make that next move, and she wasn't having it. And so,
now he hates her.
Yeah,
right. He runs her down.
Yeah, pretty much.
I hope they get him, and I hope they charge him.
Yeah,
I hope so too, because the guy's a slide ball. Let's just say.
For me, he's a broken clock. He's right twice a day, but overall, he's still a cunt. Yeah, so that's how I look at him.
Hey, wait, cunts have a use. All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. But yeah, so we're now safely, from the looks of it, we're now safely protected from any libel action if we say Piers Morgan was involved in phone hacking.
Yeah, allegedly. All right. Okay, let's move on from this one.
It's proven in court, right? So.
Well, it's the opinion of a judge, yeah.
Okay, fine. So not allegedly. Okay, fine. Fair enough. All right, I've got a couple more things. Let's quickly go back to Elon Musk. Space Karen gets recalled for defects. Someone start with this topic, please.
Okay, well, this is something I put in the docket. So, over 2 million Tesla cars have been issued with a recall over a safety issue with the autopilot system.
Autopilot is so stupid in the first place. I'll never use it.
Well,
why the word Karen though? Like, was the onboard computer named Karen, or are we just
no? We refer to Elon Musk as Space Karen.
Oh, gotcha.
So there was a 2-year investigation by the U.S. Where is it? Yeah, so the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. They looked into 956 Tesla crashes over a 2-year period. And they found that the prominence and scope of the feature, the autopilot features controls may not be sufficient to prevent driver misuse. Automated technology holds great promise for improving safety, but only when it is deployed responsibly. And that they will continue to monitor Tesla's autopilot software once it's been updated. So Tesla has had to recall over 2 million cars in order to get a software update on their autopilot system because it's been deemed to be a danger on national highways.
Well, even autopilots in planes have to have human oversight. So I don't understand why people would just use autopilot. It should be two things, the autopilot and the driver. You know what I mean? Like people, I don't know.
Right, but again, this has been Tesla trying to tout the idea of driverless cars. And the system it's repeatedly crashed.
I know, and then it should be recalled. I don't disagree. I'm just saying. Never mind. I don't know how to say it.
But yeah, over 2 million Teslas have now been formally recalled. So but this is not this. I don't know if this is the worst or the second worst piece of business news to happen to Space Karen in the past week. The other is that the financial reporting on Twitter is not looking good either. So we've already said that Twitter is worth less than half of what Musk paid for it. But
and he overpaid.
Oh yeah. But what's now emerged is that the banks are not happy. So banks loaned him approximately $13 billion in order to fund the purchase of Twitter. They're expected to take a loss of at least $2 billion, potentially even $4 billion. And this was after assurances from Musk that they wouldn't lose money.
Well, you can't get insurances from him. He did tell his fucking investors to go fuck themselves. So what do you expect?
Well, no, he told advertisers to go F themselves, but
that's what I mean.
He privately told bankers to lend him $13 billion to fund the buyout of Twitter that they would not lose money on the deal. This was according to 5 people who were familiar with the matter who spoke to the Financial Times. So despite the assurances, the 7 banks that lent money to Musk for his buyout, which were Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Barclays, MUFG, BNP Paribas, Mitsuo, and Societe Generale, they're facing serious losses on the debt. They are looking... excuse me. They were looking last year to try and offload offload their share of Twitter for about 65 cents on the dollar. But they've said that there's no price at the minute that anybody's willing to pay for them because they don't think Linda Yaccarino would actually be able to turn Twitter around. They would be lucky at the minute to get 60 cents on the dollar. But even then, that would be a loss of about $4 billion.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised to see Elon Musk, isn't it? So, yeah, my heart bleeds to Ginger Greek.
Here's how bad the exodus of advertisers has got on Twitter. I am getting adverts on my personal feed to buy illegal weapons.
Lovely. In this country?
Oh yeah. There was an advert offering the chance to purchase what they call a tactical self-defense ring. Now, what that is
it green?
It's a folding knuckle duster. So supposedly, what this thing is, once you fold it in, it looks like a pendant, and they actually advertise it as like it would pass any security tests as like a hidden weapon. You unfold it, put it across your 4 knuckles, and again, you've got essentially a folding set of brass knucks. Now, knuckle dusters are completely illegal here in the UK. If you were caught with them, you're looking at about 4.5 years in prison.
For brass knuckles?
Yes,
I had no idea.
The offensive weapon under the Offensive Weapons Act, minimum you're looking at 6 months, but you're looking at up to 4.5 years if you're caught with those.
And they used to be quite a common weapon in the UK.
They're illegal here too. I don't think a first offense would get you any time, but it would get you in trouble.
Yeah. Any weapon here, and the police stop and search you, and they find you with that, you're good away.
Yep.
Yeah, again, it's the Offensive Weapons Act 2019, which actually, if I remember correctly, that was the act that outlawed knuckle dusters. But with regard to this, I mean, now I clicked on the website that was linked to this. Now, my impression of it is that it is one of like the fake online shops, the kind of thing that the kind of thing that's designed to steal your bank details. So, Facebook had a big issue with them. So things like $1,000, some robotic Optimus Prime toys, for example, they're over $1,000 to buy. And these sites were telling you, oh, you can buy this from us from, less than $100. So if you were to go ahead and try and make a purchase, either you wouldn't get the item you paid for at all, or you'd get some cheap knockoff shit. But most of the time, it was a case of that they would, these sites were designed entirely to steal your bank account information. And that's what this one appears to be. But if it were to ship it out to me, it means I've got this thing for about £20. Instead of folding brass knuckles for about 20 quid.
Not bad, I guess.
Now, even if I want, the website on the page where it advertises it, where it says, you can, where it advertises all the detail, all the features of this, the fact that it unfolds, you can bash concrete with it, etc. It's got like this little disclaimer on there that says, please check local laws in your area before purchase. The thing is, if I go to the purchase page, there's also no requirement to ask me for age verification. So even if this thing was marketed, it was supposed to be advertised to markets where something like that would be considered a legal, weapon for self-defense. There's no age verification, meaning minors could buy it.
Hey, Shred, I wonder if this is more of a police work. I wonder if they're trying to find people that are willing to purchase these things online from shady sites. And so now they're going to come knocking at your door going, oh, yeah, you purchased these knuckle dusters from this website. Yeah, you are under arrest, sir.
Yeah, well, again, I didn't, put any of my information in there because, quite frankly, I don't trust this website with any of my
Well,
own.
now Pierce Morgan is tapping your phone, so congratulations.
No, it's like all those fucking ads you see on Facebook or Instagram, where they'll either send you a really shit product or they'll just.
Well, yeah, I just briefly mentioned that.
Send you anything.
Like Facebook, when they had like all those adverts with like the video of the $1,000 Optimus Prime toy.
Yeah.
That you would click on it.
Optimus Prime from it was called Wish here in the US.
Yeah, but
they were advertising like a proper like transforming Optimus Prime.
They were taking clips from an actual video which was showcasing like an Optimus Prime, which transformed itself, and it was over $1,000 to buy it. And they were telling you could buy this thing for about $100. And again, you were either going to get like some really shitty knockoff toy, or you were going to have your bank information stolen, which again is what I think was on this website. And I think Twitter has got some serious questions to answer because they're sending to the feed of people like me in the UK, either at the very least a scam which is designed to steal my bank account information, or at worst, they are actually sending me to a website where I could purchase an illegal weapon.
Lovely.
Twitter is just it's just unbearable. Like I go on there. Okay, I mean, first of all, you've got to handle the trauma of seeing all the fucking dead babies and Israeli soldiers just literally acting like fucking Nazis. At some points, Nazis will probably look at them and be like, "That's a bit much," and all that. And then after that, you got to wade through the stupid ads and the fucking anyone who likes trauma porn, you can go on Twitter and just enjoy yourself there. Because
speaking of trauma and
spent 5 minutes on it
Twitter.
now.
Guess what? Just this past Thursday, it was the 11th anniversary of.
Oh, Sandy Hook.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And guess who got to return to Twitter this past week?
Transition.
Yeah. Now, a year ago, Elon Musk had put up a post which I at the time I thought it was genuine. He honestly said that Jones was not getting back on Twitter at all. November 2022, because Sam Harris had asked if Alex Jones was going to be one of the people that got reinstated. Musk had wrote a post saying that I have felt my firstborn's last heartbeat as he died in my arms. So I have no mercy at all for people who exploit dead children. So Jones is not getting his account back. Now he put it out to a poll. He put up a poll asking should Alex Jones be reinstated. The poll said yes. So Musk has gone ahead and done it.
That's saying he put up a poll saying that should I leave Twitter or something like that, or should I let somebody else hold the reins? And they said yes.
Should I put somebody else in charge? And that's why we've got Linda Yaccarino as the CEO.
But he's still fucking.
This is why he's listening to the people, everybody. He's listening to the people.
Yeah, he just wants to appease the wrong crowds,
Well, by the way,
once again, this is my thing with the right. Like they will fucking cult love you until the cows come home, and they love him. There's so many people who suck his fucking knob, who simp for fucking Elon Musk. He loves being simped on. He loves it.
Rick,
he's a narcissist himself.
Elon Musk. You love him, don't you, Rick? You want him.
Yes. And exactly. And that's why he likes to appeal to the right, because they will follow him off a cliff. They'll defend him anything he does, as long as he appeals to them. Becomes transphobic and all of that shit. And that's Elon Musk for you in today's world. It's a shame because he seemed reasonably decent a few years ago, but he has changed. He's come a long way since, and he's a right fucking cunt.
Yeah,
well, he's sorry. Go on, Cheetah.
I'd say even me, you guys know me. I was kind of an Elon Musk simp, like last year. But the more he does things, and keep in mind, as I've always said, I support SpaceX. I like what they're doing over there. you know, like in way of innovation, you know, like and I know you guys have your issues with, and that's fine, but like, man, the decisions he's made, I mean, what a fucking idiot. Like, I mean, say like Twitter and then Tesla. I mean, SpaceX is the only thing that's really doing anything worth anything, that's coming from Elon Musk's money. And I mean, not that I want to start a whole SpaceX debate, because I know you guys will probably
no, that's fine. But the thing is like, look, in the early days we thought, oh, this guy's he's a bit of a oh god, who was the guy that ran? Steve Jobs. No, I thought he was a bit like a Steve Jobs. Got all these ideas, gets people to do all this stuff. I never saw him as an inventor. But then when the whole Thailand cave thing happened and how he responded, I was like, oh no, this guy's just a prick. And that was my kind of first inclination that, okay, no, he's a cop. You don't just...
Oh, but by the way, I just want to address this thing that Rick B's just posted. Quite frankly, just fuck off. The Sandy Hook thing has not been dealt with. Alex Jones has not paid a dime of that money that he owes the families. One of the parents of those dead children is having to crowdfund in order to pay for lymphoma treatment. Well,
let's also let's also not forget, you don't allow people on a social media platform where their actions have literally caused families to get death threats and have had to move their home 3 fucking times.
Absolutely.
Because Alex Jones sat there going, it's a false flag attack, it's all fake, it's all this, they're all crisis actors and all that. There is always a limit, okay? When people are on a platform and they're causing incitement, okay, and putting people's lives in danger, no, they don't deserve a voice. There's freedom of speech, but you should never be, there's no such thing as freedom from consequences. And Alex Jones does not deserve to be on any fucking social media platform because he's literally dangerous.
Rick B was also saying that how so and so says stupid things. This person, using leftist example, this person says stupid things. That person says stupid things. Alex Jones says stupid things. Now you're fucking defending him. What the fuck's wrong with you, Rick B? Be smart than that. Don't defend somebody.
Again, he's a troll. He doesn't really have any consistency.
Who fucking thinks that the death of children is worthy of exploiting as a false flag just to put themselves on the fucking map. It's disgusting. It's disgusting, mate.
And again, he hasn't paid a dime to any of the families he owes. He was offered a sweetheart deal. I mean, the families offered was $85 million over 10 years and 50% of whatever he made over $9 million. So, again, he refused to take that because he thinks he's going to be able to walk away and not pay a single cent. But he's filed for bankruptcy, but still spending $100,000 on himself a month. He's still taking regular vacations to Hawaii. And yet he's trying to claim that he has no money to pay these people what he owes.
Yeah.
Give us a like, Rick B, for fuck's sake.
Give us a thumb.
Why can't they
I want your thumb up.
For not paying,
because he's going through he's going through the appeals process, which obviously he's entitled to. And look, I'm not going to say he shouldn't have the right to an appeals process. It's the basic tenet of any judicial system. You've got an appeals process, but he's going through that. But he's also going through bankruptcy hearings. He's trying to claim that he doesn't have any money to his name.
Yeah. Which is lies. He's signed things away and hidden stuff. And
the thing is, the bankruptcy hearing that he's going through, he's tried to suggest to the bankruptcy court of what he should be allowed to pay himself, which is $520,000 a year. So he thinks he should be able. No, he genuinely thinks he's worth $10,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
This is like this is where he should be possibly thrown in jail now because he's not paying the money that he owes all these Sandy Hook victims' families.
No, because he's
again, it would have to wait until after the appeals process.
Okay. If he's going to argue during bankruptcy court that he's entitled to get paid, and he should have some money to live on, as a judge, if I were the judge, I'd be like, yeah, you should get paid. How about minimum wage?
Yeah.
And this is once again, when people ask me about why I hate right wingers, and you see people like Tucker Carlson, platforming Alex Jones, totally dodging all the terrible things that he has done regarding Sandy Hook and putting him on a platform. it's just ridiculous. It's exhausting when you see all this shit. So
I'm very high, by the way.
very good. It hasn't been. No, but the point is, Brickby, you are very happy to criticize people who says lots of stupid things, yet you don't even mention the fact that he says stupid things. Alex Jones, that is, and
oh no, but remember, he thinks I want everybody I disagree with completely silenced. Just because I say somebody's got like somebody has said something very, very dumb, I supposedly want people silenced. But again, Rick B is a troll. He has no consistent position.
He's also very high, like me right now.
And
I mean,
just
isn't that
because you criticize someone for saying something doesn't mean you're silencing them. It's you're using your freedom of speech, and they're not free from consequences, like you said earlier.
Well, exactly.
Isn't that how we're supposed to watch and be on this show? Is we're just supposed to be high?
No, damn it! Cancel culture! Cancel culture!
There you go. He said it finally.
I don't ever
but
get
you-
hard, man. But
But
when a friend
he does
offers
appeal
you
to you,
free
though, doesn't he?
shit, I'm gonna take.
All right, I want to finish this fucking list now. So we're down to one more item on the list, and that is
Our Prime Minister.
the prime minister that I should be fawning over because he looks like me. But regardless, Rishi Sunak, dementia or lying, he's not fit for office. Well, the guy was never democratically voted in by the people, as well as his predecessor. And the fact that he's prime minister right now and he's throwing law out after law after law, he is the definition of an elitist prime minister. He's been caught saying how he doesn't want to distribute money to poorer people I've heard him say these things when he's talking to elitist people in certain areas. He's definitely a vote to virtual signal, saying that the right can have not only female prime ministers but also now ethnic minority prime ministers. But he's an agent of white supremacy without a doubt. He's homophobic. He's fascist. He's transphobic. Doesn't give a shit about the regular person, and he's a terrible prime minister who needs to be ousted from his position as soon as possible. I hate him. I hate him with passion.
The question though about his mental fitness for office though is really a bit of tongue in cheek. It's off the back of his time where he was recently giving evidence to the COVID inquiry, and it was a case of he's either mentally incompetent because it seemed like for every single question he couldn't remember. He was every detail he was asked a question about, he couldn't remember. I don't remember.
I've noticed that with right wingers when they get questions when they've been put on the podium to go back about their past events, which will incriminate them big time. I remember Marjorie Taylor Greene went through the same
deny
thing.
everything.
Couldn't remember.
He was at the very
don't
heart of
incriminate
government.
yourself.
He was the chancellor. He was the very heart of government during the height of the COVID pandemic. So he should have remembered all of this. So either he's got dementia, in which case he's mentally incompetent for office, or he's lying, in which case
he smiles a lot.
Again,
Dude.
he's unfit for office.
Never trust a man who smiles as much as he does, man. I've always said it. I don't trust smilers. Don't trust them at all.
That's why. That's why I know that like when you get men that will say to women, "Oh, why do you smile?" It's like, listen, mate, if you're smiling all the time, it's not somebody you want to be around.
Remember Betsy DeVos, the politician in the Trump administration, smiled all the fucking time. Pure evil. Dolores Claiborne.
All people that smile all the time are just lunatics because they're putting on a facade to seem disarming. But if anyone with half a brain can see right through the fucking smiles, it's like, oh, you're such a slimy cunt.
Mate,
it's like Agatha Harkness and WandaVision.
Exactly.
And is it Dolores Claiborne from Harry Potter?
Exactly.
Order of the Phoenix.
Sam, spot on.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna send a clip. It's
before
Rishi
you
Sunak-
before you send the clip, just quickly along that line, Ginger, with the whole girl, why don't you smile all the time? If someone says girl to me, and I'm almost 15 years old, I just say, what's that, boy? Back, because then it sort of clicks in their head that like, oh yeah, I'm not a little girl, I'm a woman.
Yeah.
Because I to this day still get called girl. It's like, all right,
Girl, please.
70-year-old
That's the
man,
only time
I'll
it's
call you
acceptable.
boy.
Yeah. I said the only time it's acceptable is when somebody go, "Girl, please." That's it. Other than that,
Ginger, if
yeah.
you or Zam want to pull up the clip I've just sent, I've sent it to the contributors chat. But yeah, it's
better not be a
24
picture of your
times.
dick.
No, it's Rishi Sunak at the COVID inquiry, and 24 times.
No,
that he
unless it's
couldn't
a picture of
remember.
your dick, we're not putting it up, okay?
It's like 2 minutes long. It's a 2-minute long clip, but again, it's Rishi
Your
Sunak.
dick is 2 minutes long?
24 times. Could not recall.
You want me to
something
put it
he was
up?
asked. Yeah, please do.
I'll put it up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I was going to, but yeah, lovely shit, Sam.
1 second, 1 second, 1 second.
So let's judge this clip for ourselves. You know, is he mentally incompetent or is he lying?
Acute effects of ketamine. Hang on, ketamine.
Yeah, that's
That's
Matthew Perry.
regarding Matthew
Yeah.
Perry, the late Matthew Perry.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's terrible, man.
I thought the toxicology report wouldn't be out for like at least 6 months.
No.
All right, guys, you ready?
Born ready.
Always ready.
Unmute it.
Unmute it.
Prime Minister. No, I don't recall either of those conversations that you referred to. No, yes, and I don't recall anyone in my office.
Get out.
Yeah, I can't specifically recall the analysis that was presented. I don't remember the specific analysis that we were shown. Of it, so I can't precisely recall. I don't remember.
Ginger,
there
you
being
need to do
enormous
more of these just
challenge of
high.
those assumptions, but I don't precisely. I
killed millions of people. Yay!
I don't remember the degree of scrutiny over those assumptions. I don't remember those precise
I
conversations.
don't remember. I'm just.
I can't precisely recall that particular meeting.
Gonna burn the
Yes.
planet
Now,
down.
I don't recall the precise timing and the date, and I don't remember specifically. I don't precisely remember that, but I do remember it was modelled and designed to keep
I'm adding
our
something to the
at or
best
below one.
reaction, Golden
I
Glasses.
don't recall, other than
vote.
explaining to him the stress
It's going to
that we
be
were
Ginger's
under.
reaction to being on
don't
World's
recall
Podcast
a
High.
specific meeting or conversation. I can't comment on the particular meeting because I don't recall it. Yes, I mean I don't recall seeing that email. So that's all I can remember
Oh,
about
God,
that
he says,
event.
I'm not a crook.
I don't
Oh my
recall, and the
God.
minutes
Yeah, I
do
am
not suggest
not a
that
crook.
it was raised at all in the three precise meetings that you mentioned. To be honest, I don't recall receiving any formal submission from the Welsh.
Do you remember
Government to do
anything,
that.
mate? Fucking hell. Dementia's
If
the
there is,
word.
I'd be happy to see it, but
Alzheimer's, mate. It's got Alzheimer's. Yeah, he should be out of office.
I
Bring
said
his
I
trust
don't
back.
recall. Yeah,
So I can
I
stick
can't
my
recall
dick in a
this
cabbage or
specific
whatever it
letter,
was. I
but I
can't
can't
remember.
remember any specificity around those conversations. I generally can't.
Cheetah, do you know who this guy is?
Recall the exact discussions.
Lady, that concludes the oral evidence.
Oh, look, it's
Thank you
Angela
very
Merkel.
much. Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I appreciate it. I don't think there's any
Thank you.
ever an
People
easy
have to
time
stop.
for you to come along here to give evidence.
I don't
Right,
remember
you can
those
end it
precise
now.
conversations.
Oh, that was
Yeah,
fantastic.
that's our prime minister.
That's our
So-
prime minister, Cheeto.
Why the fuck did you make us watch
Fucking
this?
crook.
Mentally incompetent or liar? You decide.
Well, at least he looks better than our current two or our last two presidents.
Rat-faced bastard. That's enough about Gary.
I mean, I'd do him.
To Gary or Rishi Sunak?
Well, I mean, all of the above. You missed it earlier. They started talking about, they started talking about banging me, and then I'm like, I literally came on like 5 seconds later, like after they were talking. And so Shredder and Boss. Man,
Yeah. So that's why you came on the stream. It's like, hey, you can
Just-
pound America's ass.
This guy's
Yeah,
our first
he-
Asian
he-
prime minister, man. I can't believe
Cheeto
it,
definitely
man.
came on this stream.
I definitely did. After hearing of that Boss Man and Shred are down to do the deed.
Listen, the Tories are far more multicultural than the Labour Party. You know, At least they have Asian people in the fucking Tories. Like Labour Party right now, I think it's just Zara Sultana is the only one left.
What they have, no, but what they have
Rosanna
here
Allen
are
Khan quit the
Joking, by the
cabinet.
way. I know there are more. I'm just
Rosanna Allen Khan quit the cabinet because she was, her position was marginalised.
Yeah.
But people
we're gonna
like,
inherit
like,
an even more racist party. This is so fucking fun.
But people like Sunak and Priti Patel, like they're Hindus who are part of this class system. Would they have it? And like
Caste system.
And the Hindus, like they believe if you're like things like a Brahmin, which is like top tier, and you are a top tier person for some bizarre reason, even though things like that don't mean shit. And unfortunately, these sort of cultural values that they have are being implemented in everyday British society when it comes to rich and poor people. Because someone like fucking Rishi Sunak, who's a billionaire, doesn't give a shit about people who are not billionaires. He fucking will happily walk all over us to keep himself and people like him rich for the rest of fucking time. And
yeah, I mean, they literally just have disdain for poor people, literal disdain.
Yeah, and they like seeing us suffer.
Yeah,
and an entitlement, and they feel like they're entitled to feel that way.
Yeah, they literally get offended if they have to give away money that's meant for them. You know what I mean? They have the same attitude, but because they want the money, they think that other people taking that money is like, no, you should work for them. Like, you ain't fucking work for nothing, mate. You inherited your fucking wealth, so piss off. What's Blunt saying here? I don't know it for a fact. It just feels true. All the panelists are nude from the waist down. I mean, yeah, I'm I'm in my pants, so
I'm wearing my Deadpool.
I'm stripping off right now. So
all right, guys, there you go. Ask and you shall receive. But if I flopped my dick on this stream, I'd break the internet.
I could be a big stream. I could be a big stream. No, I'm way short.
We are accepted.
This, Gary.
We are accepted on Twitch.
Sorry, go on, Christine.
Oh, I was just gonna say, you'll never know, because I ain't showing.
Damn.
You.
What a tease.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tease. How dare you, girl? How dare you,
girl?
Now, even though I'm not necessarily excited about who's going to be replacing the Tories, because it's basically Tory light, I still can't wait for these motherfuckers to get out of office. Me
neither.
I'll scream my Starmer once he gets to power. Yeah.
Because the next big fight they're going to start having now is against Independents and the Greens, because that fight is coming.
I suppose the big question now, I mean, Keir Starmer doesn't seem to be able to do any wrong. I mean, he mentioned that he was a supporter of Mrs. Thatcher, and all of a sudden his poll numbers went up.
Yeah.
I mean, what's he gonna what's he have to do for them to go down? Say that he supports Enoch Powell?
Say that he's actually Indian. That's what he needs to do. You know what I mean?
But yeah, the big question now, I suppose, really, because we all pretty much know Keir Starmer's going to be the next prime minister, is who's going to replace Sunak as leader of the Tories?
Nigel Farage.
You reckon?
I would be shocked, but I wouldn't
put
be
it
shocked.
past them.
Well, it could be Cyril Braverman as well.
It's me. I'm gonna replace. I didn't want this to get out early, but it's me. I'm the replacement.
I think it might be Boris.
The Canadian Prime Minister. We're gonna have fucking maple syrup and
how about Boris?
The
national
top
sport will be ice hockey.
The top three for the bookmakers, at least, are Kemi Badenoch, Penny Mordaunt, or James Cleverly.
Oh God!
It will be Mordaunt.
Penny Mordaunt. The bad one just sadly with the next election.
I think once the next election is, it's even if these people remain MPs, a lot of these people could get wiped out. The three nominated
media jobs. They're going to take media jobs on GBN News.
Safe. Cleverly, I think, is probably safe as well. I mean, it's mostly going to be
what's Mordaunt's constituency?
Let me look.
And Bandercock.
Kemi Badenoch.
Whatever her stupid name is.
Bandencock.
That one's And Zam,
like
you're
it
right,
a
by
lot.
the way. Yeah, they're all gonna end up on fucking GB News.
Yeah, man. Like fucking Stanley Johnson did, so
Yeah, exactly.
so Nigel
All right.
Farage will
Well,
eventually he's been totally welcome back.
Let's see. Kemi Badenoch's constituency.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him, Rick.
Penny Mordaunt is Portsmouth because of this.
All right. Yeah.
Kemi Badenoch's Saffron Walden in Essex.
Saffron Walden in Essex. Where the fuck is that?
East of here. But yeah, it's depressing, isn't it?
It's down to Farage because Prime Minister of Britain. I live Britain. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Essex, then and you're a Tory, you're safe. It's pretty.
Yeah. I mean, Badenoch's seat has been staunchly conservative since 1929.
Yeah.
See, what it is the Tories
in Essex, they only ever vote Tory.
Look, the thing with the Tories, what the big mistake is that they got the pick-me to be their leader. You never put the pick-me as their leader, which is what they did with Sunak. Their pick-me's are supposed to be hanging around the sides saying, yes, sir, free bag full, so yes, master, and all that sort of shit. You don't make them in charge. And because honestly, a lot of fucking when I was listening to LBC, a lot of conservatives were really torn because as much as they are okay with Asian people to a degree, they don't want them to be their fucking boss. And the idea of Rishi Sunak, even though he's a fucking sellout and you'll fucking happily bend over for the Ku Klux Klan to fuck him up his ass, and the National Front too, they do not want him to ever be their fucking leader. And
well, here's the thing.
That was an issue for them.
When the leadership contest was triggered when Boris Johnson resigned, there was a lot of resentment in the Conservative ranks towards Sunak because Sunak was one of the two major resignations that triggered his downfall. So the two big ones were both Rishi Sunak and Sajid Javid, who both resigned, I think, within minutes of each other. In Sunak's case, he resigned as Chancellor, and in Sajid Javid's case, he resigned as the Health Secretary. So when it came down to the leadership contest, now I wasn't impressed by any of the candidates. A lot of the Conservative membership wanted Boris Johnson still to remain as Prime Minister, and they wanted him to stay in charge of the party.
Yes, American-born.
When it came down to the fight, when it came down to the final three, which was Mordaunt, Truss, and Sunak, I called it. I said that Mordaunt was probably going to be the next one to be eliminated, despite the fact she was ahead. You know, she was the front runner throughout most of that contest.
But it's how they kind of band together to do the vote.
Yeah, it's when I think it was Kemi Badenoch who was the next one eliminated. I called it. I thought, right, well, the crackpots are going to largely go to Les Truss and a few to Sunak. And when it gets down to Truss and Sunak, Truss is probably going to get it for two reasons. One, she's seen as a continuation of Boris Johnson. And two, there is a lot of racism in the Conservative Party. There are people in that party who do not want to see a brown-skinned man in charge. And, you know, you literally have
the party, but voters as well, dude.
You have people who are openly members of the Conservative Party calling in talk radio stations and saying that Rishi Sunak isn't really British.
I remember that. I remember that. It was really weird because, like I said, like they are supporting an alt-right party, and then here's this brown person.
I mean, when it came down to Truss and Sunak, I thought Sunak was probably the better choice of the two because he was literally saying that Truss's economic policies were absolutely non-starters. It would crash
the economy within 30 days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was right.
Fucking ridiculous.
She wiped about 60 billion off the economy.
Yeah, they voted in a fucking libertarian and she destroyed the economy. And so when people sit there and go, well, we haven't had a libertarian government because, you know, Argentina just elected one. And I'm like, yes, we did. Yeah, we had fucking Liz Truss.
You tanked the fucking economy.
I said the current Tory government are fucking pretty much libertarian right anyway, because they've crushed policies where, you know, there's more shit being pumped to the water, the health service is in decline because, you know, they want to privatize everything. I said, that's libertarianism. They don't want fucking anything government owned, everything private. So what the fuck are you on about?
Actually,
listen.
Look, he's the same race as me, so it's not a racial issue with me. But regarding him, I heard people on the radio who are conservatives, who are Tory voters, who were really torn because this guy was their fucking leader, and for them it was almost like being in some sort of fucking I don't know, I can't think of the word, but some bizarre limbo land, so to speak, because here we are support. Yeah, exactly, so to speak. But they didn't want this guy to. Yeah,
there are people who legitimately think the Great Replacement is real. They're the people they're the people who think like, oh, well, you know, they're the kind of people who you've seen in videos in news programs, you know, back in the day, who would say, well, I could trace my ancestry back to King Richard I. Yeah. You know, this guy, you know, and they're talking about like somebody whose family background is from Asia. They'll be saying things like, well, you know, this guy's fucking family came here in the 1950s. He's not properly British.
No, but sure, they were comparing him to Boris Johnson. Rishi Sunak happens to be born in the United Kingdom. Boris Johnson was born in New York in America. You know, he had a better chance of being president of the United States than he should be fucking the fucking Prime Minister of England, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? This is ridiculous.
They figured out our plan. See, this has been our plan all along to send over Boris Johnson and to ruin your government.
So, but when this person was confronted about that,
damn Americans, what's next? You're gonna stick your dicks in our apple pie?
His race did play a factor, and it's funny because they go on about all this anti-woke shit. They got fucking Asians and women all over their fucking their cabinet, you know, the Tory party. Yet they want to be fucking anti-woke and anti-multiculturalists. Yeah, you know, it makes me want to facepalm right now. They're so fucking stupid.
That's more policy thing, because they need people focusing on that shit, because people are fucking stupid and they don't offer anything else. So they need. This is why, like, again, in recent weeks they've really ramped up people's focus on the boat and Rwanda. It's deliberate because they need people distracted so they can't turn around and say, oh, look, everything's going up yet again.
No, I agree.
We're getting fucking else yet again.
And this whole Rwanda thing is fucking them big time.
Yeah, but they're doing it deliberately. It's not by accident, and they want, even if it's negative press, they still want it because they want it. They need distraction. It's just a classic. It's just classic.
Yeah, but this is negative press. This is negative press. It's definitely going to get them out of number 10. You know, like they're out. There's no coalition or anything. They're totally out. There's no chance. It's going to be 100% Labour all the fucking way. You know, in my opinion,
it's going to be Labour, and then the next fight will be between Independents and Greens versus Labour.
I'll take that. Okay, fellas, we're done here. I got to wake up in a few hours, so we are definitely done. It's been a fantastic conversation. Anyone, you got anything more to add before we wrap this shit up?
Yeah, I want to stay on for a bit. If anyone wants to stay on for a bit, I've got one or two things I want to talk to. So if anyone wants to jump off.
Okay.
Sure. Wait, what are you talking about?
Got Jonathan Majors.
Okay, I'll stay on.
All right, yeah, Jonathan Majors in there. I think.
All right. I would love to continue, but I have to go to bed. Thank you, Ginger, for taking over. I'll catch you by the.
No worries, man. Thanks for holding the fort today. Take care, mate.
All right, bye.
Bye.
So the Jonathan Majors trial. Hang on.
Hold on. Now that dickhead's gone, I'm joking.
Fuck him.
Yeah, fuck him.
I'm gonna put him in Guantanamo Bay. Don't worry. Anyway, yeah. By the way, we always say the most racist shit.
Guantanamo Bay.
So is William gone?
Yeah.
Oh, where did he go?
Fucking Scottish bastard.
As well.
Did he say he was leaving?
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think he's working tomorrow anyway. The poor git, and it's like 1:30. But you know, I've been socializing today, so I have to come back in here and chat to you lot and whatever. Anyway, Jonathan Majors' trial has begun now. It's been going on for I think 2 weeks or whatever, and some of the stuff that was revealed in the way he talks to his ex. in the text messages that were shown, and how he appeared, the way he came to court, and all this kind of shit is classic narcissistic, sociopathic behavior.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've not seen it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm not expecting you to have a good judgment on everything that I'm going to talk about.
Are you going to give examples?
But I'll give
examples.
examples.
I was asking for examples.
All right.
No, he's basically he's
I'll get it up.
manipulating her. Yeah, I know. I've seen the text. I've heard the text messages.
I've not seen it.
Yeah. Classic.
Google search it. I mean,
hang on. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, classic abusive behavior, manipulative, threatening that he's going to commit suicide and all this kind of shit, that he was suicidal and so he's the victim. And just like, just kind of saying, and he was like, he felt like he was so important. It's like, I'm doing a good thing. I'm doing a good thing for my culture and my community and all this kind of shit just for being famous. It's like, mate, you're not adding anything fucking new. I'll just get it up now. Hang on.
No, Chadwick Boseman is a example of someone who's doing good for that community. Like,
yeah, Chadwick Boseman, fucking,
Tyler Perry,
Denzel Washington,
Denzel
people
Washington.
like this. Yeah, all right. Jonathan Majors trial. Oh, this one's just updated now. No verdict yet. Jury to resume on Monday. That's the wrong one I wanted. Got the Variety website. It's really shit. I'm also very high, so this is, accused. Yeah, here we go. Jonathan Majors. Oh no, he tears up. I don't give a shit about him tearing up. His shit doesn't mean nothing.
I'm reading the text right now, so.
You're reading it, yeah?
Yeah, I'm reading the text.
So the text, is like, it's just wait. Well, let me get the context. Blah, 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 blah. Several disturbing text messages and audio recording from Jonathan Major's ongoing trial. Alleged assault have been made public by Manhattan District Office. The newly released evidence, which was shown in court last week, is between Majors and his ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari, who accused him of assaulting her in the backseat of a car in March. The evidence includes text messages in which Majors threatens to kill himself and an audio recording of an argument in which Majors told Jabari she needed to act more like Coretta Scott King, that's Martin Luther King's wife, and Michelle Obama. The text messages are from September 2022, so just over a year ago. The incident between when there were couples. Majors appears to dissuade Jabari from going to the hospital after she suffered an injury to her head. So here we go. To quote him, I fear you have no perspective of what could happen if you go to the hospital, Majors wrote. They will ask you questions as I don't think you actually protect us. So again, basically saying, as in by saying you're not actually protecting us, by saying you're not protecting me, basically, is it could lead to an investigation. So even if you do lie and they suspect something, Jabari responding, I will tell the doctor I bumped my head. If I go, I'm going to give it one more day, but I can't sleep and I need some stronger painkillers. That's all. Why would I want to tell them what really happened when it's clear I want to be with you? So, again, in an abusive relationship, trying to appease the abuser, which is classic victim mentality. I'm not attacking her for that. It's just sadly it's what happens. Part of Jabari's next message was redacted, but she wrote, I will not go to the doctor if you don't feel safe with me doing so. So if you're not safe, I won't go to the doctor to get my head checked. That's buzzing. I promise I will never mention you. I understand your fear during a testimony like that. I mean, the guy's such a piece of shit. Jabari said that Majors had previously warned her about trusting the police because of what they will do to him as a black man. Majors wrote, last night I considered killing myself versus coming home, and I will probably kill myself. It's not really contemplating anymore. I am a monster, a horrible man, not capable of love. I'm killing myself soon. I've already put things in motion. So again, classic manipulation. and trying to play the victim. Scroll down. I don't need to see these ones. In addition to the text messages, there was an audio clip, September 2022. The argument between Majors and was released from court. During the clip, Major tells Jabari that she has to be of certain mindset to support him, like Coretta Scott King, Martin Luther King Jr.'s wife, and Michelle Obama. I'm a great man, Major says in the clip. I'm doing great things, not just for me, but for my culture and the world. Like, you know, that is actually the position I'm in. That's real. I'm not a dick about it. I didn't ask for it. I've worked, and that's the situation. The woman that supports me, that I support, that the work that needs to be a great woman, something must be cut out there, needs to be a great woman and make sacrifices the way that man is making for her and for them ultimately, which again, just bollocks. Listen to the audio. Okay, yeah, I don't need to go through that, but you get the gist of it, right?
Yeah,
and
manipulation and gaslighting, and yeah, I mean, it's listen. I'm sorry, like, and you know, using the racial issues we have in this country, like we have real racial issues in this country, and he's just using it to get out of trouble. Yeah. Like, it's like that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
it's a complete
real people that are fearing for their lives getting pulled over just by the cops, but yet he actually did something wrong, and now he's like, oh, they're gonna mistreat me. Maybe, motherfucker, you deserve to be mistreated.
Yeah, exactly, and he has a history of it as well. It's just not the first time this has happened, and again, all the tears are all crocodile tears. Again, trying to play the victim. The big giveaway to me. Sorry, go on, Christine.
To ask someone not to go to the hospital over a head injury, how important do you think you are that someone could fucking die?
Exactly. I mean, that clearly shows you do not care about the person that you hurt. You don't care. You care about yourself and what's going to be perceived, said, looked into. Your career is going to get ruined because of your own fucking actions. And he has a history of this behavior as well.
And sitting there saying that it'll hurt the culture. And get out. You're not a fucking you're not a Barack Obama and a Martin Luther King. You know, Dr. King. You know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's ridiculous. And I mean, the first big dead giveaway was when he showed up to court holding a Bible. This is trying to show yourself that you're a victim, you're vulnerable, you should be sympathized with when you do things like that. It's like Harvey Weinstein tried doing it when he appeared in court on fucking Zimmer frame and all this kind of shit. It's like, you're not fooling anyone, mate. You are not fooling. This is classic. You know, if you just have a student psychologist in the fucking room, and they'll be able to dissect what you're trying to do. It's just nobody's stupid enough to fall for it.
Or you think that obviously holding the Bible, you can't have done something wrong.
Yeah, right? We talked about that earlier.
Yeah, that's how these people. That's how these people think. Like, you know, they think, oh, you know, I need that crutch that's going to make me look like the victim or a good person. It's like, the Bible don't mean jack fucking shit. It's just a book for somebody. They want to read it and get some comfort out of it. That's fine, but it doesn't mean that you're a good person. The fucking biggest pieces of shit are always fucking religious people. So first of all, you're not off to a good start there. But the most heartbreaking thing about this is the maximum jail time he can get is only a year, and we've seen pictures of her, the head injury and the bruises on the fingers and all this kind of shit. And it's just, people like that need to be taught a lesson. Any kind of domestic violence needs to be taught a lesson. But he's going to get a year. I mean, I'm hoping his career is now done. And if I'm Feige, I'm just recasting him because that's the best.
Moving on. I mean, I would rather them recast because I actually want to see
recast. Yeah,
I know. I want them to recast too. I just don't think they will. I think they'll just move on because at the end of Loki this season, they kind of left it open for them to kind of just write King off at this point. So
yeah. I mean, at this point in time, again with the MCU, I wouldn't be surprised if they just fucking ditch off their plans and see where they go. But you know, what are your guys' thoughts?
I already said mine, so
you already said yours.
I think I think they should keep going. They should recast because it sends a statement saying, you know, we're not just gonna put this under the rug. This happened. This guy was wrong, and
you're
we're
not
gonna-
irreplaceable.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. You're not irreplaceable. Yeah. Captain. Oh, you are called Captain Cumlog. Yes. Let's go. That's a.
Oh yeah, I did it. I did it.
You
But
legend.
yeah, to be honest with you, I do agree that he should be recast because the thing is that they recast Colonel Rhodes when he was played by Terrence Howard for Don Cheadle for way less egregious shit than this.
Well,
So-
yeah, and that was. I mean, that was
And they
over money.
recast Ross because somebody died. So just recast.
Yeah. So
You know.
Yep. I agree.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see where the Kang stuff goes. I want, like, besides Jonathan Majors, like,
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see where this Kang stuff goes. I really am.
Exactly. It's you know, if they get it right, they could have a good time with it. But you know, it's let's wait and see.
It's
Yeah,
Disney.
on
What they're
that.
going to do is they're going to try to sweep it under the rug. Be like, "What are you talking about? We never had Jonathan Majors here. There's not even a character linked with it or associated with him." Like you're gonna one day you're gonna put in your Ant-Man Quantumania, and then like somehow it's on your Blu-ray, but somehow all of the Jonathan Major faces are going to be replaced with Bill Murray faces. It's like just photoshopped over.
Yep. They don't want to have any controversy. They don't want to take a stand because they're just worried about money.
Yeah, always. You know, all corporations are worried about the money. You know, they'll tell you about being woke and inclusive and all this kind of shit, and then the next thing you know, all LGBT scenes are cut from their films when they're posting them in China and the Middle East and all this kind of shit. And it's just like, you've got no principles. Just be honest with your profits. And the good thing is, like, you know, the younger generations just can see right through it. They're like, shut the fuck up, just make films. And even I don't like corporations getting involved in politics when I know that their ethos is still all about slave labor, slave wages, and fucking profit over everything. It's just like, just make the product, and that's all I give a shit about.
Let it
you know.
stand on its own.
Product. Yeah. So, but you know, did you guys talk about that fucking what if list? How boring those episodes are.
If they did, I would. I say if they did, I wasn't here. I came in about almost 2 hours in. So
No, we
Huh?
didn't talk about it.
Okay, Cheeto, do you want to bring up the episode list?
it's on my phone, but I can look it online really quick.
I'll look at it. Sorry about it.
I already got it. I'm on it.
Sorry, what are we talking about? Just sort of be clear. Sorry.
So I don't know if you ever watched the animated show What If. Again, it's Marvel Studios. No, okay. So season 2 is about to come out, and they dropped the episode list. And my god, I mean, the first What If was so boring anyway. This list of What If. So it's What Ifs is like different takes on the MCU universe, but in an animation format. And it's they've again, for Disney, who are an animation company, they haven't made a single good Marvel animation yet, or they haven't even gone the route of Warner Brothers to make fucking consistent, you know, every couple of months a release of like an animated title, like they've done with Warner Brothers and all their DC stuff. Because the DC stuff that they've released that's animation is 10 times better than the fucking films that they've released, and some of them stuff is even better than the MCU stuff. And Disney, the fucking animation, like, this is how myopic they are. Like, you know, it's only now that we're going to get like X-Men 97 and all this. And it's not just, I want an entire world of just animation stuff. You know, it is far more intriguing than the fucking films for me. But that's me, because I'm a whore for animation. I prefer animation.
No, I agree with you 100%. I mean, if you're a whore, then I'm a whore. So
yeah.
And there's no limitation with animation. You could do just about anything. And
That's
it's
why I
like you
prefer it.
said, it's Disney. Isn't this their thing?
This is their wheelhouse.
This is their wheelhouse, and they're getting absolutely whooped by fucking Warner Brothers in utilizing their superhero roster. Like they've been doing it now solid for like it's coming up to what 18 years now.
Yeah, like 2000, I think 2007 or 2006 is when that
6 or
Superman
7.
is when the Superman thing came out. Superman Doomsday.
Yeah, like Rick. Yeah, me too. Like we've said it in the chat with Block. Like I'm bored of Marvel now, and I'm bored of Star Wars. Like there's no excitement there. It's more of a slog to do, and that's why they should go down the animation route. Like there was a couple of toys that were released for the X-Men 97 line that showcase who's going to like, you know, they've got the Goblin Queen and a classic villain returning from the 90s. I'm not going to say who. And that's got me interested in it. Because I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this is nice. It's not for kids. It's a bit more adult. Yeah. But then you look at this, What If, and look at this shit. So this is What If Season 2, Episode 1. Nebula joined the Nova Corps. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Peter Quill attacked the Earth Mightiest Heroes. Who fucking cares?
I know. I kind of like this one because this one's got the like 1960s version or 1970s version of the Avengers in it, and I kind of am interested in that one. I'm not going to say.
I don't know. I haven't watched it, so that's fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah. There was an episode in season 1 where at the end it insinuated that Peter Quill was actually like instead of Yondu going to get Peter Quill, Ego himself went to go get Peter Quill. So this is like the sequel to that episode. Where now,
okay.
Yeah. So now it's going to be like the 80s Avengers, you know. Of like, you know, those characters that were from the 1980s in the MCU teamed up against what's his nuts, Peter Quill, who is the guy who is the powers of a Celestial.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Then we've got Happy Hogan Saved Christmas.
Yeah, this is just your reason to. Yeah, this is just your reason to get Jon Favreau back for a voice thing.
Yeah.
He needs a paycheck.
Iron Man crashed into the Grandmaster.
And this is the leftover from season 1, which honestly I wasn't even interested in hearing about when, because remember, well, you didn't see season 1. In season 1, Gamora was a part of the final episode, but there was never an episode about her. And this is that episode. Like this is the episode that should have aired in season 1. Now it makes no sense because now the season finale of season 1 had Gamora in it, but now we're going to see the episode where this took place, but it's already like the season finale's already happened. It's so stupid.
Yes, it's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. It really is. I would have just scrapped the episode and just been like, whatever, you know, like I get it, you paid for it, but at the same time, it's like maybe release it on if you ever do a Blu-ray for What If, you know, season 1, release it
an extra or something like that.
Yeah, an extra episode. Do that.
All right. Then we've got episode 5, Captain Carter fought the Hydra Stomper. I thought that was episode 1 in the previous one, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah, it's a sequel. It's basically the Winter Soldier version for Captain Carter, but it's her versus Captain America and the Hydra Stomper. This one, I'm interested, but I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near as good as the Captain Carter episode.
Yeah, well, you know, Tony Stark likes them old anyway. Kahori reshaped the world. I don't know that one.
I have no. I think that's this is the made up character I think they made just for this show, which nobody gives a fuck about. But she can, it's like about animals and probably some kind of.
Right. What quota does she fall into?
Native American, I think.
Native American. I'm looking at it now.
I think there is a character.
Thunderhawk or Warhammer.
She falls into like you remember in Champions. You remember there was one character. I think she could like cast energy projections of like certain animals or whatever, or you know,
right?
Yeah. It was in the Champions comic.
I think Brave Star.
But I think this is like a made up character. Like it's not even that character. I don't think.
Oh yeah.
So Brave
They've
Star
already lost me. Yeah. Hela found the 10 rings. I don't care about that.
Yeah, not really.
The Avengers assembled in 1602. And that one might be good. I do like the old 1602 comic books.
Yeah.
I think they were the Neil Gaiman ones. Neil Gaiman wrote those ones. And what if Strange Supreme intervened? Oh,
which means who cares? Like, what are you talking about? Like, nobody intervenes in what? Like, the problem with a lot of these titles also is that you're right, they're boring. Like,
yeah,
what Strange? Like, what if Strange Supreme intervened in the Battle of New York or the Infinity War battle, or like what are these? Really aren't catchy titles either. So I agree.
No.
Like, this is a boring list from face value.
Yeah, it's very boring. Like, and the thing is, again, you see, the brain, they do this thing again. They're going to be stuck with just certain characters, and if they're not, and they're just going to keep redoing shit like that. It's like, no, start doing what if, the X-Men were in New York when the aliens attacked, or what if, something like that. So you can introduce elements and mix between the comic book and the film, and then eventually break off and just go down the comic book route, or just give us anthologies, animated anthologies with different teams and all this kind of shit. There's so many. There's just this lack of creativity. It's just myopic. Get it out there and make money. And yeah, what if it's just a waste of time? I really can't wait for X-Men 97. I really fucking hope Disney, they don't Disneyfy it. They just let the creators of the original cartoon have the carte blanche to
guys. Sorry,
to
I
do
have
their-
to go. I'm getting up early in the morning. I've got a Christmas family thing.
No worries. I won't keep everyone on too long anyway. Thanks for joining us.
No, it's
Christine.
just me. It's just me, and I'll see you guys next Friday, hopefully.
Yeah, no worries.
Good
Take
night.
care.
Bye,
Christine, are you still there? Christine, sorry. Yeah. So next Friday, it's going to be a slightly different kind of stream. We're just going to reviewing our year and other little bits and pieces, and that. So it'll be a bit more fun or somber, either one.
And,
No,
and we're probably gonna,
This
yeah,
is
we're also
fine.
going to
I
make
just
fun of
gotta
ourselves
go.
a bunch.
All right, bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
see ya.
And
What
also,
did you say,
here.
huh?
What did you just say?
Oh, I just said we're also going to make fun of ourselves a bunch throughout the whole year. Like Zam falling asleep on stream. That's just
Yeah, exactly that kind of stuff. Might as well have a look. It's
and then
Christmas.
and then two weeks from today, we have the Golden Glasses, baby. Right, 2 weeks. Is it
Oh, I can't wait. I can't
Yeah.
wait.
2 weeks from today. Did you know our first poll on the Golden Glass, like on the community tab on the YouTube channel, has 42 votes right now. Like,
oh,
yeah.
nice.
Normally we get like 10, 20, almost 50 at this point. I'm like, holy shit.
Nice. That's
Yep.
lovely.
Nice.
Good to hear. Yeah. Well, people do love an awards show, and ours is the best in town.
That's right,
You know-
baby. Anyway,
you're
that was
not
my
gonna
plug.
get better. You're not going to get a better, thing. You should vote.
A better figurehead of assholes.
Worst
representing-
reaction should be my terrible Australian accent in the Spider-Man flick.
Right? Well, nobody's
But
seen.
no-
Or no, wait, no, they'd have seen that. That came out already.
Yeah, it came out already. Oh, I can't wait for Aqua, bro. I can't wait, man. You guys have got to see it. Gary, did you watch this with us, or was it just me?
No,
you,
no,
and
no.
Zan?
I wasn't in that.
Oh,
You
my-
gotta don't spoil it. You gotta see it though.
Is it bad?
It's so good.
It's so good. It might be
It's
bad.
so good. It might be bad. But it's so good.
and
like the
Ginger
guy
might be
has the
high.
most magnificent fucking hair I've ever seen.
Right.
That mane, I'm envious. I don't mind being bald because it's easy maintenance, but I'll take that fucking mane that he had. I tell you. But that's pretty much it on my end. If you guys have got anything you want to talk about,
Nope.
Not really. No.
all right, sweet. All right. Well, in that note,
Did you guys talk about the Game Awards? I don't remember.
What?
We talked about it last week.
Yeah,
last
yeah,
week?
we covered
Okay,
that for a long period last.
No, that's
last
fine.
week.
No, I couldn't remember if it was this week or last week that it happened.
Oh, I'm playing a game called The Finals now. It's just it's like where you can destroy your environment. It's a first person like PvP. Not bad. Look, it's free.
Hey,
it didn't cost you anything. It's a first person game. And yeah, it's all right. It's not bad, you know.
If it's free,
The
it's for
premise
me.
is kind of wear thin soon, but the fact that like if you pick like a heavy, if your character's a heavy, you can your special is to just smash through walls. And if somebody's on the other side, like I smashed through the wall and somebody was on the other side without me realizing, killed them instantly. And then smashed out through the other side and fell to my death. So it's great. You know, it's got fun little elements to it. If anyone wants to play it, it's free to download, it's free to play, and worth a try.
And it's free to wank off to. So
and it's free to wank off to. Yeah, and the only microtransactions they'll have on it is just cosmetics. So that's fine.
Yeah,
you know, you can
buy it
find
or
a
you
way.
don't. That's on you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, if you want to spend money on a battle pass, it's fine because it's free anyway. The game.
Yeah, well,
So
that's
if
what
you
I
wanna-
mean. Like, you know, it's yeah. That's how all games
Yeah.
should be. All games should be free, and then just like you have to pay for the extras, right?
But the extras should only ever be cosmetic because I don't give a fuck if it's cosmetic.
Yeah, no, I usually don't buy the cosmetics either.
Yeah, cool. All right, then, guys. Good to see you lot.
Do you want me to end it, or do you got it?
I'll end it on this side. Yeah, I came in I entered via the back, so you know.
Oh, really?
And on that note, I'm about to exit through all your mouths. Good night. See you later. Goodbye. Fuck.
Bye bye.